against Trump. And I have no idea how in front of a federal judge with a straight case in a preliminary hearing, they are going to prove intent based on the evidence that is public facing. It would really surprise me. It might get past a preliminary hearing. They have to have it. I just looked it up. If the defendant's in custody, 14 days. If the defendant's not in custody, 21 days. After the preliminary hearing phase, then the government has to provide discovery, and they've got to turn over certain information so that the defendant's attorneys can look at the evidence and consider whether or not they have evidence that would support each and every element of the crime. And if they don't have the evidence, then the attorneys will file a motion to dismiss on that the evidence is lacking for one or more of the elements of the crime. And again, they've got to prove intent with this. 86-47. What the hell does that mean? 86. Somebody. It's an old term. Means throw the guy out, throw the bum out. And saying distasteful things for a comedian. Yeah, a lot of comedians say distasteful things. Did you like Don Rickles or Buddy Hackett or any number of other.
Kathy Griffin cut off Trump's head at a dollar.
Yeah, that was that, but that wasn't a threat.
Really disgusting.
It's disgusting, but it's not a threat, and it's within her rights to do that. It might have been in bad taste. Most people would say so, but that's not a threat. Maybe she should be indicted. Was that within 5 years? May have been. I don't know. I didn't look it up. But it just doesn't. I don't think this is going to pass the laugh test in front of a federal judge when they try to prove intent. And they're not going to be able to call Mr. Comey as on cross-examination because he's got the right to remain silent. So they have to put on evidence as to each and every element of the case. And then they've got to turn over discovery. And then defense counsel gets a chance to look at, and the defendant, who's a lawyer, gets a chance to look at what the evidence proves. And I think this thing will get tossed either at the preliminary hearing or on a motion. And, it seems to be, part of Trump's MO of vindictive behavior. That's how I read it. You can disagree with me, that's fine.
Do you see this as an attack on the First Amendment? And what about the Kimmel situation?
Well, first of all, I didn't watch the Kimmel joke. But if Kimmel said something rude or offensive, that's his right. Did he threaten anybody? No. And should the president be dictating, who gets fired from different networks? Should he be meddling?
For it, but the question at hand is whether, if in fact there's a cause and effect here, which they're denying, the FCC ought to be investigating the ABC-owned television stations for violation of DEI.
He says it demands analysis unconditional.
With respect to what?
If she refuses,
they're claiming that
the
FCC
you're a rational man.
is prematurely
We have a chance here,
not
perhaps a last chance to avoid carnage.
now
Yes.
investigating.
I don't want to see the city burn.
investigating
I don't want to hear the screams of children burning alive.
television stations that are owned by ABC
I don't want to
to
hear
be
it.
stripped of their
Help me save this city.
license for violation of the
Essentially, is queen of the Seven Kingdoms.
DEI policy that they had been instilled by this.
These are privately owned stations, are they
I
not?
understand
You're not allowed to hire the people you want. You're not allowed to hire black people, gay people, women. What the hell's going on?
Well,
Well, Alice.
I'm asking whether this is an attack in the cause of offense.
Well, first of all,
It's just because of Kimmel that they're doing this, not whether they have a case against them or not, or a right to do it. If in fact they feel that they're violating regulations.
I need your shares. I show them the numbers, the charts, the whole truth right here on this road. It is not a keep talking about game shows.
If in fact because of what Kimmel joked,
I mean, if that can be proven to be their motivation because of the Kimmel jokes, yeah, that would be a suppression of free speech and the freedom to tell a bad joke, to tell a distasteful joke, to say distasteful things. Distasteful things are not threats. They some people think they're funny. Some people think they're not. Some people think Trump's threats of violence are funny. Trump threatens violence all the time. He's repeatedly done this on camera. So you don't need to. You can just play. I found this stream of his videos on Twitter. With all the things where he's talking about, oh, shoot him, shoot this one, shoot that one. Yeah, that's good. They'll be dead. Things along those lines. So Trump, the calls, the rhetorical calls for violence come out of the mouth of Donald J. Trump. And he's done this repeatedly. He did this at one of his rallies where somebody was heckling him, and he said, throw the bum out, beat them up. I forget if it was in, I think it was in his, I can't remember, I think it was in his first term or in his first run for the presidency.
This is what the heart of the Kabbalah is.
He acts like a mafia boss in the way he issues his calls to beat people up and throw them out. And I believe this was at a public event, but it doesn't even matter. He calls for violence many times, and there's videotape that proves it. So. Does it suppress free speech to screw around with the people that regulate broadcasting because you don't like what people say? Of course, that would be a roundabout way to suppress free speech. But you have to prove that was the intent. And I think it's just a waste of the time of the agency and a waste of the taxpayer money to do this. It's just warrantless.
So to refresh your memory, it was not at a rally. It happened numerous times. And I will acknowledge that I just use AI to find these citations. Cedar Rapids, Iowa rally on February the 1st, 2016. Trump told supporters to knock the crap out of anyone getting ready to throw a tomato and promise to pay their legal bills. February 22nd, 2016, at a Las Vegas rally, Trump said of a protester being escorted out, "I'd like to punch him in the face." He lamented that in the good old days, such people would be carried out on a stretcher. Following an incident where a Black Lives Matter protester was assaulted at an Alabama rally in November 2015, Trump stated the next day, maybe he should have been roughed up. More recently, at a Coachella, California rally on October 12th, 2024, this is from Time magazine. Trump reacted to a woman heckling him by saying she should go back home to mommy and that she gets the hell knocked out of her by her parents. So, yeah, you're right, except it wasn't just one time. It was...
Yeah, I mean, the videos that I saw about the
preliminary hearing, they have to have it.
About the calls for people to tone back down the calls for violence, played numerous clips of Trump in various circumstances calling for violence. So, that is his ammo. That's what he thinks a commander-in-chief, somebody that represents the people of the United States of America, all the people. That's what he thinks is appropriate behavior. So it's ridiculous for him to take umbrage at a lot of things but hypocrisy is nothing new.
Thank you, William. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time, so till 5 o'clock New York time.
All right, no.
What did I say when I came on mute?
Because what?
There was no cue. There was no cue, and I said no one's calling.
Adjudicate.
Sorry, Dia, PTR.
Listen.
I see where she asked to be in the queue.
One second, guys. One second. When I asked Dawn.
Disappointed.
Yes, but
Go ahead, Nate.
I don't understand why y'all going so hard for me tonight.
When I asked Dawn,
to carry on.
Go ahead,
Dawn,
Nate.
what is the key? About 5 or 10 minutes.
Wait, he could mute us?
Yeah, that's fine.
Can I please say something? I just want to, I did not tell you what you're
I think that, you characterizing it as hoops when it was me trying to be as clear as possible, from a legal standpoint, how this was perfectly acceptable, and it is acceptable to conservatives too.
I mean, if you'd have heard the first half of this room, I argued almost exactly your point. Not to the extent that I feel like they actually have any kind of case against Comey, because I don't think we'll win, and I think it's a waste of resources. But to the point that, was there a legitimate reason for this indictment to even be issued? And I went through the whole precedents and why they were able to actually get the indictment issued. I still don't think it's winnable. I don't think it's close to being winnable.
Serendipity. So ambiguous free speech is still protected under the law. You'd have to make a clear and present threat that you're going to kill the president. That is vastly different than what Comey did. Under conservatism, we would adhere to that principle, that foundational pillar that exists after the platform that all men should be judged equally under the law. That's laid. Then that pillar stands with that First Amendment. And it states that you cannot just stretch ambiguous free speech, which this
Correct.
into fit a narrative that you wanted to because you dislike the person.
And there are many definitions around a political rhetoric as well, not being condemnable under the protection of free speech.
Fight like hell. Fight like hell.
What they have in their favor is the Barnes case in 2003, in which they determined that all of the things that you've mentioned up to this point fall under the objective prong of the charges, but the court does consider a subjective prong of the charges, and that is it reasonable to assume that by virtue of posting what he posted, he could make the intended target feel as though they were in jeopardy from bodily harm? That is why they got the indictment, because there is this subjective component of case precedent that the Supreme Court will also use in consideration. They take the words, they take the context, they take whether or not he deleted it, which he did. They take all of this subjective bullshit into account too. And so there is this whole subjective component of, is it reasonable to assume that Trump could have felt threatened in any way, shape, or form by his post? And if that is the case, then he's not protected under free speech, according to Supreme Court precedent with I think it was Victoria and Barnes case in 2003. So that was the point that I made earlier.
Comey's comments were after the first assassination.
Even if the poster's intent was the case, the 2003 case said even if the poster's intent was not to actually perform the harm themselves. And so this is the whole reason that the indictment got passed down, is this subjective prong of what the Supreme Court considers. This is why he was indicted. This is the smidge of a minimal chance that this thing even makes it to court and isn't dismissed on motions based on the First Amendment right. But is this whole subjective component, because that case said even he didn't have intent to commit the harm himself. If he could reasonably assume that the posting of the picture made his target feel threatened of bodily harm or death, then he is in violation.
And hold that by 4 numbers?
Hold on. I called after Deputy Green. So I don't know how many remember that I do. I think it was Chuck Schumer who was on one of the mainstream media interviews after Trump was severely critical of the alphabet agencies. Trump said he didn't believe that they were being run effectively and that they had some corruption that needed to be addressed. And Chuck Schumer, I think it was Chuck Schumer, his quote was, "When you come up against the alphabet agencies,
Chuck Schumer on MSNBC.
Damn, H-Head, got it. Do it. What was the quote, H-Head?
It was like saying, like, if we come up to, this alphabet,
Was it worth it?
they have like 101 ways to come up these.
They have 6 ways to Sunday of getting back at you. They have 6 ways to Sunday. Popular American expression, it means that they will retaliate. And James Comey was part of the alphabet agency. You can make the argument that Trump felt threatened. Even though he's used to it.
It would just be a lot easier to respect these perspectives if you guys would just say what you really want to say, which is like, fuck the Constitution, we want to get even, burn them all.
Wait, Stilgar, wait. I want to clarify. I do not support Comey being indicted. Okay, I do not support Comey being indicted, and I don't think that the majority. There's at least one.
I think that you made that clear. I think it's fine now, and then you're dancing around.
That was more for Sam's reference because he directed his comment straight at me, 4-digit numbers. I do not support the indictment of Comey. I don't think he's indicted. I'm simply making the case for why they were able to get the indictment in the first place.
And I know one who thinks that he should have been indicted.
If you die on the hill of seashells, you're writing a blank check for the next Democratic administration to do this exact same thing.
So look at the court case Virginia versus Black. And this was over cross-burning. And the courts
that's the case. That's the precedent case.
Yeah, okay. So cross-burning can be considered a threat to intimidation or harm. Is it always the case? No. You can actually go ahead and do this, and you can set up a cross, and as long as there's not a reckless element or a conspiratorial or a threat to harm in that, or damage, obviously, to somebody's private property, then this is perfectly legal. You can do this. It's not anything different. So you have
do
right
it
here.
in somebody else's yard without.
That's illegal. That's the thing, and it's an infringement on that. But that falls under a different, because that was articulated in that case. So at the end of this, when you look at that precedent and saying here we have to be subjected to freaking morons burning crosses, and you may not like it, I may think it's really ridiculous and it's harmful and it's intimidating and it has those. It's still protected free speech as long as it's not infringement on somebody's personal space, harm, or property. Comey can do this by every precedent. He can do it because, again, you have to prove that he was going to be reckless, conspiratorial, and direct harm to somebody that is sitting in that office, and it's not going to go over well. It's just you have a long road to do it, and this is optics at best and shitty optics. It's not a win. It's actually a setback, which takes away the meaning of what just happened in that fucking Hilton hotel. It just strips everything away.
But the thing is, like, there's a long road of, like, the Supreme Court overturning the decisions. Like, we can go Black vs. Board of Education, we can go versus Loving vs. Virginia. I can even, like, 100 other cases that the Supreme Court has overturned. So it's just like, that's what you're dealing with currently at the moment. But what makes you think, I want to ask Brad this question, what makes you think like a future Supreme Court doesn't overturn these decisions? Why are you so confident about this?
Why would they overturn it when they actually are?
Yeah, but they could overturn it. I mean, like, you know, like.
They could. I mean, I suppose I'd be against it.
The Dobbs decision took 50 years. It could get overturned. What makes you think you're right about it, though?
The Dobbs decision has nothing to do with this case.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Supreme Court overturns their precedents all the time.
But I'm not discounting. Ajik, we can make all manner of premonitions into the future as to what may or may not happen with the Constitution. But the fact of the matter is it's pretty clear that at least a majority of the room feels that it would be a bastardization of the Constitution. It would be disrespectful to the First Amendment to suggest that we should indict and criminally charge and potentially jail a man over seashells?
Yeah, but why not, bro? They criminally charged President Trump. They searched his house.
Whataboutism is exactly what the law is not supposed to engage in.
Wait. You asked me a question. They searched through his house. They did everything. They violated so many constitutional rights that he had to do. And what they did to the January 6 people committed suicide over January 6. A hoax, terrible thing that happened to these people. They became bankrupt. They lost every single thing. And then now you're trying to sit there and be like, oh, well, and now you're sitting here and be like, oh, well, you know what? You know, it's terrible what happened, but anyway, we're going to just move on with it. No, bro. You have to make the fear of death in these people in their eyes. So people like Comey can't go ahead and put hoaxes in other people's lives. People committed suicide over January 6th, still got.
That wasn't Comey, though.
They fucking died and they're coming back. They fucking died. Wait a second. People fucking died over. Wait. Enough. Wait a second. Just let me land. You can talk all you want.
You're stacking.
Let me go. Wait, enough. I don't care if I'm American or not. All I'm gonna say
about you being an American is you're stacking.
Enough. Stop talking. You can speak all you want. People committed suicide false charges.
This is the annoying human in the world.
And the only reason they got reprieve is because President Trump happened to win the election. And if President Trump lost the fucking election, God forbid what would happen to those people, you know? And you know what happened? President Biden, he's the first president in the history of the United States that did pass pardons. From like 2014 and everything and future pardon. So what the hell?
You're gonna have to
wait.
You've added 17 addendums to one singular point.
To the conversation.
You're about to be done. Okay, let me explain something really clearly to you.
No, don't abuse your both fucking powerful.
You're filibustering.
You gotta let him speak.
Listen, you're filibustering.
Don't abuse your fucking one power, bro.
We keep
Don't
doing
do
this.
this. Let people finish.
Sir,
All
I
I'm
don't
gonna say
need.
is he did. He did. He did.
Let's go on. Before you finish, can you pause for a moment? Let me break out a legal pad and a pen so I can write down each and every one of the points you've made so I have time to respond to them.
Enough. Stop talking.
Jesus
I
Christ.
asked you that time ago. I just keep talking for no goddamn fucking.
You get 60 seconds.
6. Thank you very much.
6.
President Biden was the first ever president in the history of the United States to do preemptive pardons and everything else like that. Why? Because he knew he led a corrupt regime. People in January 6th, they died. They committed suicide. They got bankrupted. The state abused them. The United States abused these people. the United States killed these people. And they did the most horrific, fucked up shit to these people ever in the history of the United States. And then when I hear it's a constitution, everything else like that, I don't want to hear about the fucking constitution. They put 60% of the FBI's informants onto these people. Why? Because they wanted these
15
people to die.
seconds.
And I know, love. And they wanted to kill themselves. All I want to say is, you killed your own people. I don't want to shit about abusing powers of the executive branch. And I'm done.
Let me go after you, Stilgar. Let me go after.
I heard you the first time, Alan. Thank you.
I said it.
So listen. Cheek, I'm going to respond to the moment in which you careened off the highway of rationale and nothing else, because I'm not presently equipped with a pen to have heard all 15 of your grievances and address them individually. Next time, I'd prefer we do them maybe 2 at a time if you can manage. Thank you. The moment you call into question, the moment you submit any other case, any other legal proceeding in regard to this particular case as a rationale as to why you do something or wish something to be done or why you think something should happen, unless those cases are directly related to this case by a legal precedent, you are absolutely participating in what it is. You're explaining to me why I think we should wipe our asses with the Constitution of the United States simply for the opportunity to get even over some fucking seashells. This is a lesson in how to be succinct. Thank you, Alan.
Yeah.
Also serious.
Can you add me after this, Stilgar?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in a courtroom.
So people keep focusing on the fact that they were seashells. It doesn't matter. You could write someone.
You have some level of that.
Correspondence
On
didn't.
Saturday,
That
I
could
attended.
have written it in crayon. It's not. That is irrelevant. It is the meaning of the statement that matters. Number one. Number two, let's remember, Trump was not indicted illegally. They followed court procedures. They got a judge. They got warrants.
They got a mugshot.
All of that was done through the legal system. But Stilgar, you said it. Why don't we just admit that we want to throw away the Constitution? No. Why don't you say that you're just too afraid to use the Constitution for the reason it was intended to be used, and you're too scared of being seen as having any kind of backbone at all? Why don't we just say that? And to the other charge of, this isn't what conservatives are really about. Well, if the quote real conservatives are too much of a pussy to actually use the Constitution to their advantage, well, I think it's time for them to retire their badges and go sit in an old age home like everyone's always telling me I should do, and sit this one out and let the real men show them how it's
Using it is one thing, misusing it.
Hold on, I'm after this one, Marshall. I'm gonna pack this up.
I got it.
No, I got it.
We had a little bit of a queue going. I am going to give Alan's submission the responses to not responding to it at all, and I'm gonna hand it to Viking. Thanks.
Okay, so this is the problem when you have liberals that cross over into the Conservative Party and haven't been around a long time. They absolutely want to utilize the same fucking style of governance. Just they want to call it under Team Red, and this is a massive problem with conservatives and Republicans. We would never agree to this. We don't agree to this. Like, I don't like what Comey said. I don't like his little fucking picture. I don't like the fucking man, period. I think he's a fucking tool. I think he's an idiot. I think he's incompetent, as evidenced by him handling the Steele dossier, by his investigation of Trump, by him orchestrating and going along with the Obama administration and being complicit without coming forth to Congress saying, hey, I know you're saying Obama here, but he's telling me to go do this, and this is against the constitutional norms. This needs to be checked. This power needs to be checked. So there's a lot of issues. But what you want to hang your hat on is none of that issues. None of those. We want to do it over what Stilgar says, seashells painted or moved in an 86. You don't even know if he actually did it or if he came across the beach and they were there. You still don't know that. You don't even have those final determinations. You don't have all the facts. But you're cheering this on and saying, let the real men do it because we just want to cry about this because this one hurts my feelings. And it's funny because this is now the second time after my workday I popped into another room and there's another guy crying about Trump needs to be mindful of my feelings and how I feel on his words.
Yes, there.
You can't have that. You can't sit there and say, hey, it makes me feel icky, so I don't want to have it, and I think we should use the courts, weaponize the courts, violate the First fucking Amendment, a constitutional landmark. No other nation has a First Amendment in the correct category that we have, and it's so badass that Trump today dressed up the Revolutionary Guard in full fucking uniform and put them out to the Greek. Guess who? The King of fucking England. Badass. I love that shit. That shit is amazing. That's free speech at its finest. That's great. That's bad fucking ass. But now, in order to protect that free speech, I have to accept a picture from Comey. Otherwise, your tears are going to get everybody in trouble, and we'll never have that. And once it's gone, once you put limits on it, once you start suing, once you start doing the court shit, weaponizing the courts to try to play that game, we will lose it all. It will absolutely be gone. And why would you give up that much power to the fucking government already? I'll end there.
Are sugar babies allowed to work in the government?
Are who?
Sugar babies.
Depending on where they work, being a sugar baby is not necessarily illegal. It is distasteful.
Like a 29-year-old.
Like is grounds to get you fired. I think if somebody knows about it, but that depends on your boss.
Are you putting it on your resume, or are you just showing up there and faking it?
Are for hire? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, he's talking about the government employee.
Every time I listen to Brad, I realize what conservatives have lost for like the last 40 years. We burn all statements. What are you going to do, Brad? Like write a strongly worded letter to your congressman or congresswoman?
I actually do
advocating for fascism. It's
that's kind of what I'm hearing.
Every time I hear like so-called...
So, like, let's do this. What I can do is I can leverage money. I can activate...
But it's just like, what are you going to do? You're going to write...
Okay, so you asked me the question now for the second fucking time, so now I'm going to answer it, you stuttering fucking idiot. I'm going to say this.
Brad, he was already losing.
So again, when I look at this and you think I don't have power, that I actually organize, I move people, I fucking buck in campaigns to a high degree of level, that I actually get calls if I want to back local politicians. And these are issues I'll bring up at RNC convention meetings. These are messages I'll sit there and tell people like Marshall, hey, when you're going out and canvassing, this is a major fucking concern of mine. This is a problem that I have. This is something I want to be remedied. So when you go around and tell people about this, Marshall gets these things, and I can spread it across the nation faster than you can. So again, I can also turn around and use the court to go ahead and sue those that want to infringe on it, because I can't web the court after you create this. So again, you need to shut up while everybody else talks.
Check. Let him finish. Yeah. So guys, as much as I'd like to see you call each other fat gay retards, it's not going to move either one of you closer to either one's perspective. Viking, you and I largely agree on this one. I think the fact of the matter is, it's not a lack of information. It's not a lack of information. It's clearly a fundamental disagreement on the morals and principles surrounding this particular issue. If that's our chief's position, I don't think either one of us are going to change it.
Me too, but when he asks me a question, I go to answer it, and then he just keeps his like fucking gurgling, fucking gooseneck, fucking going on. Then like again, you can't expect me to.
If you keep this up, you'll be basically banging symbols together, and he'll be cranking the.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about some know nothing from Australia.
Hi, Monica.
Marshall, you're the same
I'd love to have an opinion on politics. It doesn't deal with it. It's okay.
You're just like, oh,
It's okay. Hey, Chick, I know you're petty. It's all right.
Memory, Marshall. You're the same.
All right, we're giving the floor to Marshall.
Yeah, Marshall, I think you're particularly adept at addressing these sorts of issues.
Particularly with things.
I definitely want to hear your input on this.
So what was the chief contention of the argument? As I understand it, we're talking about Comey.
Yes, and the indictment today.
So from what I hear from talking to lawyer and judge friends of mine is that it's not going to hold up under review. That it's going nowhere, right? That it's more political than it is actually lawful, which, I mean, says something about abusing the system in the first place, right? If you're going to abuse the Justice Department to politically go after somebody, then it doesn't really matter. I'm also kind of with Brad on this. How do we know Jim Comey didn't just walk up on that image, right? The tendency to punish over perceived political slights, or what look like perceived political slights from a national point of view, I don't think are very healthy to the government and the Constitution. It shows that the rules don't really apply when the elites and the participants of government stop believing that the rules apply. Then they do weird, strange shit that ends in some sort of dictatorial, fascistic kind of end. You can play the game, but you can't play the game so hard you break it. And it's definitely possible to break the Constitution. And selectively applying it is exactly one of the ways in history in which those things then become null and void.
The Constitution is turning 250 years old this year, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think so far, if I'm tracking correctly, Ann and Achik are the only ones who think that this is a good thing. And he should
100% is a good thing. Marshall doesn't.
Achik, Oh yeah, Alan left the room though. I have a question for you. If you believe this is deserving of adjudication, what do you suppose the punishment should be?
I don't know what the punishment should be, but obviously a grand jury of the citizens in DC, a liberal city, where you have no chance as a conservative, in DC, was the one that educated this. Why the hell did you not mention it the whole entire time? He got indicted in DC, Washington, D.C., with his fellow.
Yes, because that's where the Justice Department files its claims.
You don't have a fact for it. No, stop talking.
So wait a minute, you don't have a position on
there's a reason they did it in D.C., and I don't know what the punishment should be, but they should make an example out of Comey, because what they did to President Trump should never happen to another president, or should never happen to another person ever. They went through.
Literally, we had a grand jury indict Trump in Georgia, and people cheered it on and argued against it.
1 second, bro.
They said it was the same fucking guy said it's impractical.
Wait a second. These people in J6 killed themselves, Brad. What part of that don't you fucking get?
So, do you generally?
They went after them for fucking nonsense and absolute terrible things.
So the answer is to violate the Constitution further?
And right now, you have Comey.
He's not going to be movable on
that. No,
there's no point in addressing it. Listen,
hold on. Slow down a little bit. jury in fucking DC.
Okay.
He was a grand jury in fucking Alabama. I'd be like, oh, maybe it's terrible. Like, it's not the best thing ever. But he was a grand jury in fucking Washington, D.C. Even his own peers told he's fucking, they need a trial to happen to him. Fuck that guy.
Listen, grand juries can indict a ham sandwich. Have you ever heard that American saying, H.A.?
Hang on a second. Okay. So let me make sure I'm following the logic here. Okay. Based on the lawfare and the misbehavior of the previous administration in the direction of conservatives, you think the solution to that problem is to take a bigger bite of that apple to make that point, right? We're in a bar fight.
No.
I've picked up a pool stick, and your solution is to pick up a pool stick, and you think
No. I don't want a pool stick. I don't want terrible things to happen. I just want certain people to be held accountable. One of them is Jim Comey. He's one of the worst of the worst.
Okay, but Achik, the question that I'm trying to ask you here is: you think this is what will stop this? This will put an end to all the madness if we make an example out of James Comey.
Because they're gonna feel
Achik, you're gonna have a really hard time responding to my proposition in when it's not in its totality. Yeah.
I just want to say, I want to make Jim Comey an example. Everybody else, I don't really give a fuck about.
Well, right. Presumably, you want an example of them because you're under the impression that this is going to cease this behavior from the other side.
Yes, it is going to cease behavior because they have to know there's fucking consequences for their actions. You know, when you're like a kid,
I think that's
you don't have any
speaking like a kid. I think that's a tremendously naive position. You think that the left isn't going to turn around? You think the left isn't going to turn around?
Every single person that is a Democrat there, you want them to do the exact same thing as they do the conservatives? Why the hell did you think President Biden pardoned people from
what makes you think they won't do it to conservatives?
I don't want that.
This is
all I want. Wait a second, Brad.
No, you keep babbling on and saying fucking weird shit. January 6th had nothing to do with it. You argued on January 6th that Trump saying we gotta go fight like hell was free speech and incite the riot. And now you're going to say this has to do with it. No, you don't stop talking. You're a fucking moron that comments on public fucking policies in the United States without understanding.
Brad, can we make a polite recommendation? Brad, can we make a polite recommendation? Let's not interrupt Achik while he's reestablishing.
Fucking stuttering gooseneck, fucking Frankenstein sounding motherfucker.
Right, all I want is for this bullshit to fucking end. That's it. And that's
you don't live here.
Brad, I don't give a damn, bro.
Let's let him live.
Fucking hey, go back to Somalia and fight for your own democracy.
Let's not let him land.
Nah, bro. Fucking hell. All I want is for this bullshit to fucking end. Finally, Just let. And one of the best to let it end, Jim Comey, the trial of fees. I don't think Jim Comey is going to go to jail. I don't think he's going to go to prison. I don't think he's going to spend any time with that. But they have to know that they can't do that in the future or everybody else. And that's it, really. That's all I was trying to say for like the last 10 fucking seconds. But you won't shut the fuck up.
Achik, help me understand how indicting Comey prevents this from happening all over again in the reverse when Democrats take power again.
It doesn't, and that's the problem.
So you want to make an example of somebody in hopes to prevent this sort of behavior from perpetuating, rather than just deciding,
I know.
Hey, why don't we Achik, brother, look, okay. So you can accuse me of mod abusing all you like, but that's about the 11th time that you interrupted me in the middle of a sentence that I waited until you were done to start. Okay, I've yielded to you more than half a dozen times at this point.
Hi, Monica.
I think, as the kids say, you need to calm your fucking tits. All right. Yeah, when you say I want to make an example of somebody to accomplish a goal and then immediately say you don't expect to accomplish that goal, all the while the thing that you're putting at risk, the chips you're pressing onto the table and saying I'm all in, is the Constitution of the United States. And that's just preposterous.
Stilgard, the issue I have is that we all stood, well, maybe not you, maybe some other people said it incited a riot, but Trump's words, we got to go to the Capitol and fight like hell. That phrase alone was weaponized. And dipshits like that guy sat there and said, it's free speech, it's free speech, it can't be taken literally. He didn't mean it. The context matters. You can't prove that he meant to incite an insurrection. It's not an insurrection. And I agree, it was protected free speech. It didn't mean to go up there and like hang the fucking members of the House. It didn't mean to go up there and do anything. It didn't mean to go break into the doors and invade the Capitol, destroy it, shit on fucking desks, take computers, take things that really shouldn't, even if you broke in, shouldn't have done it. It also didn't mean that, hey, we should violate constitutional rights. There's a multitude of issues that happened on January 6th. Fucking beating the shit out of a fucking Capitol police officer with the American flag pole is not fucking free speech. And I don't give a fuck if that retard killed himself. I don't give a fuck if he did it. He deserved it. Because again, he violated not only the sanctity of our Constitution, but decided that he was going to go attack the government and beat some poor schmuck who makes 35 fucking K a year, who is just sitting there trying to say, hey, you can't come in here and trash the fucking Capitol building. But he beat him with the American flag, which really pisses me off to begin with. But now I have to worry with some stupid weird argument from some fucking foreigner who doesn't understand how our government works. That now you want me to sit there and say, I gotta feel sorry for him and that we should forgive him. It's dumb. It's dumb. No. You talked enough. So this whole idea that now I have to codify that, oh yes, James Comey should go, then by same mention, you would have to literally, you'd have to prosecute Donald Trump. You'd have to put him in jail. Whatever the consequences were of fucking Comey out of this, if you manage to even get it there, would be the same for Donald Trump. It would be the same for fucking Mark Levin, who's it, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, fucking, what's his name? The guy who says frogs are gay all the time. All of these guys. Yeah, you would have to say Charlie
It's an eye for an eye argument, and that's the problem. The civilized world doesn't handle their problems that way. So,
no,
I mean,
it's either the rule of law or we don't have law.
But Brad, the problem here is we've described our position ad nauseum. It's not going to move him. I think when he's saying things like, I want to make an example of him, but I also expect nothing to change and the Democrats to perpetuate the exact same behavior, I think he's invalidated his own argument without the need.
I agree with you. But what pisses me off is when we have foreigners come in here and they don't live here, they don't fucking pay taxes to us, they don't contribute anything to the American society, and then they sit there and tell us how we need to actually
But again, the tit for tat thing isn't fun. Like, we could do the dinner for schmucks thing at any point, and calling him a retard, no matter how retarded I think he is, isn't going to move the conversation forward.
I agree, but again, we shouldn't let foreigners who don't live or partake in our governance or our country actually comment on how we should run our laws when clearly they have their own issues in their own fucking country, and when we talk about that, they lose a gasket on it.
The problem there, bro, is you're running headlong to an authority argument.
You really think it's so hard to come
he can't have an opinion.
All I
He
gotta
certainly
do
doesn't have
is
influence.
have a flight ticket to fucking Alabama, and I'm an American.
Of course he can have an opinion, but it's a really annoying and ill-informed one, and one which bears, no matter what his opinion is, doesn't really affect his life. He's commenting on stuff that affect our lives, which I guess is fine, right? Like, he's entitled to it because he's on a fucking audio app and I can't stop him. But it is a little bit insulting to have somebody who is governed by different rules advocate for the essentially ripping apart of your own system because from across the ocean, he thinks that we just don't have a spine. Right? There's something about that is belittling, it's condescending, it presumes that they get this opinion without any pushback, and from what I've seen of H-Check, most of his opinion is rather anti-intellectual. It's all feelings based.
Okay, but
right?
how about this? So I guess the unpopular opinion. So I agree that I think that these charges are validated, and I think we had a group of our peers vote on this for him to be indicted. So like jury duty, a group of our peers voted for him to be indicted. So then they did due process, right? So like.
And it wasn't that, and I agree with you. That yes, there's a grand jury. It's a similar response that was done to Donald Trump when we said, "Hey, this grand jury, you can indict a ham sandwich."
Yeah.
And they got it. They shopped it, and they did that whole thing. Same thing in New York City. They got it. They got their little indictment, and they got to go forward with it. And we all called it out. We said, "This is an abuse. Yeah. This is lawfare." If we decide at this moment to say, "Hey, this is our way we get our get back," instead of actually fighting the true fight, the moral fight, the Constitution, the rule of law fight, then we have just abandoned that we are, and now we're just a blur. We either have to have that framework now, even in the face right now of the most, like, whatever shit you want to, like Jimmy Kimmel saying that shit that the first lady looks great as a widow. Like, I hate that shit. That shit's like, and that really fucking twists me in a certain way as a personal level.
Yeah.
But the idea that I want to prosecute him? No, I do not want to abuse the law or weaponize it. Now, if he was in a bar and said that shit to my face, I'd punch him.
Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about
we were talking about the prosecution of James Comey and Jimmy Kimmel.
Can I do a reset, guys?
Investigated by FCC.
I want to abuse my powers. I want to abuse my powers because what I keep hearing is one person is talking and somebody keeps interrupting. You're not going to get your point across. And the whole point of these conversations is you're going to hear things you don't like. But wait till the person's done and then say, "Hey, can I speak?" And then say whatever you got to say. And I guarantee you that person is going to allow you the same respect. There's nothing more annoying than hearing 5 people talk. Please. So I just wanted to finish and wow, you just did it. Viking started talking, you interrupted him. Please, bro. So, and do you understand the point under what we actually have to do?
Yeah.
Do you agree or disagree with that stance, or do you still hold and say maybe this one's a little murky, we should let this go?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this one is a little murky and we should let it go. But I think that obviously the process that we went through was just us. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question at hand: is do you want to use Comey as an example? My opinion would just perpetuate this behavior into the next administration, and the one beyond that, and the one beyond that, and it turns into a race to the bottom. Or
because at its core, it's spiteful behavior.
Do you want to set the example of not perpetuating that behavior, looking at a pile of seashells on a beach and going, "This isn't a hill worth dying. Let's lean into the First Amendment. Let's lean into the principles we've been using to fight against this kind of behavior the entire time, and stand on our 2 feet and not get our panties in the knot over some seashell."
I'm torn.
What? So let me ask you a question, Anne. Why are you torn on this particular instance as opposed to, I don't know, a lot of people have said a lot of egregious, horrendous shit about Trump. Like, what's the hang up in understanding that, number one, like if you do even a little bit of research into the 86 and how the 86 is historically used the majority of the time, yes, in the context of FBI, DOJ, CIA, they will oftentimes use 86 as a means of meaning remove, but very rarely is it used in the terminology of kill or eliminate. It's often used as, remove. So,
Right.
and I mean, that's across the board. That's like across the board. More often, it's an abbreviation for remove, which is not necessarily an implication to kill. So when you take that into consideration,
right.
it's, yeah.
But I think, honestly, I think that Comey's a douchebag, so I think that I have like a hard time saying that. I think he's a complete and utter, like, despicable human, and like what he said.
But
so
you agree.
Beyond me.
Right. You agree, though, that, like, I don't know. I feel like as conservatives, we have a due diligence to protect free speech, even the fucking free speech we don't like.
Right.
Specifically the free speech we don't like.
Because otherwise, we have former law enforcement officers in Tennessee getting arrested and spending 39 days in jail on $2 million bond because they put up a meme of Trump that his town didn't like. And he will just be the first of many. Like, it's going to be a slow erosion of our First Amendment right if we sit here and bandwagon that, yeah, we think that this witch hunt for Comey is justified. The first indictment against Comey, at least that one had, like, some criminal merit to it. This one, none at all.
Not for 20 years.
I don't think it's just about that. I think it's about what it does to the rest of the government. It instills this incentive of tearing rather than building. Yes, in politics, as I can tell you very personally, you have to know when to knife a motherfucker, as the saying goes, and like when to build bridges. But we have done a very poor job in our country of building bridges over the last 15 or 20 years. We've done a pretty good job at ripping apart. One of the things I have learned in life is if you want to instill good behavior in something, the way to do it is by leading with good behavior and instilling better norms or rules in the agencies, like demanding hire the people that work for you. And that instills a much more professional, much more ethical workforce. But using the Justice Department to go after Comey
it's retaliatory. It's retaliatory judicial abuse.
and
the same way that they abused him with the judicial system, he's striking back.
I have a question.
Exactly. And the retaliatoriness, the thing that degrades is us all being equal in front of the eyes of the law. Because if they can do it to them, they wouldn't think twice about doing it to us.
They didn't think twice about doing it to us. It's a vicious circle.
Well, so this is what we're going to spend the next 10 years doing. Who took apples out of the basket and put oranges and took bananas and threw grapes. Like, this shit is stupid. Like, our president that we're paying should not be wasting fucking time talking about who television networks should be employing for their talent. Like, I'm sorry, this shit is stupid. Like, this was the same fucking president that time and time again complains about Joe Biden taking away jobs. Joe Biden's taking away jobs. Yet he is trying to get several hundred people in Los Angeles fired over a bad joke. Let that sink in for a second. Like, this shit is stupid. This is the same administration that has used Jet2 Holiday on their Instagram page to laugh about people getting deported. So don't you think that side was waiting to get their link back to say what the fuck they wanted to say about the man? Come on. Like, this is stupid. We have bigger issues to worry about.
I don't think anybody in this room really majorly disagrees with you. Ben, what were you going to ask?
Well, I'll just make this point. Like, I agree with the general sentiment that, yeah, obviously we have bigger fish to fry. Like, I also think that there's a difference between kind of going back to what Marshall was saying of using lawfare versus kind of what Adam is saying, which is going after free speech. Like, I think that there's a huge difference there. Like, if you're talking about doing ticky-tack files and using rules that are never ever used before, I think that that's very different than using the office of the president to go after your political opponents with actual no legal, like I think that there's a difference there, right? Like, I think the president going after Jimmy Kimmel, is it Fallon? Kimmel going after Jimmy Kimmel I think is like I think it's stupid. Like, I think the guy has free speech.
You're right, considering the solution is to put hundreds of people on government assistance when they lose their jobs. That is a stupid strategy for a president that wanted to put people back to work and criticize his predecessor for firing people, losing.
But with that being said, it's like, I'm struggling with what Marshall was saying, which is like, okay, because I'm looking at this and I'm going, okay, every single, and I'm not going to say it was Democrats first or Republicans first, every single fucking president, like, obviously there's a lot of shit that was done against Donald Trump. Like, there was a lot of lawfare and all of this kind of stuff. It's like, so what is the answer? Like, if you're a Republican in this country, what is the answer? Like, when it go low, you go high? Like, how has that worked out for Republicans, right? Like, wasn't that the reason that elected in 2016? Was like,
that doesn't mean you can't knife people privately. Man.
Sure,
it's just that the knifing won't be seen by anybody.
But the Democrats are not doing that. They're knifing people wide out in the open, and they're saying Democrats are daring you to break the rules.
But then,
do you not believe? Just because somebody's going to jump off a bridge.
But they're saying, like, every single time that Democrats are doing this, they're like, hey, look, like, it was political malfeasance. It was political malfeasance to call your political opponents racist, and then, like, the Democrats are like, yeah, we're just gonna go after fucking Mitt Romney and say, oh, dude, he wants to put y'all back in chains. Like, it was political malpractice. It wasn't politically, like, this wasn't, like, Democrats do this all the time, and then what, Republicans are supposed to sit on their hands and be like, no, we're the party of modesty. We're the that doesn't work in America.
But let me ask you a question. The point was brought up earlier, Mitch McConnell, and all of the shit that Mitch McConnell did using Democratic legislation to stack the Supreme Court in our favor and to predominantly have the Senate for, nearly 10 years or whatever. Do you not believe that right is right no matter what? I mean, you either believe that right is
the judge did talk about, the judge mentioned sovereign citizens there.
Christ, what I said earlier when you're not listening, I said, cite where Sean Carroll explains why these models are not arbitrarily finely tuned not to produce bullets in their brains. Okay, go ahead, explain that.
In order to get into politics, you have to be a power-hungry piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm Marshall. I'm sure you know lots of lovely people, public servants in politics. I'm saying in order to effectuate change on that level, then I'm saying, okay, so let's just take away the next executive order should be no more executive orders. Eventually, somebody's going to have to break this system and go, okay, it's a parent coming up and saying, you can't play nice with the toy, then I'm taking the toy away from you. If you can't play nice with the fucking power, then we're just going to take it away from you.
I actually don't have an issue with the fact of Trump going after his political opponents the way that he does, as long as he's doing so with the letter of the law. Like, what's good is good. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And does it make the country a better place? No, not necessarily. But the Democrats are going to continue beating you unless you get down in the mud and play dirty with them. Like, and if that's the way that this is going to break this system and finally restore, like, is it the best thing for the country? No. But, like, Republicans cannot continue to lose. And obviously they've done well recently, sure. But I'm saying that, like, it's stacking the Supreme Court, whatever. Okay, you're so desperate to interrupt me. I was going to say, don't even. Whatever. He's gone. But it's just that, like, I think that's the way. Like, yes, I'm also sick of the pendulum swinging back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's monotonous. I'm a moderate
But do
conservative.
you honestly? Okay, so you're all for Trump using the letter of the law to exact his judicial revenge, but over issues that threaten to strip us from our First Amendment rights, are you okay with that? Because I don't feel like that's what Trump is doing in this particular case with Comey. The original indictment on the collusion and shit, 10-4, I got you. That indictment was dismissed without prejudice. They could refile those charges. Instead, he chooses to go after the fucking seashell picture. Like, that's my problem, is leave the freaking free speech alone.
Again, I think it'll be adjudicated. Like, I haven't looked at the Comey indictment fully, so I'm speaking. I'm speaking with. I haven't read it personally, but like the Don Lemon thing as an example, like going after Don Lemon for that kind of shit. Like, I have no issue with that as long as.
Me either, but that was a violation of civil rights.
Sure,
It's entirely different.
Sure, but that's my point. Is like if you're going after free speech and just like coming out there and like, I don't know. I guess this is also a president who's been shot at a couple of times and had three separate attempts on his life, right? Like, I would be shocked if he wasn't upset about the entire. Like, obviously Melania is upset. Like, this is nuts. Like, we need to lower the temperature. I don't know that this lowers the temperature. But, like, something needs to fucking happen. This is crazy. And again, going after free speech is one thing. But, like, I don't know. If there's a legitimate indictment here, more power to you. Whatever.
Yeah, I think that's my problem, is I just don't think this is not the hill to die on. This is not where I want my tax dollars being spent. I'd rather my tax dollars being spent on something legitimate, criminally wrong that he did, and I'm just not sure that this meets that threshold in any way, shape, or form.
At this point, I'm not worried about my tax dollars, considering the bullshit that our tax money gets. Like, I've given up on my tax dollars. Let me put it that way. Like, I live in the state of Maine. My tax dollars. There's fucking potholes all over the street, and like tons of homeless people everywhere. Like, and I obviously know that's on a state level. But if you look at the gross, disgusting waste and amount of fraud that's in the
no doubt.
Then I'm like, okay, like these indictments are a drop in the bucket. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm also like, I don't really care.
Alrighty then, yeah.
I love that Alistair just said in the comments that the system is bankrupt, yet we employ 80,000 federal police officers. Yeah, that's what's breaking it. That's what's bankrupting the system. Come on.
I'm not saying that's what's bankrupting. I'm not saying that's what's bankrupting the system. I'm saying the system is bankrupt, and if we want to save money, we could fire maybe half of the FBI and just defer all those responsibilities to local police. We don't need all these federal agents. And in fact, the federal workforce is down 40% from when Trump took office, and that's because everybody just kicked rocks and said, fuck it, I'm going to retire. And they put their retirement paperwork in. We need competent people in these positions, and what we have is a bunch of left wokeists. In my opinion, we should purge the entire system, shut it all down, and put it all back up on one Palantir platform. You may not like that recommendation, but when $50 billion of your tax dollars are being defrauded in California through Medicaid, and the state only collects $50 billion in income, what's the fucking point? Shut it all down. It's completely corrupted. I rest my case, and I am complete.
We should disagree with all of that, which is crazy.
I mean, why do we need Medicare, Medicaid? Pay as you go. Oh, I got to go to the doctor. Okay, great. Now the government's going to pay for it. But we don't need this annual, quarterly, and annual budget billing system. We need pay as you go. The country's bankrupt. We need innovative financial transactions to help alleviate the stress. Hello?
Do you guys know this guy?
Hello?
Yes, this is John Kitover.
We know him like
For
that.
one,
I know him from other
three
rooms.
only.
He's the CIA operative. But when he's right, he's right.
Fucking Donald Trump ran against entitlement reform. Can we all remember that? Like in this last election,
He's right.
cycle, Nikki
He's
Haley
right.
and Ron DeSantis, like that was Donald Trump's line of attack. Was I'm not going to touch your Social Security, Medicare. Like that's what's bankrupting this country. It's
My wife called me lazy because I never do the things I say I would.
Or we spend the rest of the money on ourselves, which I think both of those combined help bankrupt the system.
Some Muslims are not that extreme, that they are moderate, where the fund
goes into a cave.
Everybody got so
there's
quiet.
sweeping through Egypt at this time.
let's just bring back
We just made too much sense, Ben. I guess discussion's over.
yeah, really.
No, because Ben, you know why I got quiet? Because Ben rules everybody. That's why.
So then I moved it.
Ben moved everybody without a mod thing.
Yeah, so I'm really good at spending magic.
Yeah. You probably mentioned somebody else.
I was wondering. He's drunk.
He is.
Oh, whatever.
He's drunk.
Oh, okay. Wednesday. It's Wednesday where he's at.
Wait. You know what's so terrible, Ben?
It's in the future.
He's Anthony Bourdain's portrait. Can you at least let him rest in peace? Choose another portrait of the picture. Because you're not Anthony Bourdain. You're full of shit. Change your PTR. You're not Anthony Bourdain. You will never be Anthony Bourdain. And you'll never be half the band as
Just check.
Just change your fucking PTR.
What are you drinking tonight, buddy?
That is a ruthless attack, I'll tell you.
Change your PTR before you talk to me.
What are you drinking?
And whenever you come up and I see Anthony Bourdain's picture, I'm like, oh, this must be a real guy.
Did you do a shaving? Is that what you did?
Terrible person. You know, one of the West.
Ben is wonderful. I love Ben. What are you talking about?
I like Ben as a person, but
I love Ben.
You like time honored tradition. You just hate me because of my PTR. That's amazing.
We're just dealing with
the first person to actually use PTR.
That's all we're dealing with.
Most people think I'm a middle-aged white guy.
Bro, I don't even give a shit what the fuck you are. Just change it from Anthony Bourdain and let the band rest in peace. I don't give a shit if you're blind, Mexican, if you're Kosovo, if you're Jewish, if you're Irish.
I don't want to
risk it. I give a shit how the fuck you look like. Just change your PTR because the second people look at you,
Oh, God. Okay.
Anthony Bourdain, he must be a good guy. But no, you're scum in half of the things that you think about. The rest
No, he's not.
Don't take a shovel. Don't take a shovel while he's digging.
No, but the thing is, it's terrible. I don't understand why he does that. You know, it's terrible. It's changes. It's a horrible thing he's doing.
I want peace. I want problems always.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want peace. I want problems always.
It's not my stance on politics. It's not my...
People like you actually make mistakes, you know?
Because of the Anthony Bourdain thing.
Serendipity and other people we can get along, but you...
I didn't move a slip.
Oh no, he's still up. I was going to say, I'm not touching him.
I had some popcorn for lunch. My hands are a little slippery. But I have something to propose. Do you think that it's okay to have somebody like that on national television that has millions of viewers to basically influence the public to want the president of America to die? You think that that's okay to teach our youth and the vulnerable, like the people that are very easily, I don't know how to say it, easy to sway, you know what I mean? Like in their position and it could lead, has anybody thought that this could lead to violence? They should indict Jimmy Kimmel along with Comey.
I have strong feelings about this.
Do I think he has a viewership and that he can be influential? Yes, I do. But this is kind of where that whole personal accountability thing comes in. I think that the way that you combat something like that is you raise your children to be critical thinkers. You raise your children to, investigate, ask questions, research, and to understand, not falling prey. Because the thing of it is, social influencers can be a lot more dangerous than just in the political violence realm. I mean, social influencers can impact girls and their self-esteem and their body positivity. Like, you could go down a list of ways where social influencers can be detrimental to the public's health. But you know what? They exist. And they exist in a country because we guarantee the right for people to have free speech. And even when it's fucking abominable, even when it's fucking disgusting, we live in a country that guarantees us the right to be able to do it. So the onus kind of falls on us. Like, we have to be capable of using our...
Yeah, well, that's what Donald Trump is doing when he's trying to prosecute Comey. He's using his freedom of speech. He's using the law to go against those who are lawbreakers. And if you don't like Donald Trump using the law, well, obviously you don't know what the fuck the law is. Hello?
No, but I'm talking about Kim over, but
hello.
But so I would agree with what you're saying, but I also agree that a lot of parents these days aren't raising their children. Social media is raising their children.
You're right.
And that becomes
shame on the
problematic.
parents. Shame on the parents.
Absolutely. Yeah. But then there has to be some type of responsibility where we have to take as humans to say, oh fuck, okay. We're allowing our children to be raised on iPads and iPhones and whatever, Androids, and television and Instagram and all that stuff. Should we have responsible speakers?
No, we should restrict social media. That's the obvious answer. I mean, like we have laws on cigarettes in this country. You got to be 18 or 21 in most places to buy cigarettes. Why do we have those laws in place? Because kids are not smart enough to make their own decisions, right? Like I agree with what you're saying, BB. Like I really, really do. But I think it has to come down to restriction of the social media companies. Like social media has been, I mean, we're talking about Jonathan Haidt earlier, and Monica and I think Serendipity, I think you were in the room as well. We're talking about Jonathan Haidt earlier. He's on this huge campaign at the moment about social media usage in kids. Like that has to be where this comes from.
Well, Ben, I think you touched on something that's so powerful, and I think it was so subtle that I don't think people really caught it. And then I would ask like people in the room, do people have a problem that there's an age restriction on smoking cigarettes?
No.
Yeah, of course I have a fucking problem with age restriction.
I check. Stop. It's annoying at this point.
You asked the fucking question.
No, I know, but it's like there's like alcohol involved with the answer. So hold on, because I think it's very important what Ben said, and I think it's if people don't have a problem with if people don't have a question. And the problem is you don't give simple answers. Sorry, bro. Just hold on for a second because there's something to be said about what Ben said.
Yeah, I wanna answer this for you.
Go ahead, dear.
Yes, I don't have a problem with there being age restrictions on smoking cigarettes. The thing of it is, it's a tangible good that you have to go to the store, you have to interact with a person to purchase and verify your identity. I think the problem comes in the virtual reality because there are too many ways to bypass verifying identity. You know, this kind of leads back to that Meta case that they just lost recently, Meta and was it Google? I think Google's the only other one that didn't settle. They just lost that case in California to that girl who essentially blamed her mental health issues on her social media addiction.
because somebody handed her an iPad at the age of 6 and she became addicted to YouTube. And by 11, she was addicted to Instagram. And, you know, she sued these companies, and generally they're protected by legislation that protects them from being liable due to content posted on their platforms. But the problem was they said that they didn't take enough actions to make the platforms safe to protect against children, like make them difficult for children to access. But when you have parents who are logging children in, creating accounts for them, bypassing all of the rules, I worry that this is a slippery slope again to curtailing our First Amendment right. And it's an entirely different ballgame when you're talking about virtual versus in person.
I think the restriction on purchasing of tobacco products is clearly not effectual, right? There was a dramatic decline in cigarette usage, but it basically tracks directly with the increase in vape usage. And now at this point, they're like Motorola's buying up companies who are developing vape detectors to be placed in like middle schools, right? There's a massive market for this. The private sector is running at full steam ahead to attack this problem. So the question is does this legislation do anything? And we've seen I think it was 5 or 6 years ago, something like that, we raised the age from 18 to 21. And now you have to be 21 to legally purchase cigarettes in this country, or any tobacco product for that matter. The sale of Zins and Snus and these sort of like nicotine pouches and vaporizers is at all-time highs amongst those under the age of 18. So it's clearly not having an effect.
Now, to follow up on that, do we think that there needs to be tougher laws on parents? Like, does the government need to step in and have more control over the children? Basically, because the parents aren't doing what they're supposed to do. Like, should the parents somehow be held to account?
The problem is as much as I'd like to see that, I don't think that would be effectual either. I think it's a cultural problem. It's a cultural problem that parents have now like outsourced 3/4 of their job to iPads, and they've kind of yielded to this blame everything around my child, not my child behavior. And I don't think there's any type of legislation that we can implement that would improve the quality of life writ large and also improve the condition of that issue. It would have to be tremendously authoritarian and make more victims of like putting parents in jail for their behavior to the point that the juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze.
So like in Canada, they introduced a bill a couple years ago. I think it was Bill C-81. Yeah, you have to have a look at this, where children are basically property of the ward, right? So of the state, and basically parents don't have any rights. So little Johnny goes to school one day, and I know it's going to sound like I'm going off like a course here, but I'm not, right?
No, I'm tracking. I think you're dead on.
Okay, so children go to school. Little Johnny goes to school, and he says, "Hey, I want boobies."
Yeah, I want to be a girl. Yeah,
I want to be a girl. He goes home and he says, "Daddy, Johnny, I want to have boobies." Daddy says, "Johnny, you're Johnny. You're a boy. Boys don't have fucking boobies. Smarten the fuck up and go back to school and be a boy." He goes back to school. He says, "My daddy says I can't have boobies." They can now legally remove that child from the home.
Yep.
Because they think that child is being endangered and they want to protect that child. So now the parents lose the rights of raising the children because they believe that the parents are endangering the child. And I think that has a lot to do with things like this, like the Jimmy Kimmel situation, the iPad situation, the smoking situation. But where's the line where it stops? Like, I think that there could be a happy medium, but I don't think it would stop. And I think it's a slippery slope, like what Serendipity was saying, and you were saying, that where does it stop? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the issue is when we want the government to use tweezers, all they have is a hammer. And if we put this kind of control in their hands, it's largely not going to improve conditions of what we set out to improve, and it's likely to worsen conditions elsewhere. And I just think, yeah, it's a recipe for disaster. Unfortunately, it feels like a more tenable solution than hoping the culture will change. But like, unfortunately, kids are going to have to die of popcorn lung, and, you know, we're going to have to allow them to suffer the consequences of sucking down vegetable glycerin by the gallon, and then something will change.
A couple of things, when the smoking age is raised to 21, less teenagers smoked, and I think that even though the number of vapors is increasing, I think the total teenage vapors is still lower than those that were smoking cigarettes before the age.
No, it's actually higher.
Well, the trouble is I think
Edie's right. The opposite right now. But,
maybe in America, sorry, I know in Canada it's a big problem.
Edie's right based on the statistics. What the problem is like, how do you account for the kids that are certainly hiding it from their parents, certainly aren't responding to these sorts of surveys? And if you look at the private sector, there's investment going into like anti-vaping technologies. I work with public schools in a security capacity, and the demand right now for the ability to identify and address the behavioral issue of vaping in schools is like the number one topic on everybody's mind. It's more important than school bus crashes. It's more important than school shootings at this point. And you go online right now and buy a 510 battery, which is like a commonly used variant of battery for vaporizers that looks like a fucking highlighter, right? Like, there's products being marketed to enable children to do this. There's products being marketed to prevent them from doing this. It's definitely a problem. Right. Cigarette use is naturally going to go down when the dramatic increase of vaping happens.
Right.
And the problem is, so sorry, Edie, because I'm in the space of vaping, and I know a lot about it, and it's a fucking huge problem because even in the States right now, I think there's only 2 or 3 vape products that are actually legal, FDA approved, right? All of these vapes that you guys see, like Craze, Aloe, they're illegal. But they're selling them like crazy.
So making laws changing the legal age doesn't seem to be the way to do it because manufacturers are still targeting these products.
No, the problem is that there's only one company or 2 companies that are manufacturing vapes in America. The rest are being manufactured in China, and they don't give a fuck what they're putting in it.
And so, but the ones that are legally doing it still will find a way to target younger people, even though it's not legal. They'll just say it's not for younger people, even though we're making it in bright colors and all this stuff, And then you have, stores are selling these things, just like with THC products. There's stores all over the place in states where it's not legal unless it's a dispensary, but they're still selling a THC product that, that they're not supposed to have because nobody does anything about it.
Well, look at Florida. They don't call it THC, they call it Delta 9.
Well, there's stuff that's actually labeled THC in stores. So I don't know how they
THC is an umbrella category of a bunch of different molecules. And what they're essentially doing is creating these loopholes in the law to circumnavigate certain rules and make these THC analogs that are then legal for sale in this gray market capacity. The problem here is I firmly believe that is like a direct result of what we see as the government.
Right. That's I think that's the point I'm getting to. The government. And when you talk about social media, so there's still kids still can't go to see like R-rated. I don't think they call them R anymore, but there's still restrictions.
No, they're still R-rated.
No, they're R-rated.
Just the cover, okay. But so I was like, well, then what's the problem with having that social media? But then the rest of us, adults and everybody, are going to have to put some sort of ID in when we log in, right? That's the only way to verify. Other than, unless they just say, are you 18 or over? Which obviously isn't going to verify unless you put some ID, which I don't think we want to do. Put an ID every time we log into social media. So the government trying to regulate these things, use the government to control these things, it's not a good solution. I don't think we want to keep giving the power to the government to do it. It has to come down to the parents. And although it's hard to do, that's the only way you're really going to do this.
But that's what I'm saying. Some of these things are not doing their job.
Some of these things are the fault of the government.
The parents need to start doing their fucking job because you don't want to rely on the government to do it because it's not going to work.
Some of these things are the direct fault of the government, and like the cannabis thing is, it makes the argument into these other categories insofar as if the government would do what the clearly overwhelming majority of the American populace wants, which is like federally legalized cannabis like Canada did, loopholes and workarounds, because unfortunately, some of these loopholes and workarounds are totally innocuous and they buy it at the head shop and they don't even get high and it's no big deal. Some of them are bath salts. Right?
Yeah.
Bath salts was the same thing. It was analogs of other compounds that were otherwise made illegal. This is like a problem of the government not appropriately regulating the market.
Can I interrupt? I hate to interrupt.
Is it marketing?
I just want to point out one thing. I want to bring everybody aware to the chat of the threat that I just got from a check. And I think that you guys should all be aware of this. BB, you're a wanker, and I hope you shit yourself in public. I think that's uncalled for. And I think we should all stand up against
aggressive shitting yourself in public.
Shitting yourself in public.
Yeah, we don't want that. That's going to affect
Yeah. So
I was just going to say, Stigler, are they marketing? Part of the problem is the marketing efforts are marketing towards kids, how the advertisements look. I mean, we have that problem in my industry. It's a big problem, and there's mass torts actions and big lawsuits that have been settled because the marketing is appealing to kids. And, you know, there's obviously
any marketing is appealing to a child.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter if it's geared to a 50-year-old.
I understand that.
Largely what we're getting at, though, is what we're saying.
Yeah, I mean, we have it in the gambling world. It's a big problem. And
the government's lack of action in terms of vaping leads to, like BB said, there's 2 or 3 vapes that exist in the country that are actually able to be legally sold, and the rest of them are operating in this weird gray marketplace. Crackdowns kind of ebb and flow at this.
But what does the packaging look like? Like, that's my question.
Packaging. Like people
what I'm saying, Abby, is that's what's incentivizing the sale of these products in these gray markets, making them more easily accessible to these kids.
So
right, and they look attractive to even
I was talking a minute ago about a vape battery that you can buy on Amazon that looks like a highlighter. It looks a 1-to-1 highlighter.
How long are you guys going to go on about vapes? Because we haven't even gotten to COVID-19 injections, you know, for all these youth. I mean, that Pfizer, Coca-Cola brand push. Wow, what an incredible marketing. You know, Moderna, J&J. Oh, wow.
But I think there's a misconception where people are thinking that the packaging is what attracts children. It's not. It's the flavors. It's the thing. You can get strawberry.
I have a genuine question. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, you added kerosene to cornflakes, and obviously nobody's actually going to do that. But there are consumer protection laws. I asked this as a genuine question. I don't have an answer to this, but like you know, you see this RFK Jr. is doing a bunch of shit where he's saying you can't have all of these harmful chemicals in our food, which is like, that should be like, well, no shit. But like, I ask you this genuine, is there any recourse for that to say, hey, these chemicals are really, really harmful and you just can't sell this in this country because this shit is just really.
The problem is the chemicals aren't harmful until they get heated.
Okay. So,
and then it changes the molecular structure, and that's where the chemicals that are in vapes, they only become harmful once they ignite, like once they get on the heat, the battery heats it, and it turns into the vapor. That's where the poison comes into effect. Before
and that's the earlier point. The whole vape market was a niche market. There was a kind of a nice little cottage industry of mom and pop shops popping up, and people who wanted to be into the vaping thing had to like wind their own coils and make their own canisters and like build these vaporizers, and they were largely like purchasing the vape juices domestically, and it was made here. Go into any gas station within a 5-mile radius of
now that's treating the ball numbers as like constant values for universes you might find yourself in, and then there's less of them in the natural state, right? Which is a crude analogy because it's actually like way more complicated than that, but like it makes the point.
I mean, I have this thing in my Islam essay, which is just, I have it be numbers drawn on a piece of paper, drawn out of a hat. So I also have the hat argument now, but anyway, it's just the fine-tuning argument for God. Oh, sorry, for atheism.
No, we should call it the stepping in the buckets argument. And stepping in the bucket is a thing from baseball where you, instead of stepping towards the plate with your lead foot, you step away from the plate. Thank you.
Do you guys mind if we just quickly, Deepak, can you just cover, because I don't know how much time I have, can you just tell me what happened with your resolution with Zelini?
I mean, I actually, you asked, I messaged you. I mean, you asked the question, like, on that, I can answer that.
Okay, but I mean, can you tell me, since I don't know how to read?
Well, yeah, it's like, he just thinks that, like, a boy's going to get him thinking that, a bit, okay. Like, he just thinks that, like, a Bayesian sort of analysis of epistemology is, like, not the right way to, like, describe the majority of situations, even mundane ones. I mean, partly it's based on, mostly it's just based on the fact that that doesn't actually describe how people update their beliefs, right?
But they do. But they do.
Well, I mean, that's not actually a super crazy thing to think, to be honest with you. That, like, people are not, like, perfect Bayesian machines, and we don't actually typically think exactly like that.
Well, there's a difference between being a perfect Bayesian machine and, like, doing the sort of belief update that roughly corresponds with, like, Bayesianism by analogy, right? And I think there are times when people don't even do that, right? Like when, like, like all these cognitive biases, like, the librarian example and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. People are irrational all the time, so it's hard to say.
Right.
So, like, the thing is, like, typically you want to say it's a model of, like, ideal reasoning or something,
Right, and Zeleny thinks that that's actually, there's no fact of the matter about, like, maybe I'm being too strong and not even what he's saying, but maybe that's...
He's probably correct. I probably agree.
Bro, I'm gonna bring it back up. Whatchamacallit? Yeah, I saw that God Logic one today. I thought that was pretty funny.
He just did one like 2 minutes ago. The Muslims are running, and the Muslim was begging for mercy, and his mods kicked the God Logic off. They were trying to save the guy.
I saw that one too, and he was like, "Man, you agree with what I'm saying to you about." But yo, I was thinking about that verse.
The Muslim was trying to say that he was uncreated. He was a thought, and so he was uncreated.
Hello, moderators.
He was trying to say he was.
I'm gonna take a nap. Sorry,
Good evening, moderators. I'm wondering if anyone could be kind enough to read the text in my PTR. Thank you.
Okay. The quest of the Holy Grail, the search for the stone of the philosophers, by whatever name we choose to call the great work, is therefore endless. Success only opens up new avenues of brilliant possibilities. Yeah, verily and amen. The task is tireless and its joys without bounds. For the whole universe and all that is in it, that in it is, what is it but the infinite playground of the crowned and conquering child, of the insatiable, the innocent, the ever-rejoicing heir of space and eternity, whose name is man, I guess. Okay. All right, dog. Cool. I hope I read it as best I could. I need it.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, we sit here and we talk about the GOD all the time, but man in itself is quite remarkable. I mean, we're fully automated. It only takes a man and a woman to bust a nut and have a great orgasm. I mean, look at Bart. He's got 4 incredible children that he loves with his heart.
You already forgot about the golden calf.
It's too early to have him in the room. He's just gonna kill the room. So, but later on, you can come up later on.
He's trying to acknowledge the creation, but not the creator. That's what got them wrong in the first place.
Too early in the room to have him. It's good, like, when the room dying out.
Bro, Megatron, Alistair is actually pretty cool. You're the one that's ruined the room. You kicked me down because I disagree with you.
You being personal.
No, you are. You're being very vindictive.
No, you're being disrespectful. So the
I think they're about to get weird.
If anything, you guys will be sitting together. That's why I'm behaving myself.
Wait, because I'm scared because somebody's got a green beam? Like, I give a fuck if you're going to kick me out of the room?
I'm not going to kick you out.
Bro, you are...
Here's the other thing. Here's how it started, and I think this is also a more reasonable question to ask.
is like, let's say there's a claim and you use it to like update your beliefs, right? Like, what is it that's really doing the work, quote unquote, right? Is it the claim itself or the background information that like gives you the, you know, the reliability for the claim?
Yeah, I've explained that point to Deepak because you can just say, look, the claim in this context is like a piece of data of like, it's an observation that somebody is like testifying to you or something, or they're assenting to something or whatever. So it's like, the data is like an observation of a person doing this, and the idea is like, okay, you can tell me what my background is, right? Like, I could be like, in this kind of context, people are usually honest. That's just like an easy one, like you could come up with other ones that would also make it happen.
Moderators, I'm just wondering, I know you guys will go on forever, so I'll have to just speak up. I'm wondering if somebody could read my PTR. Hello?
So, Jesus Christ. So you have that in your background, right? Before you get a claim, right? So you haven't made this observation yet of a person, testifying to something.
I never killed one Kurd.
But you killed the Shias, right?
More than I got fingers and toes.
And they let you live and suffer life like
they have a $50,000 fucking price tag on my head.
They let you live because you suffer like a pig.
I suffer like what kind of pig?
Like the pig you
want to throw your pearls at me?
So you granted them a martyrdom, right? Heaven, but they granted you hell and fire and suffering.
Dude, I was the medic.
That's why you sound like a fucking devil here.
Yo, he has like the best rage debate, I'm telling you.
And as a result of that,
right, bro. I mean, like, dude, I'm a Georgia boy. You shoot at me, I'm gonna shoot at you. But like, I never went there to hurt anybody. I went there to be a medic. Like, it's not my fault you turned me into the old me.
You're not shit, bro. Don't talk to me.
No, I mean, I'm not shit because God is great and I made myself small.
What are you telling people if you're a medic?
Because I had a gun and people were shooting at me.
What kind of gun did you have?
An M4, a 249, 12 gauge, and an M9.
What are you doing with a 12
gauge? Is the shit. Got it?
Dude, when I wore my full battle rattle, I was 130 pounds heavy. But I would do 12 miles and on a 6-hour dismount. Like we would just walk through the city.
Yeah, I'm
sitting indoors, knocking, hard knocking, running the shit out of shit.
Right now, I'm skinny as fuck and I weigh 195 pounds.
I'm 155 pounds and I don't really give a crap.
That's not big. PCR that shit.
Bro, you act like I won't smoke a joint in your fucking face.
Why didn't you have a Smith & Wesson? You said you're a Georgia boy.
Because I prefer my Berettas. Like, dude, I am a Georgia boy. I have my own gun range in my own backyard. Like, dude, it's 8:30 right now, right? What if I go like 1, 2, 3?
Should we deploy the FBI? What the fuck is this?
Yeah. I love Jesus.
I love you, dude.
Why don't you recite a surah and then shoot at the gun?
I think it's when you kill Sunnis, you're allowed to have a gun in your ass in case they try to kill you back. That's gangsta.
Yeah, I told you, my friends are.
He's my friend. He's not your friend.
He's been a friend for years on this app. You just met him.
Oh, you haven't? No, you
yes, I have.
I've been on here for 5 years. Everybody knows who Doc is.
Oh yeah, what up, Doc?
I can be drunk and retarded, or I can be really sober like I am now and tell you you're full of fucking shit.
No, you're not. You're not going to be shooting it in front of my door.
Dude, if I wanted to get rid of you, I wouldn't even, get anywhere near your door.
Oh, Megatron is a friend. All right, you two should be friends.
Well, I'm not trying to pee on his leg and tell him it's raining.
I get that. But you guys are like the same, cut from the same cloth. You're just a southern version. He's northern.
Well, that might be the inherent difference. Or a vast difference, because I'm a man and
Good, how are you? Nice to meet you. But yeah, so like the progressive elites of the last 100 years are a group of boxes who basically took over from the old American Christian wasps, essentially, and then became the new leaders of America through democracy and infiltration.
Makes sense. Well, I like how you compare current CEOs to like aristocrats and kings. I mean, that's what they are, kind of thing.
Right.
Their corporate structure.
Right. They're just a group of free market aristocrats, right? Where they have a lot of power and influence, but they have no obligation to their own country, their own people. They just have obligation to their own family capital, essentially, right? And to their corporation.
Right.
So now all the aristocrats, merchant class, and middle class owe no loyalty to their own country. And we have globalist capitalists, globalist finance, but we also have globalist consumers who want to buy cheap goods from China, right?
How are you going? Hello?
Hello.
Are you Christian, guys? Are you Christians?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Yeah, why Jesus got crucified?
Jesus got crucified because the Jewish people were waiting for a Messiah, and Jesus said in certain terms that he was the Messiah, and the Jews didn't like that, and they were given a choice by Pontius Pilate, who was the Roman governor, and they said, would you rather crucify a criminal named Barbarus, who was a murderer, a rapist, and a thief, or would you rather crucify a person claiming to be God who was trying to create social change in the Near East?
He got crucified.
And they chose. All right, Ahmed, I'll see you later.
Wait, can I ask?
Losers.
No, he's gone. You can wave him. You can add him and wave him if you want. But I don't really talk to retards. So.
That was nice answer. I mean, we're getting there.
There are different ways to see the figure of Christ. One of the things he was trying to do is bring back the custom of the Jubilee, where you forgive the debts of the lower classes that Jews used to practice, but started practicing less more with the Pharisees. And, the Lord's Prayer is forgive the debts of those who owe money to you as if you would like to have your debts forgiven. But a lot of modern Christians changed that word from debt to sin. And they kind of missed the mark on that. So I would say a lot of Christians aren't really Christians. They're subverted Christians.
So what you're trying to say when people say Jesus died for our sins, it's Jesus died for our debt?
Our debt, correct. What about you?
But I think that makes even less sense than like sins. Or maybe because I've heard it so many times.
Right, correct. I get where you're coming from, but like it's not just sins that he died for. It's also like debt and because the forgiveness of debts is what prevents indentured permanent servitude of your family for the next 1,000 years or 500 years. And the jubilee that the Jews practice is what was a way of preventing their own people from becoming permanent indentured servants. Whereas liberals think that there's nothing wrong with permanent indentured servitude.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the same concept in Islam there is for it with regards to interest. That is why
that came from like Christianity and Judaism and Sumer and Babylon way before Islam even existed.
Wherein interest was forbidden.
Yeah, no, too much interest was forbidden, but instead of giving people money and welfare, what they did
Voters of the 16th district, this is John.
Sumer, right, which is one of the oldest civilizations. You can see this in all the Near East derivative like civilizations like Babylon and so many different groups of people in that region before the Jews.
But Jews, I think they practice a lot of what is it called? The practice of interest, usury or something.
Right? But that's when they more came to that developed more when they became a minority of the Romans and then came into Europe, right? And there weren't that many jobs for them to go into, so then they went into usury. Yeah. But the Catholic Church historically were against usury until they weren't, and until they weren't the power structure of Europe. And the Catholics are the last Christians to practice the Jubilee, actually, historically.
What is the Jubilee?
The Jubilee is the forgiveness of debt of the lower productive farming class so that they wouldn't be in permanent indentured servitude.
But how can a church forgive the debts of farmers when the debts are with the banks?
Well, because in those times the church had a lot more influence, so they could. And then in historical Sumer, let's go back to pre-Christianity and pre-Judaism. How did ancient Near East societies practice debt forgiveness? There was two types. One was that every time there was a new coronation of a king, he would forgive the debts. And because the debts were taken, like let's say you were a poor farmer and your tools broke and you're a poor farmer, so you can't buy it, right? You would go to a local temple, which is the religious, or you would go to the king and the king's state and ask for a loan. Okay, and over a period of time, those loans would stack up, but you were still able to produce wheat productively because you got those loans. So every 7 years, or whenever a new king was coronated, all those debts would be forgiven, and you would have a clean slate again. And then every 50 years, the king and the religious temples would redistribute all the land in their society so that people could go back to their homeland and then allow for the free market again. And over those 50 years, the best farmers and the richest farmers would eventually have most of the land again. And this was a way to reset the system every 7 to 50 years so that you wouldn't have permanent indentured servitude of like 3 to 4 or 5 generations of people being indentured servants to the same rich people.
So it was before Christianity, you're saying?
Yes, it was before, and then it was during Judaism, and then it was also during Christianity. The Catholic Church did have jubilees in the Middle Ages, actually, but they kept the practice going as a structure.
So you don't believe in the whole idea of Jesus died for our sins? Like if a Christian commits, say, a lot of crimes, say Hitler, and he's a practicing Christian, he won't go to heaven just because
there's an element of that. Yeah, there is an element of that. but it depends how you interpret it. Does that mean that your job is to never commit sin? Probably not, because we are fallen and only Jesus is sinless. So from my perspective, it's normal for humans to commit sin, but you should repent as a Christian and you should try to do better. But I don't expect everyone to be able to become Jesus Christ on earth.
Yeah, but say somebody rapes a little kid and then they die. So they, according to you, they'll go to heaven because they're a Christian.
That's where I'm like a little bit unsure. I don't know if it's just a belief in Christ or repenting of your sins and then trying to be a better person in this material life before you get to heaven, right? And trying to actually change your life for the better. I think that process is what makes you Christian.
And what is the concept of repentance in Christianity?
Repentance is asking for forgiveness, understanding that what you did was not a good thing, that it was bad, and that you should try to change your life so that you no longer live in that type of lifestyle.
So it's not going to a confession.
That is part of that. Yeah, like that is part of it. The confessional is part of repentance, right?
So this couple, they like constantly like fighting all
So
the
what
time.
if Jesus died for your sins? Then what is the point of
She
repentance?
chases him around town. He keeps screaming at her. It's like a fucking comedy routine.
Because
I put him on YouTube last year. There they are again, getting in the same fight. He's leaving. He's like, she just cries and chases him. Why are you doing this? Why are you leaving me alone? It's so crazy. Alright, everybody, this is my garden here. In Chicago, this one's dead.
So as long as you're
Amazon
trying,
fail,
there is
Amazon
some
fail.
action.
This little guy here is sprouting up quite nicely.
That you are becoming a little bit more like Christ.
We're gonna try to put it in a different.
But you think Christ is God, right?
Holder, see how big we can get it to grow.
So you're becoming like
There's
God.
another little succulent.
I mean,
These are all succulents. Our succulents over here.
That why all religions worship their
You can't
gods, so
believe
that
it.
you are more like them than
And there's
No,
only
I
social
don't
media.
think so. Not all
Are
religions.
they still fighting?
not all religions, but I would say that having this idea of a God above you,
he's like, I'm gonna punch you in the face.
From your perspective as an Indian,
I don't know.
No, I'm
just
not a
Hindu. Call it a day. Like, why does the man have to like also add to the drama? Can anyone explain that to me? Like, isn't that kind of
represent a greater idea.
Maybe he just doesn't like women or something. Maybe he doesn't like hot young chicks that are just like crying and want to just bang up. And he's like, I'm gonna punch you in the face if you keep talking to me. Stop talking to me, God.
You could have Indian gods that
Alright, everybody, we're going to the front of the house. See if we can capture
fertility gods, but
from
you
another
guys have
angle. I think he
fertility
may.
gods.
I told you I'm not a Hindu. I have no idea. I'm a Muslim. So, but I mean, we worship God just to like thank God or whatever, right? And just to worship Him, to let Him know that we are His servants and whatnot. Also, it helps. So there's this saying which roughly goes as praying is like keeping the cloth of faith clean. If you don't pray, the cloth gets dirtier and dirtier.
Yeah, so I don't understand what you don't understand about Christianity when it's similar in that respect.
No, I mean we can't be godlike. I mean that's like the more the biggest sin that you could ever do is try to be godlike or something.
I would argue that if you truly believe God, you should protect the commandment as much as humanly possible. You should be as dirty as humanly possible. You should be as disrespectful as humanly possible. But I don't think you would argue that, which means you more agree with me than you don't, ironically.
No, but following the commandment.
Possible, you should, excuse me, you should murder as humanly possible. But I don't see Muslims advocating for that either, right? Except in certain.
But following the commandments doesn't make you.
Wait, can you just agree with me like on that, or can you disagree with me on that point? Like, is the point of life to be as sinful, to be as horrible of a human being as humanly possible?
I had to figure out whether her vitals,
or we can't,
whether she was really going through something.
a greater,
I gave her a little bit of aspirin. Actually, I gave her an Excedrin, which is half.
Can you repeat what you're saying? I'm sorry, your accent. Just.
So, do you think the point of life is to be as murderous and rapist as humanly possible? To lie as
No, of course not. No.
Okay, then you are trying to be better as a fallen creature, actually. So you do agree with me, actually, that even though you say you disagree with me, actually you agree with me more than you think.
But what do you mean by a fallen creature?
People who can't be perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really not interested in having a debate about Islam and Christianity, to be honest with you.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. The guy, whoever.
Read about it. Go read. There's like thousands of books on Christianity and analysis and all this stuff. You can go read those books.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Don't get hyper. It's all.
Yeah, it's all right. Exactly. So, go read. Yeah.
Hi, Gio. How is everyone?
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
So, yeah, long time no see.
Hi, Marsha. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Samia.
What's the topic here? We're talking about Christianity, Gio?
Yeah, PPL wanted to interrogate Christianity.
No, I was just trying to understand what he was saying. The last guy that was here, he asked a question and then Gio was answering, so I just went off of that.
Yeah, hello everyone. Do you have any topics you want to talk about, Samia?
I was in a room where we were having, it was like Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and it was like an interfaith conversation, and it's the style of talking I think offends people, because in Islam we have like da'wah, and some people find it annoying because it's like a bit Jehovah's Witness, so it's like some Muslims will come across defensive because I don't know, the religion's under attack, but it's like I think it's hard to talk to people when they're like that, right? Like, what do you guys think from outside?
And you just witnessed with the FBI. I think discussion between different faiths is kind of retarded. You pick a religion and then you practice it. And then you shall see the fruits of your religion over time, right?
Yeah, it's tricky. I think with like Islamophobia or you get what I mean, where it turns into
but a Christian civilization should be Islamophobic, just like Islamic society should be Christianophobic, right?
Oh, they are.
That's normal, right? Like the people who think that we can all live in harmony. Look at the history of the Middle East, right? The Muslims conquer, right, all the Christian regions, right? Christian Syria, Christian Egypt, on and on and on. The Balkan areas. Did they debate? Did they convert?
Those aren't super difficult to find quality. The reason or what is happening, the phenomena to study, I think, is misinformation. The internet and social media. It was brewing during the Obama times, right? All of this misinformation was building up, and it was right by the time Trump came. But there could have been other crazy motherfuckers, like just as crazy as Trump, who have been also come into place. So again, it's not. I don't think there's nothing really special about him.
I do think there's something special about him. I think in 2016, that should have been George Bush and Trump, the advantage Trump had was that field was massive, and he had 20% air. And so it was very interesting. Which direction you're in? One of the moments in the primary was so interesting was in case it just is critiquing on something, and he just pulls it out his cool numbers out of his pocket. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Crumble a piece of paper and says, you know what? Okay, this is why I'm like in the middle of the stage, okay? And Kasich is down there at like 2%, I'm at like 20. And he's at like 2. That was the only time I've seen him as a candidate explain to people that your place on the stage is related to where you are.
No, I would speak honestly.
And I think he would have expected less. Again, if it was a 3-man race,
I pledge my banners to renew it.
He's never done that.
I will never serve the youth service or the welfare town. But there are battles to be
the other thing he did at times, which I think was, you know, so basically, I mean, the reason he was to buy,
you have mustered an army in your aspect, which turning aside from our judgment and taking a course by myself in reckless.
The second thing is,
for good or ill,
people wanted disruption.
You are a leader of men.
Until
you
they
declare yourself,
and COVID, everyone's
for you. They never took you for that term.
They panicked. And so, you know, knowing COVID,
Nearest intentions are good, but what we need in this moment,
they wanted
is a king.
disruption again. And I think that's why, I mean, the
May I have a word
ran
right?
two very, very capable people. And Harris. Both were capable people. But people didn't want capability. They wanted disruption. And that's why he's, you know, that's why he's won.
Well, that's you kind of making my point for me in terms of the time makes the man, and where Trump has an undeniable genius is he understands the attention economy. And
Chris Hayes, buddy. Chris Hayes.
No. And like, people at the time, like people trying to rationalize like Trump winning and say that he would have destroyed Jeb Bush and Ted Cruz easily. The reason he won is because he won on lies and rage, right? And he would have won with 3, 2, or 10 Republicans. And that is why he's willing to. That's why he's able to win versus other ones. People are not willing to say the crazy shit that he says, and he is. That's the advantage that he has. Don't rationalize. There is a really good reason why people voted for him.
Carlos, isn't that kind of what I'm saying, though, is the attention economy. He understood the old paradigm of how you run to be president could be ripped up, to Scott's point. I'm in the middle of the stage. I have got 20%. In effect, you're an idiot. You're a nobody. You're on 2%. You're at the end. Like, no person running for president would have ever said such a thing. He understood how you run to get. He could say that. And it would garner him more press. And also to Scott's point, I'm a traditional reader of that primary, and I think Scott's right. There were 10 potential Republican nominees running in that primary, and as I remember it, when he was winning in a crowded field, he was only getting about 30% of the vote.
He came into that primary with 20%. Into 20, but the field was so big that's all he needed, and his media attention and all the media kissed his ass, and you know, it was so interesting. I mean, I remember Joe Scarborough and Nina Brzezinski. They had that guy on camera, and at one point he said, "You guys have been like supporters," and Mia, they freaked out. They were like, "We're not supporters. We're just taking you seriously." You're absolutely right. You want to in a 3-person deal. You just couldn't do it. Because the money would have really gotten blurred.
I think I don't know, I'm understand, but let me address what Randall said. Like, they say that he understood, like, the attention economy. And that the problem that I have is saying that Trump understood that. He doesn't understand anything. He's not true. He just does stuff out of, like, what he thinks, but not, like, understanding. It's just, like, what he, like, the first shit that comes to his head.
Collicular or whatever his name is.
Right?
Collicular
the
guy.
problem is
He
that
slams his jawbone with a hammer to try to give himself a nice jaw.
Comedy movies in Mexico about this comedian who always ends up, like, in very high positions, pretending that he is very capable, and everybody thinks, like, he's very capable, but he doesn't know anything. But every time he does something, everybody praises him.
So this
like, oh, wow,
collicular or
it's
whatever
comedy. And it's like, what is happening? Like, arguing that Trump actually understood that, and he made the calculation of how to do it, and if I say this outrageous thing, I'm just gonna get people. It's not what happened. It's just an outrageous person that happened to be in a society that lacks critical thinking, right, and lacks like understanding of what is reality and what isn't. It's a liar. It's a pathological liar, and that's all what he does. He lies. And if people can distinguish a lie from a truth, right? That's it. It's nothing about understanding, or he's really like some sort of genius that controls the masses. It's just a person who's able to lie and people cannot tell the difference between truth and lies.
No, it's not that simple. If you look at all the failures of President Trump's career, what has always survived is it doesn't matter if it's hotel, says that it doesn't matter if it's hotels, his magazines, the university, his clothing line, his like selling steaks. Every single thing President Trump has ever done his entire life, he has branded on his name. And he understands the power of television because he did, like 60 Minutes. He did all the old talk shows back in the day, and he kept his name in the media. He went to Playboy parties. He stood in the forefront all the time, knowing how much television mattered. And then when he did reality television, his name was as big as the brand. So, like, he understood playing reality television to that degree. And so when he went into a presidential election cycle, he was calling in onto every single cable news station and, like, voicing his opinion.
And he didn't think he would win. He told us, like, Howard Stern said this, and Howard Stern used to be one of his confidants. And basically, he told Stern this was a goof. He was just basically trying to be he was renegotiating his contract, and he wanted more money. And he thought, I'll just run for president, and that would get me and get my brand. And again, crazy.
He ran as a Reform Party candidate in law. The point is that weaponizing TV, which is like because I've worked in campaigns, I've worked on the Republican side as a political consultant, and I've been at the presidential election level. He understood that in the media, 3 times on TV, just about all hundreds of hours of coverage, like talking and saying things, outspent every single dollar that the rest of the field could spend. To Scott's point, the field was too big, so the donors were all split up. So Ted Cruz was competing for donor dollars against Kasich, and everyone was competing, like splitting it up. And the problem is that they couldn't outspend the amount of TV time that President Trump got organically.
So yeah, he was smart. He wasn't just lying 100%. So his name recognition was so much better than everyone else because he stayed to the forefront his entire career. So to label him as an idiot ignores his survival skills, and his survival skills as a number.
Exactly. So saying that he understood that being on TV every day was useful for him, as if that is something like only a genius could understand or foresee, is what baffles me. Wait. What is that? That's not what I'm arguing. Of course, everybody could understand. Everybody could understand that if the people are talking about you, it's good for you. You don't need to be a genius or like some kind of guru of social interactions in media. The only thing that I'm saying is that the guy it is an idiot. He is an idiot. The only thing that happened is that because we're in a society that lacks critical thinking, people cannot distinguish between this guy lying, right, and telling the truth. And because of that, he maintained the support through the whole thing. He came out of that stare, and the first things that he said were very stupid stuff. And from that point, I think he was 2% or something on the polls, and it went to 14% within a week.
Actually, this is where you're missing it. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle.
He was at 20%. From the whole time.
No. Before he came out of the stairs, he was not in 20%. That's not true.
The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. He's uncouth and crass, but I don't think he's some Otto von Bismarck level brilliant strategist. But there is a brilliance to some of the stuff he does, just as an emergent phenomenon. He always has been this way, never surrendered or whatever. He lies to a degree and frequency that would make any traditional politician blush. But he also, in a similar way, tells the truth about some important things, and that's really why his star began to rise. At the same time that there was just such feckless leadership on both sides, and there was, the professional political class had failed us, the neocons had failed us, and so people were willing to take kind of an experimental treatment for what they thought was an incurable disease. And coming down the stairs, he was fucking dead on about immigration. The wall, as retarded as I thought it was, probably would have been a good idea. Some of his instincts are actually spot on, and then he does lie about insane other things that
it's crazy.
Credulity.
So immigrants, right? And this is from the Cato Institute, right? Undocumented immigrants are revenue positive for the country because they pay taxes and they don't consume services. So he's wrong on.
See, that's not true. These things get tortured, but.
It is true.
Reducing everything down to just GDP misses the point. It's always over-indexed. Even if I would concede you that point, it's demoralizing. It's corrosive to the connective tissue of a healthy, stable cultural society when there are all these carve-outs for laws, when population centers and demographics shift beyond any kind of natural 1 degree at a time evolution where people can be folded into the broader culture. So I would argue that those Cato Institute numbers are accurate, but even if they are, it neglects certain other things that cannot be captured just via a simple cost benefit analysis on financial expense.
What you're saying, Todd, why are undocumented people from the Southern Hemisphere who are Christian, who are patriotic, why are they a drain on the culture? I don't understand.
Wasn't it self-evident? The selective pressures for assimilation have never been lower. You cannot have an atomized.
Until it was dissolved in 1994.
What's happening?
So a medical doctor. Just keep that in mind for later. Now in 19.
Oh, hey, Dad, I'm going to mute you real fast.
It was a recreational of the Hudson.
I have no problem with quote-unquote immigrants. legal or illegal. But when you let 10 to 15 million people in a short period of time, like that's just not a healthy thing for a society. It depresses wages. It's corrosive, again, to morale. All these things that don't get captured immediately and neatly through some, study that's funded to.
Why does it depress morale? Tell me. I don't get that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, I don't find.
To have like millions of people illegally enter your country. This isn't Ellis Island. Like, you cannot have the same level of mass migration when you have welfare, where immediately you can sign up for services. There were people getting flown all over the country. There were people being put up in nice hotels. Again, I don't necessarily even care, like, woe is me. From just a purely pragmatic standpoint, that's not a healthy foundation for a high-trust society. And it retards people's, like, buy-in to, like, work hard, follow the rules, because there's this, like, gross asymmetry, which is usually, again, benefiting capital far more than it is the middle class. Like, this used to be something that was really important to the left at one point, and then it got flipped. But this absolutely depresses wages. I don't understand how that would not be demoralizing.
So if I can ask him a question, demoralizing, I'm genuinely curious. Like, when you say demoralize, like, if you don't mind if I ask you where are you located, and when you say it's demoralizing, can you just more specifically say for who?
Yeah, I'm with you, Jack. I don't feel demoralized.
Okay, but I'm not arguing on Todd's side here, but there is a large precedent for what he said. If you to look at the 1840s as mass German migration to the United States and Irish, and you read the newspapers at the time, and people were worried that the specific Anglo culture of the United States was going to be lost. Ditto, you move another 50 years on from that, in the late 19th century, it was Italian migration. People were worried. The chattering classes were worried, and dare I say that large wave migration in part led to the progressive era because wages depressed. There's massive precedent for what Todd's saying. Where I would disagree is about people being demoralised, and I would rephrase it to say that what people have done in countries all over the world, when there's mass migration of people that don't look like them and or don't worship like them, don't talk like them, they worry about the culture of the country changing. And that's universal. That's totally universal. 1 million Syrians after the Syrian civil war went to Germany. There was a spike in far-right voting in Eastern Germany because people, rightly or wrongly, I'm not putting a value on it, were worried about so many people coming so quickly that didn't look like them, didn't have the same religion, didn't have the same cultural mores. These are age-old questions that people ask about mass migration. Dare I say it, when my folks moved to England in the early 1960s, the same thing was said.
But the difference is, like,
they operate in offices outside of City Hall, often identifying corruption, waste, and abuse by the city's most
both
powerful.
explicitly and implicitly, there were much more intense selective
This is
pressures
not a religious conflict.
fold yourself in.
Back niggers in, boy.
Software engineers. Kick that retard out. There were implicitly and explicitly. Scott, just one of you guys, explicitly and implicitly, there was much more intense selective pressures through some way. Now you can have like half of your like consciousness exist in a country that you came from.
Todd, such a lame up. We're such a lame up. We're such a lame up. We're such a lame up.
This is really exciting. What a dork. Anyways, in satellite television, free, you know, we would have to like pay per minute.
Have you tried using?
Anyone that grew up elder millennials or like the members that we live like ration once a
Don't bring him up.
I think more to the point of like depressed wages and people being concerned about it. You see this reality play out in the southern part of the United States and the Midwest, where you have farmers and you have skilled labor that can't compete with the prices that are being presented by corporations and by contractors that are subcontracting to migrant labor. And you have this problem to where in the United States, like the age of skilled labor is getting older and older and older, and people aren't taking up the jobs because why would you go into a field when you're constantly being undercut by migrant labor who's here, who's doing jobs poorly, or sometimes doing it great, but often poorly, and they're charging less, and people are just going to choose to pay less. And you have the same thing with corporate farms, that they're not beholden by the federal government, they're not punished by the state government for hiring migrant labor because it's subcontracted by 7 levels. So like for a small farmer, eventually they lose their farm, and the quiet despair that happens in this country when people sell like their properties that they've done, or they sell the businesses that they've had for generations, it's happening over and over, and it's quietly happening in places that maybe you guys aren't from, but I've seen it happen to generations of people. And I'm an immigrant. Like my family came over in '75, so like I'm not beholden to this, but like my family chose to assimilate, but I've seen what has happened.
Henry, where in the country are you?
I'm now in Philly, but I'm from Louisiana, and I spent the majority of my life in the South or the Midwest.
Where does your family come from?
But hold on, I asked Todd earlier. Todd, where in the country are you?
Why does it matter?
Well, because it impacts what your thought process is.
He's at a border.
Yeah, I'm on a border. For again, the demoralization thing is like very specific. Depresses wages. Also, people didn't vote for this. Like, for the same reason, it was depressing to see the retarded pull out of Afghanistan in the way we did, even though I wanted us completely out of that region. No one voted to go to, like, war with Iran. No one voted for mass migration. It becomes demoralizing when you realize you're, like, functionally, like, a slave, and the political class not only does not listen, and there's way too much leverage to capital post-Citizens United, and there was already too much leverage in that direction anyways.
Hi, moderators. This is Alistair. Could you put me in the queue? Thank you.
Yeah, I want to be in the queue too.
So the reason I ask is because the idea of the demoralization thing is something that, you know, it's a very specific word when you hear it, right? So I was, you know, talking
it's a word.
Scott,
like words are specific. Like what is it?
So if you let me finish, I'll get to it, right? So I live in New York City, born and raised in New York City, and immigrants, at least here, because someone earlier mentioned Ellis Island, right? So immigrants here have always been, you know, despite what I actually disagree with what Roy Field said, because the immigrants here have always been
excuse me, moderators. When I say I'd like to be put in the queue, I'd also like to be acknowledged that I exist by confirming that I'm being put in the queue. Hello?
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, kick this faggot out too.
I'm a huge Kitover.
So what I was saying is that's why when you say demoralizing, it is a very specific word. And when you say like the country is being demoralized, words have meanings, right? So it's like maybe where you are in the country.
I said it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Todd. Did you just say kick this F word? Did I hear you correctly, Todd?
No, you didn't hear anything. I said it's demoralizing. Did I say it's like...
They kicked me! They kicked me. Oh my God.
racist thing, or just because some
We're back.
speak directionally about certain things a certain way.
No.
I think it's a great folly to brace against it.
Why is it that
this is like raw
we're doing the dog
pragmatism.
and pony dance with Tony?
Healthy.
Where if I would have been on North Carolina and I would have found seashells that said 8647
New York City.
I'm almost
familiar with the violent history
I would probably
that
be
comes
looking
with
at
immigrants
myself
throughout the whole
with
country. There's been so
But
much
I'm just
conflict.
curious,
It's not all
you're a Miss Lawyer, you got some experience. Why is it that when it comes to individuals
just listen to what I'm saying.
with
Because what I said is immigrants have been
backgrounds like
very
his,
productive.
why does it take so long that we gotta go through this dog and pony show? But on an
And if you
average
look at
citizen,
so when
there's a hook, line, and sinker pretty
America,
quick.
right? Like this perspective that we're
I want to hear your.
I didn't even say one word.
We're 50
Well, I mean,
kind
it's,
of little
there's a
micro
lot of
countries with
legal
Didn't even
muscle
say
he
one
has
word.
also that he's coming
Not
out
only
with.
private.
And you
yeah,
have
like there are
pressure coming
the last time
with respect to motions and
there are over
trying
100
to
languages spoken in New York
discount
City, right?
the,
But what happens is we all get on the subway. For the most
the
part,
average
we crowd
citizen
into the
may not
subways.
may have legal aid
We
to help
crowd
them,
into buildings.
or a public defender. I mean, this
no one
is
is
coming at
actually,
it with a lot of legal
in
muscle.
my experience, and
I just, again, you have to look at all the particulars.
With the
I
exception
think
of
the
living
point of the indictment
Tokyo
is
for a year.
a pretty loud statement.
Where the largest city buildings and nation are double. Second closest, we're close to 9 million.
Is just
Second
with
closest
political
is
violence and the tolerance for
Los
it,
Angeles,
and that we have laws in place about
then you
threatening
jump down to Chicago,
our
it's 2
president
million.
and about
and we
threatening
don't,
public officials,
at
and
least for the most part, what we've learned
we should
to do.
clamp down on those laws. And it's
nothing to do with
that.
that.
We have people that will threaten public officials and say things that are in violation of federal law. So
Why is the country so long with officials versus your average citizen?
Obviously, in
That's
large
what I want to know.
immigration
I understand.
has led to the United
Generally, a lot of
States,
people
and in large
those
part,
questions,
communities have
you
gone
know,
on.
why do they need so much muscle when average Samaritan
There was a worry at one point that those only German immigrants and English would stop being the first language of the United States.
certain,
go back to
information be
the
disclosed.
1880s,
They're filing motions with the court. I mean, they're stalling it.
Because
That would be my gut reaction. This case, I've not paid too much attention to it, and I apologize. But just generally on the topic, I think it's right because
people coming from
we're really
nations
looking
which weren't
down
historically
that
Western European
gun barrel of political violence
That's the reason why it
that's
stopped.
threatening our country.
Say that,
And
it's
I
all
think
being
that the
cooked by
administration's
God
trying to
is just
make a statement
naive in the
that it's not going to be
extreme.
tolerated.
That's
not what he said.
Threats are serious.
Thank you.
And again, they don't have to make law.
This is
The
like
law's
the
on the
what
books.
someone
It just
says
hasn't
and what
been,
you hear, right? It's like the wife
prosecuted.
comes into the kitchen, she says, "Hey, I want to take this dinner," and the thought bubble pops up.
You can't track you down.
Is that
there are
one of
people
us has
sitting
a
in jail for threats on social media.
The bad thing you have is serendipity tonight.
Serendipity, we're going on that
Tracking your relationships
I don't understand how.
So he was indicted today on the 8647 seashell thing. How do you counter the argument that people are saying this is sour grapes, this is petty, vindictive,
retribution. This is not justice. This is just Republicans want to get their lick back in their perceived feeling that Trump has been mistreated, as well as everybody in his administration, that they had any ability to go after, like that.
How would I counter that? I would tell them we could go back to Obama going after the Republicans then and the 501c3s by conservative entities try, Obama targeting them through the IRS. I mean, we could there's been targeting, there's been political targeting. I mean, clearly it happened in the Biden administration going after Trump. How many jurisdictions did they go after him?
And I think that's a very
Just talking about New York.
It's not just supply and demand. There's more supply, therefore
the Constitution and our laws, and just because they did it then, the whataboutism is that doesn't mean that we should do it now because they did it then.
And they are on
I would
age makes the
first of all,
economy move.
it seems to be the nature of the
More
beast.
money
But
into the
do I
economy.
think it's a good thing?
People
No.
are able
On
to
the one
sell
hand, on the other
more,
hand,
right?
the
And
point
that
I was making
increases
about
wages,
political
that
violence
increases
is
productivity,
really
that
important.
increases
And
money.
it is
So
important to
the economic
investigate
factors are
and
like
when
really complex.
there is enough
You truly need to see what the
probable cause
experts
to
said
indict when there are
about
threats against
that's
public
right.
officials.
Okay, so this is
If we don't start doing that, again, the law is there. We don't have to pass legislation. It's there. So what was that lady's
But
name,
it's
Kathy
true,
Griffith,
though.
when Trump was
Right.
first?
100%
Right?
true.
I mean,
No, like that's not
decapitation.
true, right? Like if you hear what
stand with this.
Obama said, right?
If
It's
you
like
don't, people are.
it's actually
You're going to hear the shit down here in the classrooms.
immigrants who come out like
Violence and war against
like slavery and
Democrat senators
exactly, but
got threatened. This way, social media. Guys sitting in jail. They just had a trial here. Doing exactly that.
People do it also because
You have to put your foot
they're
down.
legally in the country, they can get better jobs. The unemployment was like 4% during the Biden era. That is probably what you guys are complaining about, like not finding like being very bad. So this comes to my second point about why Trump is like the world with strong assumption, right? They just are able to follow whatever social media, whatever knows in the
Doesn't mean
internet.
that we have to be shitty
They
too.
will not
And then the perception is
probably Henry thinks that
like
actually
86
Donald Trump
doesn't
won
mean
the
dead.
2020 election
Not
or
to many
something.
people.
Right?
86
But
means
like
just to
if you
remove,
really do
to
not
get rid of. So
Okay,
what
do
was
you who won
Cohen's
the 2020
culpability
election?
in this seashell joke? And I really do think it was a seashell joke. He walked on the beach, he saw seashell, he's like, ha ha ha,
certainly
wouldn't this be
is, right?
funny? Because
Certainly,
Gretchen Whitmer
I believe there's a lot of people
had in the first administration an 86-45. I think it was in the right before the 2020 election. They had that code 11-4-45-86 or something like that, and nobody knew what the letters meant and the numbers meant, and then we understood. Oh, they're campaigning to remove Trump.
But Monica, wouldn't it all be an evidentiary question? It's just going to be an evidentiary question. You're going to see what did he communicate, who did he communicate it to, how did he communicate, what ancillary comments were made along with that posting. That within a vacuum may seem one way to you, but within the whole picture, it may have a completely different intent. And the point of the prosecutor on this is to try to show the mens rea, to bring out what the criminal intent was. If in fact there was criminal intent, who knows? But that's going to be a question of evidence.
Yeah, I can't argue with that at all. I do think it's super funny that the White House posted a picture of the King of England and Trump with the tagline "Two Kings."
to
And
pay
like, so
Americans
Comey's
more
joke was
to go
seashells
pick them.
calling
I
for
just
the
want to ask you,
removal of Donald Trump. That's the
You and
left
Carlos
type
have
of
ignored the
humor.
point that Tom
And then
Baker
our
said
type of
that
humor is
corporations
troll
does
the
this
left
about
with
this.
pretending
Like,
Trump's a
Apple doesn't have to charge that
and
extra
so,
$5.
like,
They just have to
our
take
sense is
$5 away
we're
from
very
it.
different.
Like a
We're
$1
ultimately
That's not
is
the
we
point. The
had
point is,
revolutionary
Americans
guards,
were asked.
people dressed up like
Would they
revolutionary
pay
guards with the king of
more
England there. I mean,
for an
to me,
iPhone?
that was the ultimate troll.
He's a one of a kind.
So to
Like,
some
you
certain
can say
degree,
a lot
like
about
I
Trump,
don't buy
but you cannot
if that actually
say
was
is there's two of them. You can't.
But why would I make that up? Who would make something like that up?
I believe that people may respond to that.
I've been listening long enough to have input now.
Very compelling, given that relative.
I'm just going to make an observation. Like,
things like I
understand what Comer's saying about the joke players. 86-47, thinking is,
during
that's a, to me, that's a message.
Inflation.
Yeah, you start off as a joke, but someone can,
more or less,
take that and get the misconception of a projection of something bad.
Disproportionately on capital over the last.
I would be worried about Comey, and I hope
so,
the prosecutors would really focus on is, there's a lot of people that will do harmful things for, motivation or getting enticed by someone. And with Comey's position that he held, by having that, the reality is, if you would have seen something like that, being the fact that as former FBI director, you would be like,
So what? Like again, if you look at the numbers, like 4% unemployment,
that you would share amongst colleagues,
right? He doesn't dispute the intervention. He disputes the 4% unemployment during the Biden era, which is my point. Like, you just don't want to follow what is actually facts, right?
But you're not saying how unemployment numbers are absolutely calculated. It's just not.
We argue that that's not like, you may argue that that's not like a very good to measure. But you cannot deny is that the man actually was, right? You may say that I am a better economist and I'm going to come to my target next year. If you're an economist and you have a better way to measure the economy, write a paper, publish it, and people can read it. But that's not true. Like, economists publish the numbers that we get, the official numbers that we get are those,
The reason you want to figure out how to calculate so you can figure out if the stat
So you said
accurate.
that
So if you have a large
he
number
said
of
such and
Americans
such,
who drop
that
out
it's
of the
reasonable that
workforce,
a crazy
you're not
person
going to be
who is not
measuring
acting
stats
reasonably
used to measure the
could
economy.
take the thing that he said
You have a whole group
and
of people
use that
who
thing
aren't
that he
working,
said as a
are
public figure
unaccounted
to
for,
justify
giving up on finding jobs,
some kind of violent action or some
Henry
kind of destructive action. That's what you said. That was
But
the
you have
point
to
that you made,
measure
right?
apples with
I'm
apples.
going to answer it
You cannot have
Stephanie.
a measurement of the
Should have
economy.
used the word foreseeable.
You cannot have a measure of the economy,
That would be the
right, being
standard
done on 2021 during the Biden,
that
2020 during the Biden administration, and then change it in 2024, right?
with
It
respect
has to
to
be the same
he is.
kind of apples to apples measurement. If you don't agree in the way it's done, right, you can come with a thing
As long as it's in some way understand what you were saying.
exact stuff. You beat me to it, Miss Atkins.
You're not supposed to defend people.
Exactly.
I know exactly what he was saying. I was just
This has been done.
So that means you have to go back a few layers, not just randomly simply
far and do the.
I didn't hear what you said because
Just
you
give
two were
him the word
talking at the same
foreseeable.
time.
I think
the
that's
point
what
is
he
that
meant.
that stat does not capture as neatly as you think
Well,
about it.
I was genuinely
Taryn definitely made that point too, like the gravity of Comey's job in office, his public profile, his knowledge of the insanity that is the left, well, some parts of the left. What was his culpability and responsibility, knowing that he was sending that message out to never Trumpers and Trump derangement syndrome
What
victims?
statistic do you use?
Just a simple question. Do you think what he said was like, they're not smart enough to even engage with us?
Oh, really, dude? Right.
talking
Okay. So
legally or are we talking morally?
like that's like the fact that you say that in the conversation shows that you
I know, but do you think morally or legally? How do you think? Do you think
coming to the point,
Don't even understand what it is. It is protected speech.
if you have 4% unemployment, that shows like historically when we measure unemployment, that shows that we have very low unemployment.
No, I didn't.
The economy, when it comes to salaries, by the way, another metric that we can use is
When it comes to
salaries where
legal
it
matters,
is
absolutely.
increasing.
But when it comes to
Increasing in salaries,
morality,
low
no, I
unemployment.
don't think that it's a nice guy thing to do. To go on and say something that even possibly could be construed in that way. Now, that said, my understanding of the term 86 comes from
I'm not
working in
arguing
food service in my teenage years, and all that means
suffering out
is
there and they're not doing well. I'm just talking about economic metrics that are official economic metrics that we use for decades, as you say, to measure the economy. Again, if you want to use other
But it makes this somebody that means don't ever deal with them. It's better that they're dead. That's basically what 86 is. And even in the server world, there's no more of that left. Means that it's finished. It's done.
You're failing to account for
Could
those
be.
who
No, you just said it.
I think that is
the statistics to explain
frankly correct.
But again,
And I think that there's a habit of cultural clutching across the aisles when it
if
comes
you
to
want to
issues
have,
that
if you want to
affect
propose
their
a
team.
different
So
metric,
if the other
let
team
me know
does
what it's
something, we
called,
need to
and we
clutch our
can
pearls and
compare
we
it
need to
and
say
see
we need to
how
rise
the
above that.
economy
We
was
need to
done
say
with
that
Marshall
is
metric
wrong
that
and
was
is
proposed.
wrong.
Unless you
To
have a
such a degree
metric,
that those people
you
ought to
have
be
no
punished.
point of saying that this
Frankly,
is
think that that's retarded.
Okay, hold on. That's an interesting thread I want to pull. Is it the Republican conservatives' ego that are saying that, oh, well, this is not that big of a deal. We're not snowflakes like the left. We're going to say that this is just a free speech matter and say that, yeah, he can say 86-47 if he wants, and we're tough enough to take that speech. And is that a problem? Because we've seen the left, like there's that new survey out that 25 to 30% of the extreme left are say that political violence is sometimes necessary, where 3% of the far right or extreme right wing make that same
how you would do that.
argument.
Monica, what if Trump had a meme that said 86 word salad or 86 Harris or 86 a reference to another person? What do you think? How would you react to that?
At least,
86 was going
maybe not my strong suit is history and more.
Yeah, and knowing his responsibility
the expectation here.
Well, I think that
talking
argument,
about
well,
a
he's the
Cookie
president of the United
Monster!
States.
What if
He
he's
has the
running
higher standard of care,
for
right?
office? Think about it. He's running for office before he's president. He's running for office in his last election. And if he had 86 Harris or 86 or some reference to her.
DoorDash for 40 hours a week are considered employed when they would have been working a labor union job 20, 30 years ago.
Actively running
And
for
had
office.
benefits and had
If he's just Donald Trump,
the obsession with forcing
in a
Marshall or Todd to
ex-president,
come up with a new
and
metric
he
that's
had
perfect
that
and like we'll cover all these
86
things
word
is an
salad
unfair
or
expectation
86
of them
Harris.
because they're just making a criticism of like, yes,
How would
unemployment
people
is
feel?
4%, but there are problems with that metric. That's like unfair for you to be like, well, then how else would you measure it?
I don't know if you would be indicted over it either.
You're just no. What I'm saying is, but new metrics come out all the time, right? So it's I don't think it's
Don't
unfair.
know.
Again,
I just kind of want
Todd's
justice.
right. Marshall's
Abby,
right.
I had made the argument earlier before you got in here. Hey, Dr. Jordan, I can hear you when I go before you, or you need to go
Instead of just saying, hey, this system is sound.
Abby, I had made the argument earlier. I actually had wrote a tweet about it because people on X are celebrating, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. Like, why are you celebrating it? Like, it doesn't mean, I don't think it means to think it does. So, I said the frustration of Comey doing sedition things, sealed off DNA, Russian collusion delusion, scot-free, than having a C-show joke being considered prosecutable by the Justice Department is tangible. I'm very frustrated by it. I don't want vengeance or revenge, I was just hoping for justice. And then I put the
pray.
he had done with him looking at the redwood trees, looking up and saying so many questions. And I'm just like,
not in your face all the time.
it doesn't seem like justice to me. Go ahead, Dr. J.
Helping you keep it and staying out of your way.
We're trying to like encapsulate and like try to capture people that are missing. It is looking at people who don't pay taxes, and like this is an inaccurate measure because like there's plenty of people that are working off books, or they move to another country and they're like not reporting, etc., etc.
Something like that.
So like it's imperfect, but the only way you can look is like who pays taxes versus who's like an actual showing up in the census and like looking to the people and where they're missing and where they're located.
On one end, it's definitely to me retribution. And hey,
you know, you could also like here, right? So
retribution isn't an illegal mindset.
I think.
But
the way you do
and I think
unemployment
maybe
in New
the
York is
indictment
every week
seems like
you
a
have to go
lot.
in and you recertify
But at the
that
same
you're
time,
unemployed, right? You get the
I could understand
you get
it.
the 6
It's
months,
hard
and then
to
if you're
federal
unemployed
agent,
longer, you get the 1 year.
former
And
head
maybe
of a
what you
federal
could do is just
agency
keep incenting
put
you
something like that up and also takes it down. That's a bit of a red flag.
Hey, if you're
I can't
no
speak
longer
for
like
legality, but
and you pop into the same website that you use to register to claim your unemployment every week.
To me, I
pop
was
in and we'll
thinking,
give you $100.
in my mind, if I was the head of an agency, I would take that down because I had a reaction to my own reflexive thinking and be like, hey, that's not right. But if your boss were to, if your employer put something up on social media, and then took it down, how would that leave you feeling? I think it would leave people feeling uncomfortable, like you should know better, right? And so I don't know the whole story, but that's my reflection.
Exactly. Not the middle class, but the argument that the immigrants were essentially taking the jobs, right? Because historically, right, if I say comparing apples to apples, even if it's not an accurate number that you suggest, will be a correlation to what the actual employment is, right? So if we are doing better now, or at least in the debating era, having like low historical employment, then you know,
that's what I want to say.
was kind of elevated
It's not an irrelevant metric, but again, it's just not capturing what you can.
That's just my
Even when a celebrity puts something up,
the level of
because
the
you
doubt
know that they've got to be a
somehow
little more
captures the
guarded
health
about
of the middle
what they put
class
on
and the
social
stability
media.
of
Or any public figure, not in a legal framework, but just in a popular sense,
underutilized,
culture sense.
participating,
What we consider
actually
a
better off,
quote-unquote public figure.
versus costs,
When they do
wages
something
versus
like
rent
that,
increases,
people
the
are
cost of
watching,
oil,
and so
inflation,
like there
you
are
have to
people who
all these
really
things if
curate
you want to
what they put
discern
up
what it is you're
carefully.
saying this 4%
And when a public official does something, it does give you
passing measure.
had no idea that it was
an actual argument about reality. It's just not useful. It's not even a half.
I got I was just talking about the argument that he will suppress the salaries, right? But if you want to talk of the broader economy, sure, bring all those things, right? What is consumer sentiment? What was the expense? How much people were spending historically with respect to other years? What was GDP? By most metrics except inflation, the economy was doing great.
PTR.
Right? Well, what I was going to ask was, on Biden's way out the door, and when he was partying, wasn't Comey partying as well?
I think you're making this like far too simplistically.
I misunderstood that. I know there's a lot of people being partying, Congress and a whole bunch of bells and whistles. I thought Comey was partying as well.
Saving.
Anybody agree with me on that?
I think Comey was part for sure, not by Donald Trump.
It was stave off the recession.
Innocent man.
Or
that's what I was going to ask that, you know.
He put $1 trillion.
Sure, don't you have to commit a crime and use a crime
the right move.
to be party?
Staved off the recession.
I was just curious about that.
I mean, Daryl, what would you advise them to do? You're an economist.
Well, it's weird, right? Because I've always made this argument that
last go round party.
We have a population that grows faster than economic output, right? If we go back to like when Bill Clinton was president, I think it was 254 million people. His president.
Now, he was going through the yellow pages when he was partying. I just don't know.
You know, since the Great Depression, we've added 10 million people to the population every 10 years, but we don't increase economic output for every human being. Have any of you guys heard the term economic stressor? If you have, I'll shut up. But if you have,
someone if they
human
committed
being
a
is an
crime.
economic stressor, right? So every human being needs a doctor, needs a police department, needs a fire department, needs someone to respond. So every
you get me on this whole subject of pardon because it's the one thing if I were to change our constitution, that would be the first thing I would change.
Is take away the power of pardon.
Because it's
we are not matching economic output for the increase
it really
in
comes
population.
from a time in
We have
England
11 states in this
where there was a reason that the king needed to pardon, or the Lord needed, the Lord of the matter, or whatever, the fiefdom had to pardon because they weren't in control of what was happening in the courts. It was just a different time in history, and why we brought that
we're not raising enough money
into our system and then it embedded in the Constitution. I'm not sure, but this concept of
we need to figure out how to do.
I'm looking now on what he called it, but if I recall, it was like a blanket pardon for any potential charges that could arise out of their role in
money.
I don't know if he did it specific, like someone like Adam Schiff, if he did it specific to their role in investigating something in particular, or just generally their role in government. That I don't really answer.
And the medium wages
are someone else on stage knows.
I think it has something to do with statutes of limitations, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's statutes in different crimes.
The liquefied natural gas, the majority of the country liquefied natural gas goes through there. A huge chunk of the petroleum processing, like refineries, happen in Louisiana, and tons of the economy goes through the Mississippi, but that money never goes into the hands of people in Louisiana because all the ownerships and the corporations have moved in the last 40, 50 years to larger states.
Many different
often the headquarters have moved to Texas, and the headquarters have moved to New York.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong on this.
Louisiana
Schiff came into my head because I remember
I didn't say anything about Louisiana.
But my point is, like, people will put states into this bucket where they're dragging down the country and they're taking more than they can. But the reality is that often
he did his brothers. Then you do Frankie and Jimmy.
Don't control their resources anymore, and their ownership moves in other places. They move to somewhere like Todd, where they're in Newport Beach, and their headquarters are in Silicon Valley or wherever on the coast.
but like all the work and all the natural
justification
resources
for
that
the
are being
officials
extracted
is
are
to
happening in a place
help
where
them
people are
to
poor. And it drives
evade
me
any
crazy.
So then what you're
like when it
saying
happens.
is,
Like,
hold on, so what you're saying, I'm just me asking.
That would be the
Right, so what you're
justification, but it's a preemptive
But-
pardon,
Louisiana's
right?
economy
preemptive
is natural
pardon and
gas.
preemptive
Is that what
pardons
you're
are
saying?
good
I'm really
because
asking you a
No,
question.
it's
I don't
if
more
they
than
did
this.
something that
Petroleum,
they
it is
needed to be tried for,
tourism, it is
even
the trade
if
down the
it,
Mississippi, the ports.
even if it
Like,
had the
there's
appearance of
tons of money
potentially
that
being
goes through
political.
Louisiana.
So,
And
so
if
it's
they did something
in the
legitimately bad, they
rankings,
must be
Well, I mean, the
GDP
most
for
famous
states in the
one,
US,
Big
but we're
Brigham,
49th
is Nixon.
typically in wages.
Right.
And it's
So,
because
I mean, that was a
the money
preemptive pardon.
outflows
Exactly.
out that
You and I
state.
are on the same page.
And so like
Right.
people are like,
I just,
oh, Louisiana's
again,
a drag on the
I've
economy,
argued this
but
before,
really
I
it's
just think
not.
it's
just that the people
one of the
there
worst
aren't being
things
paid
in our
because the
Constitution.
corporations are taking the money.
And I think our founders were brilliant, but I don't really think they thought that one out.
Yes, I grew up in a refinery.
And it's been abused
Are you
by
aware of
sides.
like the refineries in Louisiana and the
And
liquefied
as
natural gas
culture
and like the things that happen offshore there?
I
Like
think so.
it is
Yeah, I
it's
am
one of the
aware.
biggest energy producers in our entire country.
because
So then
there was a
what's
point
the
in
problem?
time that it probably was
Like
being
I've
used.
already told you, the ownership,
culturally
like the
It-
oil
it-
companies and the
it-
energy companies
Well,
are now
first of all,
like,
be
I'll give an
clear
example.
that
Freeport
it's a
Magma.
federal
It used to be
pardon,
based
so
in
it's not for any state
Louisiana.
crimes.
Now it's based in
So
Austin,
that's
Texas.
really
Like
important
that
to
happened
make
in
that
our
distinction.
lifetime. A lot of these like
And it's
Chevron,
not for
all the-
future
all the
acts,
oil
it's for
companies
past
that used like
acts.
Amoco and all these companies that used to be doing business in Louisiana, they got bought out
But
by
it's,
companies based in Texas. So now you look at Texas or they've been
yes, that's
bought up by
exactly why.
conglomerates
So like
based out
a
of
Trump
New
went
York, and
crazy
they're
at the
just
end
like,
of his
oh,
term and he pardoned
Louisiana
like
doesn't do
50,000
nothing, but the
people.
reality is those companies
Can
were
you be
sold
challenged on
by
that?
baby boomers and Generation
Not in our Constitution. It's a sweeping power pardon. I'm telling you, if I were to do a new amendment to the Constitution, that would be my amendment.
Well, it seems that the caveat is that both Biden and Trump have pardoned people in ways that benefit them ultimately, and so I don't know how
taxes of the wealth that people talk about, like, oh, ExxonMobil made X number of dollars and their headquarters are XYZ, or many of the plastic companies that are based in major cities, but they're actually being made
Jordan, you
in
just amend
Louisiana.
the Constitution
And
with
you're
an
just like,
amendment
oh,
that
Louisiana doesn't do
eliminates
anything,
the power
but
of pardon.
that's because the majority of the wealth that comes out of Louisiana are going to other places.
dedicated to
That's the point.
Where's the labor? Is what I'm trying. Maybe I wasn't asking it
non-relatives,
right. Where's the labor?
Labor has
people who are incarcerated.
We talked about this ad nauseum for the last
or
hour. Labor
liberating
has
people from
wages have
incarceration,
stagnated for the last
federal
40
crime.
years since Reagan. This is Reagan's
is that
fault.
not,
Basically, like
is
labor
that
just
too
stagnated
restrictive?
for that long. So like all capital
Or
has
I mean,
been
you're
flowing
saying get
upward.
rid of
That's
that
why
even.
the top 1%
I'm just
of our
saying
country keep on getting
it
wealthier and
doesn't
wealthier.
it made sense
that's where
in
the
its
money's
time
going.
in English history when the crown
My dad just
was
retired
not
from a petrochem
monitoring
company
and
in
aware of
You know,
what
my friends are still
the
working at petrochem companies
magistrates
in
were
Louisiana.
doing
But like
in the different
petrochem company that my dad used to work for
around
got bought out
England.
by a German
It made
company and then
sense.
got bought out
Go
by an
read,
Indian company.
I don't know,
And then
Rock
like if you're trying to
Google,
measure
just
like
read
the
the
wealth
history
out
of
of Louisiana,
pardon
it's
and
like
where it came from.
it's not there.
It doesn't make
because
sense.
The money's outflowing to a
You know,
foreign country, but now it's like I think
our legislative,
the cells based
our
out of
executive
I don't
branch
even know anymore. I've lost track.
is
But
aware of what our judicial branch is doing.
Sometimes when you label these states
And we
as
have a justice
net
department,
drags,
and it just
you're not
it,
looking
it
at the
doesn't.
resources that come out of the
Historically,
state
it
that
made
generate
sense, but
wealth
to
for
me, I don't see it today. Someone argue with me and tell me that I'm wrong.
So I can see certain contexts where it could make sense in one-off situations with people who were convicted of criminal charges, but the criminal charges that they were convicted of are no longer
I mean, Daryl,
popular.
let's say, Daryl, you're one of the smartest guys I know.
Or
right?
if there's a murder conviction and the murder conviction had evidence that was very disputable, but because of the limitations of the system, the person ran out of appeals. I know that there exist other means for them to do that, but having the president have the ability to commute the sentence is not necessarily an inherently bad thing. But if you have presidential
if we want to talk about bringing back
powers
like
to issue
manufacturing,
pardons like that, or to issue clemency or whatever the hell you call it.
China is
I
the
think
world's manufacturer.
there need
right?
to, at a minimum, be restrictions. For example, not being able to pardon members of your immediate family, and not being able to pardon members of your administration for crimes that they may have committed through the course of their capacity as a member of the administration. There have to be some levels of checks on it because it's proven itself not to be balanced.
I disagree with you because if new evidence came out in a case, you could seek a new trial, you can motion the court based on new evidence. Our legal system enables one to go through the process when a circumstance like that comes out. Biden not only pardoned but commuted. He commuted 37, was it 27 or 37 death row? I mean, people that were cop killers, children killers, that he commuted off of death row their sentences because he didn't believe in the death penalty. So, so you'd have to also look at commutations as well, and then governors have pardon powers as well. I mean, it's on a state level different, but I mean, just generally, you would maybe you need to fine tune the legal process of appeal and with respect to something like new evidence.
But I mean, him disagreeing with the death penalty because of its religious principles, that could be a whole case in itself.
What was his reason? Did he ever give his reason?
He's a Catholic. The Catholics don't believe in the death penalty. It's inadmissible according to tax human dignity.
And I think America really needs to figure out how to.
Is that the position of the? I didn't know that. That's the position of the Catholic Church.
No, yeah, the Catholic Church.
Wait, there happens to be a Catholic on stage. Joe,
No, it's not. The Pope may be personally against it, but he didn't
people bitch about immigration,
infallibly
but
that
you
this
have
is a
to go
doctrine
and
of justice, and he doesn't believe it.
$20.
It's not true. We told you in
2018
about everything.
Pope Francis ordered a revision to the Catechism.
It is not a sin to kill somebody in the course of a crime.
Marshall, you're right.
Catholics to believe in capital punishment. Abortion, a different story, but capital punishment, yes, you can.
But in 2018, Pope Francis ordered a revision to the Catechism in paragraph 2267 to formally state that the death penalty is inadmissible in all cases.
Title of the room is Donald Trump.
That's got nothing to do with your faith. No, it's got nothing to do with your faith. I can believe in the death penalty, and I do.
Sure. I am saying that the church itself, currently the Catechism says that it is inadmissible. And so because it says that, it is reasonable for any Catholic to take that position. Well, Catholics are, of course, welcome to have their own opinions.
Excellent, good, we agree on that. Excellent. Abortion is a different thing. I mean, and the way you characterized it, your wife on having this taking it was, well, the Catholics believe in the death penalty because they believe in
see the clip that they tried to block where he,
where Catholics that are pro-life. I mean, pro-abortion.
It is true, though, that the church itself is actively working to do that.
I think Susie
Yes, that's true. Yes, absolutely is.
Really running the show right
So,
now.
while Catholics, sorry, excuse me, while Catholics on an individual basis maintain the right to have whatever opinions they hold in earnest,
She has kept below
the church itself does have these opinions, and different Catholics place different levels of importance on what the church says, but the church says it, and so
and you're right, there might be some Jared
a very easy handwave for Biden to commute as many death row
people as he wants and say that it's simply a matter of his religious belief.
This is a great fight, Brigham. And I think she handled it in a resolute way, and we're all happy. And I agree with you. And back to your regularly scheduled programming on Comey.
So I think we have to decide this, if he really is
presidential ability to commute sentences thing for the last little bit. We talked about Comey and probably about half an hour.
I just got here. I thought that it was
struggle to understand the argument
to Comey getting, his sentence
the fucking greatest thinker. And then at the same time, you're calling for the 25th
getting out of jail. But anyway, I'll go back to the listings. I just think I'll jump in right off the bat.
Is he crazy? Or is he crazy as a fox? Which one is it?
Yeah, yes, and I should have spoken more precisely and not said Catholics or the Catholics and specified specifically I'm referring to the RCC as an institution.
I don't know if you play poker, right? Like sometimes you win hands, and I think that's how Trump is. He loses more hands than wins by far.
No harm, no foul.
But he wins some big hands.
I'm a big fan of Catholics.
And I don't think it's
as individuals and as an institution. I'm a big fan of
skill.
So am I.
I just think once in a while.
Doesn't the Catholic Church accept the Old Testament? Am I missing something there?
So, it's
like
for me, right? It's like. So I've got a former CIA buddy who lives in New York. And
I don't know. I'm not a Catholic, so I don't know how
CIA is everywhere. They're not just like
I can speak to that.
Sometimes you gotta defend the wolf away from the herd of sheep.
And so
you gotta do what you gotta do, my guy.
Yeah, they're in everything, right? And so it's
there's
like
a difference between the
we have
government
motives.
says
There's stuff he will never put in writing.
can and should execute these people, and God says that it's okay because these people are deemed enemies.
That he's running things. He's like, because everyone,
we have a whole
said that this conflict with Iran
came out with
was not
winnable. It was very popular. It still is today. And it's actually
every
very, very
analyst said
that.
You know what size their army is? I looked this up. I couldn't believe it. They have
it is my understanding.
Yeah, army. I thought you said armor. Yeah.
The perspective of Christians with regard to the Old Testament is that those are events of the past and that Christ, as their interpretation of the Messiah,
I'm sure they're
has
they have
made it so that Mosaic law no longer necessarily applies.
Yeah, but he's also fulfilled the promise of the Old Testament, and then that's why we're to the New Testament. But that's a very good explanation, better than mine.
It's kind of like
Sorry, I'm also trying to cross thread the different branches of the ring.
The Strait of Hormuz, right? Every analyst said, hey, if we do this, they're going to shut down the strait.
So going back to pardons.
We do it. He does the press conference. And he said, I never thought they would shut down the strait. That
still give me a reason where
because every analyst
it would be necessary to have that power.
They've been saying that not only the military analysts, but economic analysts have been saying this since the early 2000s, right? Leave this little piece of the world alone.
I'm mostly arguing for the sake of argument because I already showed my hand and indicated that I agree with you. I think that we probably should,
at a minimum,
restrict the fuck out of that power.
Someone went into the futures market and they put $2 billion.
I think that there are arguments to be made where it has
we've got
practical uses
this is all
at the very least.
But
they do all the clauses. Sorry for interrupting. I agree with you, Ms. Abby. I think blanket pardons and other pardons in general has been abused on both sides of the aisle. But they have benefit on the civilian side, like war fighters that were criminally charged. And they were pardoned, and
So I really pay attention. I mean, it's really hard to really put a good clause in there to justify not being abused. Sorry for interrupting you, Bridget.
I mean, you could have legislation, assume you don't have that power, you could have legislation that could come into play that would reverse sentences of certain people that were convicted, or of people convicted under what was deemed a crime at that time, and now it's not a crime. So that those sentences are vacated, or what's the words not coming into my head when I'm sorry, what? Commuted, not commuted, but all when they go away completely, when they're yes, thank you. And you could have circumstances like that where you'd have legislation that would cover it. And I understand if something was considered criminal and then over time has become, accepted, then that might make sense. But you could cover it with legislation. I don't know. I just think we're really limited pardon power in those circumstances.
Another one that occurred to me just now is just the very simple fact that law is general and justice is particular.
Trump is the guy who was taking in all of this
I think that still holds true. Congress writes broad statutes and prosecutors charge under imperfect incentives, and then judges sentence within a framework that may later look excessive, outdated, or unjust.
I would argue a broad statute is, if it's overbroad, it's unconstitutional, it's going to get challenged. So you can't write too broadly.
You've heard me rail against
some of them still
are authority. I don't like it if it's Republican. I don't like it if it's
it's not criminal. But in the civil realm, you've got Chevron, and Chevron is exactly why that happened.
What genocide
is overly broad and gave the APA too much latitude.
Yeah, I feel like a commutation allows the constitutional system to acknowledge that the conviction may stand, but the punishment has become too harsh, which I think is important in areas with mandatory minimum sentences, or
like a pot. Some people are charged with pot crimes, and now pot's legal. You can do that by statute.
True, you could. But statute is also notoriously more difficult to do, and sometimes you've got a situation that's a little bit more urgent than that.
I broke this down the other day. U.S.
I know of a pardon. I'll tell you a story. Somebody I know. It's a famous person here in Vegas. So he owned, or his family now are the heirs to this. He owned the newspaper in town and other big, industries, and very, very prominent developers, etc. So in the 40s, after World War II, he was involved in getting arms over to Israel for the War of Independence. And there was a lot of people involved with smuggling parts of airplanes through Czechoslovakia, through Panama, through certain countries, and getting the fuselage along with the actual airplane parts to build out airplanes to form an air force, and also getting guns over there to help them fight the War of Independence. Because he was here in this particular geographic area, has some ties, had ties to organized crime, he was able to access and mobilize weapons and get literally boatloads of weapons through various crazy routes around the world in different countries. I think they even went through Africa up to smuggle into Israel. War of Independence happens. Obviously, the rest is history. They become a country. He was convicted back then of arms smuggling. And many years later, his son happened to be roommates with Bill Clinton in, was it law school or college? One of the two. And Clinton pardoned this man and took away his crimes. It was like, 60 years later or whatever. But it was a pardon. It just made me think of someone I know that was pardoned and where the climate had changed. And,
but the damage is kind of already done.
What it was a crime back then.
Something doesn't make sense unless it does.
Well, I feel like
I don't know if that makes any sense. I feel like that story, but
Hamilton's defense in Federalist number 74 is also a good one, which is, if I recall correctly, that criminal codes are necessarily severe, however, without some easy access to mercy, justice can become cruel. And thus be against the general principle of, not invoking cruel and unusual punishments. So it boils down to the idea that a legal system needs to have a deliberately non-judicial mechanism for mercy because courts are bound by law as written.
Cousin to King Charles.
Law as written.
If you go ask an AI
and
how
so
likely you are to be 15 cousin with anybody on Earth, that likelihood is about 100%.
There are convictions that can occur that maybe
congratulations
people disagree with, maybe the person personally disagrees with. And it can be a
something.
I mean, something like that. Yeah, I've always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace.
Hypothetical that I think
I'm probably 15 cousin with them as well. The post, I have another post in my PTR, the one that he posted like 2 days ago, is him comparing, some statue, I guess, that's important to Americans.
Takes it upon themselves
under Obama and under him. Very closely in his own post that he shared.
Do a little bit of vigilantism after their child was
perfectly identical.
Assaulted.
It's a lie. It's AI generated. So, just 2 days and 2 stupid posts, and then if you go back 3 days ago.
The law by
that's not true. Go back about a week and a half ago.
They should.
Donald Trump posted an ad on his own social media for state.com
and end up in prison, but there's
so if you're not gambling
according to the law for them to end up on death row.
And on that note,
just based on
it's funny though, right? Because they said when Biden left the White House, his net worth
that is a deeply unpopular situation because of the situation.
And Trump's first term, they said when he left the White House, he and his family's net worth.
I can think of enough one-off.
Okay, so stay with that one. Someone else can chime in. I don't have to be doing all the talking here, but you could mitigate that in front of a jury. You can mitigate what the criminal intent was at the time and what the provocation and did it mitigate some of the crime. I mean, it doesn't mean because there's a statute and you committed a murder or an act of violence that through the process of a jury or a trial, some of that wouldn't come out and might justify, not justify the act, but mitigate is the optimal word. So I don't know if I agree with you, but I'm sure I'm boring people with this.
I'll say that for a second.
Go ahead.
You can then blame in your elections.
I would say that in your example, Breeden, there is an alternative to pardon.
Right?
The judge has the power. Even if the jury is going to convict,
it's easier to get reelected.
Directed verdict. Hey, jury, thanks for showing up. I'm making a decision that is not the same as yours. And I'm
the hard questions on
so there are ways for them to not have to pay the price for the crime that they actually did, but there are circumstances that the law can't deal with, that the judge can't.
We are independent.
I know.
Set aside the verdict.
What
historically,
Abby,
maybe you have conservative justices and liberal justices,
other attorneys to
it
provide
was intended to be about the law and the Constitution.
Are you serious with that question?
Right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. And have you ever just to get things wrong?
Who's gotten things wrong?
Judges things wrong.
Every minute.
Right. And do juries occasionally get things wrong?
Yes. But that doesn't change our system, and that the system is a system that works and functions. It's gonna have inaccuracies, but if you have ineffective counsel, there are ways to redress that wrong. You can go back to court and petition for a new trial if you have ineffective counsel. If the judge was biased, you appeal. You have a process of appeal. If a verdict is also appealable. If information was not vetted properly through the jury process. I mean, we have within our system, embedded in our system, the ability to question those wrongs and to redress those wrongs.
Decorum, because any young man could
someone else. Where's mine?
100,000 times in just a couple of years and phrases him. Clearly was a boxer for too long, and he's got brainwashed, brain rot. That's where the actual hard part of the frontal cortex dissolves and liquefies, and you become the
actually I like you, Abby. I like to talk. It's fun. What if, for presidential pardons, that it wasn't a sole executory executive? They could decide they want to, but they have to get it signed off by someone else. It has to be countersigned. I don't know who exactly would do that.
The system is a system that works and functions.
If they make the choice of who gets put up, but they don't get the final choice of whether they get the partner or not.
So like it goes to the Speaker of the House or something like that?
I was thinking, that was actually my first thing, but I was thinking maybe it'd be better if it was somebody that was nonpartisan, or they could be in a party with
the Chief Justice?
Yes, the Chief Justice could do it. That would be the best, because they're actually supposed to be nonpartisan.
You still have to amend the Constitution to do that.
I was looking for a workaround. That was not okay. Forget that one.
You know, if we're doing a constitutional amendment anyway, perhaps it has to be agreed on by multiple parties. Maybe it needs to be both somebody who is the representative from all three branches. That might be good.
You know, a lot of people who believe in this minimum basic income. George Bush and Trump issued checks to every American. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? So what I'm trying to say is, even though we're $40 trillion in debt, we can't necessarily delete it. But what we can do is just issue checks to Americans. And that means you have to be in the social... Hello?
It is fantastic.
Hello?
John, you're in the Matrix.
I can't hear you. You're going to have to leave and come back.
Representative.
It's fucking sad because he's usually got some good shit to say, but I couldn't hear him.
Please don't do that.
Hello? Hello?
What brought this pardon thing on? What was the genesis of this?
The pardon thing? Because we were talking about Comey and talking about whether he was pardoned when Biden went and pardoned everybody. We were talking about all the people in government that Biden pardoned. I was talking about that, and the question was whether Comey was in the grouping of Adam Schiff and all the people that were pardoned under Biden. That's how it came.
Yeah, okay, but that wouldn't cover his seashell 4786 thing, because that happened after Biden was the lone president. So that doesn't help him, even if he was. Was he on the list? Was he pardoned?
I don't know. I never got to check.
I don't know. But it won't help him with the problem he's got right now.
I mean, so what? Are you saying you don't want governors to have the right to pardon either?
Pardon me, were you asking me or were you asking Abby?
Either.
What's the question again?
You don't want governors to have the right to pardon either?
I actually, on the sense on this thing, I actually like the idea of pardon but it's mostly, I'm not usually emotional about stuff, but I just want to make sure that if I ever needed it, I want to be able to do it, and I don't want to give it up.
Right.
Were you thinking like when the guy's on death row and they call the governor like right before they pull the switch, like that kind of thing?
No.
Like in the movies?
No, I'm thinking that.
I'm asking serendipity that.
No, governors have the right to pardon.
Right, but don't they always call the governor? Do you remember the scene like with Jim Cagney, like in the chair, call the governor, right?
Yeah, but that's because it's a state crime.
Well, that's what she's asking. She's asking that question.
Yeah.
I like that. I actually, that kind of goes along with my emotional argument. Other than that, I'm in agreement with you, and I think Brigham was in agreement with you too. It's just too easily abused because there aren't really any standards of who you pick.
Yeah, I think that Joe and I are probably more aligned on the issue than Abby and I are, but I broadly agree with Abby.
You know what seems odd to me is that when they wrote the Constitution, they tried to get rid of all of the, especially the Bill of Rights, afterwards they tried to get rid of sort of all the bad habits of the monarchy system. And the one thing they left was this notion of giving pardons. It's sort of like this king. The one sort of thing left for the president, you could say for governors, is this king thing. I wish it was done at the sort of House of Representative level, where it would be based on sort of the will of the people, the representatives of the people, as opposed to a single person, which has no check.
Well, Yakov, I'm just glad that they didn't keep the other side of that coin. Off with his head. I'm glad they didn't keep that part.
No, I mean, if you look at the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, everything up to pretty much the Ninth Amendment, they're all to rectify things that we didn't like that the British did. And,
no, you made a very cogent argument. I made a really bad joke.
Sorry, I didn't catch the. I have a hard time with humor, but I just don't understand why we have this whole thing left over from a king, which is the ability.
It's not in the. I mean, it's in Article 2. It's not in the.
Yeah, I know it's in the Constitution.
But my point was where it came from, and the whole climate of England at the time, and why they had pardons, and it made sense historically. It just it's changed now. Our executive branch is aware of what our judicial branch is doing. In those days, that was the fear that the monarchy didn't know what the magistrates were doing.
I think there would have been a better. If I was writing the basic Constitution, I would have put it with the House.
What I think it's valuable to keep is not so much with heinous crimes where people are killed or maimed or hurt really badly. I think it's more with white-collar crimes because the courts do even a worse job with that. Because if they don't understand financial crime, most judges, and certainly most juries, and there you can have a miscarriage of justice, and it can look like rich guy got richer, put him in jail, and he really didn't deserve it, but there was enough evidence to convict, and somebody actually says, you know what, this guy really didn't deserve to be in jail for this financial crime. Let's get a pardon for him, either at the state or the federal level.
I agree with that too.
Hey, I got a question for Abby. Can you hear me, Abby?
Is he in the Matrix?
No, you're in the Matrix again.
Hello? Hello?
It's cool. I can hear you, John.
It says Representative Ro Khanna says that Benjamin Netanyahu in the Situation Room is a betrayal of the American people. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
It was the gal in the app that was in the Situation Room. What's her name? Victoria. Were they in the Situation Room together?
I'm not sure. I think Victoria's Situation Room could be on the 23rd floor of a psychiatric holding facility.
I don't like Ro Khanna. I don't follow him. Sorry.
So Ro Khanna was hanging around with girls with Victoria's Secret. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yes, with Victoria Ro Khanna in the Situation Room.
Yeah, I'm voting for Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey in 2028.
Boy, do you see there's a really good guy running against Massey. He's a war hero, veteran, like wonderful, smart guy.
Abby, he won't even show up to debate Massey. Massey is destroying him, but obviously this guy has billionaires backing him. But come on, Abby. I mean, one guy's
got a lot of people behind him. He's
not
very
I
popular.
mean, all the statistics that Massey puts out shows that Massey's going to win. I very much doubt that this guy's going to beat Massey, and it's going to make Massey so much more powerful than he already is. I mean, you got to realize that Massey and Ro Khanna have made over 50 people.
Does anyone look at the polling in that district?
Massey and Ro Khanna have been very successful. They have brought down over 50 people. 50 people have had to retire because of Massey and Ro Khanna's Epstein file release. Hello?
Who has polling in that district?
I don't know.
No, Necro? Can you pull it up?
I haven't looked at it. All I know is that Thomas Massey has always been his own man, so I don't see how.
He's got a very apt opponent. Let me see if I can pull up some recent polls.
Yeah, I will be stunned if there's any person in this district that will like Massey more. That likes them more than Massey.
I'm 182 points away from being 1% karma.
Let me ask you, Joe, do you think karma is reciprocal, or do you think karma is just action and doing in itself, that there is no cause and effect from karma? Do you think people misidentify, don't translate karma correctly?
Karma comes from the gods through the app.
So what you're saying is Reid Hoffman's plantation, we're all just plantation workers serving Reid Hoffman. Okay.
I actually looked up Alistair Crowley. I like who he was. I didn't really like you prior to that.
Oh, you hated me?
His name is Ed Gallerin, and the primary is, this is in the primary, and it's May 19th.
So wait, let's go back to the fact that Albert hates me, but now he likes the poetry.
Yeah, no, I like who you're putting up. I don't necessarily hate you. I just think, I see why you do what you do, but I don't actually enjoy how you do it.
Oh, I see. You mean you don't like my mockery of people on this app who are worthy of mockery?
Well, I think you mock everybody. I don't think you mock specific people.
It's not true. I don't mock everybody. Some people I actually appreciate and listen, and they provide incredible analysis and thoughtful insight that I had never heard elsewhere. I'm an information addict. Hello?
I'll talk more for you than John. I'll say more things going forward so that you can enjoy it.
Thanks, Joe. Just stop wearing makeup and everything will work out. Am I gonna get kicked?
I like how you don't choose to reveal your age, Joe, because you said you don't want people to think you're too young.
It's true. I don't want people to judge me for my age. It's not a good thing. I mean, they're going to wait for me to grow up or think when I've gotten to a certain age that they can listen to me, and I don't think I need to do that. It's unnecessary.
I was sure he was talking about me.
Can we get back on topic and talk about this corrupt police officer, Goomba James Comey, one of the most corrupt law enforcement officials in American history? Hello?
He's not a Goomba. The mafia would not take him. He's not even Italian.
I mean, listen, his daughter, she didn't even have to file with the National Merit Board. She's going straight to trial. And I have personally also filed an EEOC complaint against federal employees for violence at the workplace, sexual harassment, etc. But what I'm trying to say is that James Comey is so corrupt that thank God Trump fired AG Bondi, and now we got a real man who's going to take down a corrupt cop, because James Comey deserves to go to jail. and I can't wait for him to go to jail. I will have a party, and we will celebrate here on Clubhouse when James Comey reports to jail. Hello?
He ain't going to jail because of the shells. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, there's a hell of a lot more than shells. Apparently, you people forgot about Russiagate. And, you know, I live in Chicago, Illinois.
That's not what the indictment is about.
Oh, really? Well, the indictment expands as soon as we get him in some cuffs and his disgusting daughter. These people are traitors, they're criminals, and I can't wait for him to go to jail.
Dude, you're not wrong, but they got to get an indictment on that shit. Like, that's what the original indictment was about.
Oh, the original indictment! It's just a show!
Yeah, you know, the shells are actually a better case than you might think, but I still think it's about 50-50. And if 50-50 works really good for the defendant.
Okay, just because you think it's shells, and I'm going to now run a query, and we're going to get an extract of the key points from the indictment. Please hold.
Yes, you do that real quick.
No, take
I'll
your
wait.
time. Take
I'll wait.
your time and get it right.
I'll wait. It has absolutely zero to do with Russiagate.
Deputy, I've spoken more today in this room than I spoke in the last.
I know you have. You came in as a hot Catholic. Anne's still wrong about this indictment, but you know, we love her anyway.
I just looked at the polling on Massey.
Yeah, I mean, I just like
For an incumbent to be under 50% makes it competitive. So I mean, we'll see. He's got the edge on it, but it's definitely competitive now.
Yeah,
it's like 14% undecided in that district, something like that.
Okay, so I got the extract from the Comey indictment.
Yeah, I looked it up. Yeah, Massey's below 50%, but yeah.
Okay, are you ready for the Comey indictment? Because it has nothing to do with shells. That's just the fake news. Are you ready? Do you want to know the charging language for count one? Or no? Too much? Okay, this is charging language for count one. False statements, 18 U.S.C. 101A2. On or about September 30th, 2020, in the Eastern District of Virginia, the scumbag defendant James Comey Jr. did willfully and knowingly make a materially false, fictitious, and fraudulent statement in a matter within the jurisdiction of the legislative branch of the government of the U.S. by falsely stating to a U.S. senator during a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing that he, James B. Comey Jr., the scumbag, had not authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports regarding an FBI investigation concerning person one. Charging statement number two, explanation why the statement was allegedly false. That statement was false because as James B. Comey Jr. then and there knew, he in fact had authorized person number three to serve as an anonymous source in news reporting regarding an FBI investigation concerning person one. Number three, violation clause for count one, all in violation of 18 U.S.C. 100. Number four, charging language for count two, obstruction of a congressional proceeding, 18 U.S.C. 1505. On or about September 30, 2020, in the Eastern District of Virginia, the defendant scumbag James B. Comey Jr. did corruptly endeavor to influence, obstruct, and impede the due and proper exercise of the power of inquiry under which an investigation was being had before the Senate Judiciary Committee by making false and misleading statements before that committee, all in violation of 18 U.S.C. Violation clause for count two. The full indictment is only 2 pages. Anyways, that's it. So nothing about shells. Hello?
That's the old indictment.
What?
Doesn't 86 have multiple definitions?
Yeah, we talked about that a bit.
Sorry. Got into them a few minutes ago.
The new indictment is that he knowingly and willfully made a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States.
Maybe just wanted him removed from office. Like, it's just crazy.
So, go back to your indictment search, please, sir.
Okay, I'm putting in a new one. Tell me the top 10 extracts from the latest James Comey indictment.
Dated April 26th, 2026.
4.26.26. It came out 2 days ago?
Or maybe, hold on. Maybe I have the wrong. Maybe it's the 8th.
Okay,
28th. It was the 28th, sorry.
And I'm tagging Comey on X. It's going to be exciting. Here we go.
I fully support Comey, like them going after Comey. They should go after Bondi too, though.
Here it is. I got it.
Yep. Thomas Massey says he's going to go after
What
Bondi.
charges would you bring against her?
Count 1 on May 15th, 2025, at the Eastern District of North Carolina, James Bryan Comey knowingly and willfully made a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, and that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet, social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells. Oh, look, seashells is in the fucking indictment. Just like I said, arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 87 or 871A, Count 2, on or about May 15th, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the defendant, James Bryan Comey Jr., knowingly and willfully did transmit interstate and foreign commerce a communication contained a threat to kill the President, Donald J. Trump, specifically by publicly posting a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of intent to do harm to President Trump. Any more questions?
Could you read it faster next time?
Yeah, I have the actual indictment, and I'm looking at it, and you're absolutely right.
As well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So this is amazing. It really does deal with making threats to the president. And the fact that he's the head of the fucking FBI making sigil death threat, homicidal ideation statements about killing our president, I can't wait for this motherfucker to go to jail. He's going to fucking jail, baby.
Now it's all about the motherfucking seashells.
Guys, there's two separate indictments. Like, read. They're two completely separate
That's
indictments.
what I said. There was an old indictment that was dismissed without prejudice, and this is a new indictment, and they are completely different. I have no problem with the original indictment. I have every problem in the world with this new indictment.
You think people should be allowed to threaten the president?
I think we have a situation of free speech being targeted here because there is a lot of discrepancy about what 86 means. And the most general reference for 86 is remove, not eliminate or kill.
So your concerns are free speech? Are you delusional? Your concern is for free speech? Ah! That's not your concern. It's not free speech. That's not what you're concerned about.
This one's been on the books for over 100 years, and James Comey should have to defend himself if that's what it is.
Abby, how do they prove intent that he intended to kill him versus intended to
You look at the
remove him?
circumstances, you look at what, I mean, that's how you present evidence. You have to obviously discover and see other social media posts. You have to see whether there were emails or texts or anything that would express the intent for harm. I mean, you have to build your case. I mean, that's what they're going to have to do. And if they
why not own it? If you have a massive case of TDS, which it sounds like you do, then you're biased. They did a survey of Democrats after the assassination attempt, and fully 1/3 of them were upset that the assassin wasn't able to kill Trump. So chances are 30% of Democrats on this call want Trump dead, which means you have massive TDS, but you also are biased in your view towards things, and just own it. It's okay. We're on Clubhouse. Nobody knows who you are.
I'm explaining how evidence works in a criminal trial. What does that have to do with TDS? totally irrelevant to what he just asked me. I'm a Republican.
Abby's the furthest away from TDS.
So what you're saying is
TDS. I was just
they'd have to
explaining
show.
how they would prove, how you would prove this. You have to show the mens rea of some type that there was an intent, or if you look at it, and I was trying to look at it almost from a negligence standpoint on what would be foreseeable, because that's what we were talking about before. Is he still in here?
No, I wasn't talking about you, of course. I'm saying that, like in general, so many Democrats are so crazy right now with their, brain not fully functioning that they have TDS so badly that they're so biased it's hard to even have a conversation with them. And of course not you, Abby, but I'm talking about some of the others. There's a couple I heard on here who just sound like, like no matter what, it's Trump's fault, Trump's a criminal, Trump's a bad guy. So Comey, of course, is innocent because, he's on their team. And it's just such a boring.
There's nobody on this stage right now that's a Democrat. We're all Trump supporters.
Necro,
sorry.
And Necro wants to indict Bondi, so I'm reading what you would be indicting her for, Necro. So can you be specific on what criminal act? Because indictment would mean criminal.
Sorry, can you say that again?
So explain to me how you would put together your indictment that you're suggesting on Bondi.
I think there's a legitimate case that she violated the Epstein Transparency Act by not releasing by the deadline. And of course, also her leaking the names of the victims against orders.
Okay, but let's talk about what the Transparency Act, what was her reason at the time that what was released was there national security reasons? What was the reason that was given?
Well, that was the thing. We, never got it right.
Is there criminal statutes behind the Epstein Act?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
I don't think there's criminal statutes applied, bro.
No, there is. It's law. It's actually law that was passed, and by not performing according to the statutes and the laws, they actually violated the law. AG Pam Bondi, who Trump fired because she's a failure.
That'd be a violation. It wouldn't be put her in jail, correct? I think they're trying to say put her in jail.
It takes a future AG to bring those charges.
It could very well be administrative.
Well, you'd have to look at is there an abusive process? Or I'm trying to understand what criminal act.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I'm struggling with that.
You have to look at the actual Epstein Transparency Act and then determine. Again, it's a future AG that will have to bring these charges. Again, this is all just. This is Abby. It's just prosecutorial, objective. It's the future government if they want to do something.
Is there abuse process?
It's not abusive process. It's the fact that it's going to be, it's political. If somebody wants to bring charges against her in the future, that's what it's going to be. If she gets a pardon, she gets a pardon.
Under what criminal?
Again, it'll have to be political.
I'm missing what I'm asking.
What would they charge her?
So do you want to try this?
They wouldn't charge her. It opens her up for liability to be sued by the victims, but it wouldn't be. There's not a criminal statute behind it. No, it's under the Retard Act. I'm a retard, Trump-hating, scumbag, and that's what it is. Why are we trying to take it serious?
Yeah, I'm not sure. She was removed. She got immunity. She has immunity for the stuff with anybody that was named in there.
But Mark, the Epstein Transparency Act.
The DOJ, not her personally.
There were serious repercussions from this act. Over 50 people resigned their positions, and one of them was a Pritzker. So there were a lot of people that got fucked up by this release, and they had to resign their positions and resign in disgrace, completely separated, no pensions, all kinds of consequences from being in these files. And those people have suffered.
She did get fired.
I'm talking about the perps who were hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, not AG Bondi. Hello? Did anybody spend any fucking time going through these files? Am I the only one that looked through the files? Hello?
I don't know why you're screeching like a banshee. You get mic time on this stage.
Stop projecting,
I'd
Monica.
like to invite everybody to Love Bomb Serendipity, the hostess with the mostest in this public space. Please share some love with her. We are combating negative karma, and she deserves every bit of laughter and love we can provide her. Also, welcome Bima to the stage. Nice to see you.
Serendipity is the best mod on the app. I just
Oh,
I was like my favorite mod. Okay, so just going through this, if you want to look at whether she was in contempt of Congress, is that where you're going with it? Like, I'm trying to understand where the obstruction of justice comes in, because that's where she would have to be criminally obstructing justice in the Bible.
Like I said, I think there's legitimate grounds, but I am not the person who's done extensive investigation, so I can't charge her. So.
You can charge anybody.
Well, I don't know if...
Yeah, because I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not a DA, so I can't charge her.
Well, they're bringing charges against Dr. Fauci's laboratory assistant, who was helpful in bringing the COVID-19 vax disaster to America and the rest of the world.
Do you have proof on that, like an article?
Yeah, let me put it in the link. There's also this thing called Google, and you could also try to search for what I'm talking about. Hello?
Is he in the Matrix again?
Yes.
Yeah, leave the room again and come back.
I know there's a lot of buyer's remorse for those who got vaccinated. You made a bad decision and you were lied to, and that's okay. I feel for you. I hear your suffering.
Mark, how's it going? It's been a minute.
It's going good.
I hear your suffering.
What do you think is the real reason why UAE left OPEC? Is it just a fight with Saudi and UAE?
I think they're going to open up those lines, Mark. I think that the whole shipping line, they're going to, the intent originally before October 7th that the Saudis had to try to build a line almost going all the way through to the port of Haifa, like in that direction. Everything got screwed up after the 7th, but I think the UAE may be looking at that transportation route. They talked about putting a rail line in. I think it opens up trade going in that direction. I don't know. What do you think?
It's why I'm asking. I'm not sure, but it does seem like maybe it's a little spat between Saudi and Riyadh, and UAE. And where maybe Saudi's sort of growing colder on Israel and UAE is obviously warmer. I don't know.
Well, they have been warm, but I don't know. Can we just not do the Middle East right now? I know, no offense, Mark, but we were on something here.
Yeah.
We were staying domestic tonight a little bit. So can we just go back to, where's Necro? Is he still here?
No, he just went to the gym. He's going on a date with a tranny tonight.
I'm still trying to figure out how.
Abby, what is it about Thomas Massey that you hate so much? I know he doesn't want to fund Israel and he's a schmuck, but
I don't like that he what he does with the Republican Party. What don't I like about him?
Wasn't he trying to
major Republican proposals that come down to a hair of votes, and he can't vote with the party, including important fiscal, just various different types of legislation that he just on principle opposes, and it's problematic for the party, and so that's why I don't like him.
Didn't he wasn't he gonna work with who's that dipshit? Connor, yeah, to increase the number of fucking number of H1B1 immigrants that will come in from fucking India.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind parts of him. I understand he's more like libertarian, which I can stand them to a degree, but he's I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing, to be honest.
Well, maybe you should go to his X account. You can go to his Instagram account. You could go to his YouTube account. You can read his content. He puts out a lot of content, and all this ad hominem projection. It just, you guys aren't critiquing his content, his thoughts, his opinions, his economic philosophy, his legal philosophy. I mean, you guys have said nothing specific other than I just like him.
Fuck about his philosophy. I care that he's a member of the Republican caucus and he fucks them over. That's what I care about. I'm sorry, but one dude in Kentucky is not, to me, should not be determinative of whether legislation can get through, and he purposely goes against his own caucus on a regular basis. I mean, just look at his voting pattern.
Well, yeah, that's kind of why I like him. He is.
I mean, I appreciated that part. Like, I'm somebody who did not care about the Epstein files. It's fucking retarded people fixated on it. But, to be fair, the president did release them and he's running. So it's like, okay, well, yeah, now you...
No, so don't do with this is enough.
Okay, this is Trump America. This is Alistair. We just, I have a vow now. I won't actually spend any time in any rooms with Pepe anymore if he's speaking. I don't want to hear his voice anymore. And that's that.
Yeah, they'll definitely try that again. And so, I ended up talking to the cops, which was a bad thing, right? Because I got a ticket out of the deal. And, that was about it.
They let you off, but they just didn't do anything.
Yeah, a pipe and a grinder in my car, and I had not been smoking, but it smelled like weed. And the cop pulled me over and confiscated my pipe and grinder. It was like, you're lucky that you didn't have any weed. And the thing I thought about to this day was that there was weed loaded in.
Ability and accountability is number 2.
And the cop took a look. And so I got away with it. But those incidents are few and far between, 7 and 10 years ago. Don't do that stuff, man.
One time when I was in undergrad, we were smoking in my friend's car. On campus, because we had gone out to out for the day, and we had come back, and we were before we head back to our dorms, let's smoke up, right? And so we were smoking in his car. This is before weed was legalized in California. So this is in 2015. And so they were smoking in the car, and for some reason, LAPD gang unit posted.
Yep.
And it whooped them, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, something's dropped in GMC. But you still need it 3-2.
Not make most people want to go out and kill the fucking president. I mean, that's just he's somebody who I don't think is it's likely an issue with him in general.
My baby Mariam is here. My baby. Oh, my beautiful baby is here.
So random. Well, I mean, I have views that are not popular and
like I don't like ever, I've never planned to go out and like start like beating up people or alone doing a terrorist attack. I mean, it's fucking crazy. But people that do that, and I think they have all throughout time. And I think like when people try to, this is kind of, I don't like seeing the right use this whole, what they call stochastic terrorism argument, where even saying not so nice things about will lead people to kill people, and it's dehumanizing. I mean, it can be at times, but for the most part, like, no, we don't. I don't think we should be like a bunch of leftists and
No, I don't know. What again?
You're saying that it's a problem, the rhetoric you propagandized. So in other words, what is the solution? That we end up basically clamping down on the speech that you feel would have led to Donald Trump, somebody trying to execute him?
No, make sure that we provide information that's accurate to the people so they know that Trump is not a pedophile.
Okay, so how do you do? But then that means you have to stop people he's a pedophile.
No, I don't have to stop it. I have to mock it. I have to tell them it's stupid. I have to tell them that they're only seeing part of a story and they're swallowing hook, line, and sinker, and it's a huge problem.
But there's people who will turn around and say that you're brainwashed and you're a stupid maggot. That's what they turn the oath.
Somebody incites violence to commit murder.
Careful where you go with that, because again, Trump said, let's go to the Capitol and fight like hell, and you were vociferous. It's not whataboutism. It would be a prime case in point in which you would give leverage and power to the other side to be able. Okay, so I didn't finish my point because you interrupted me, because you're sensitive and you don't understand. Jesus Christ! Like,
I just, to your point, Mark, I just don't understand, like, why you will see the right essentially say that Trump making comments on social media about wiping out a civilization is just hyperbolic and not really that big a deal. And that in turn, a very ambiguous post because of what the meaning of 86 could potentially represent is something that's worthy of us arming and sending our federal prosecutors after a person. And yet, like, we all wanted to make excuses when Trump talked about, wiping out a civilization, because we know he's hyperbolic. We know he says outrageous things. We make excuses for his outrageousness all the time. And yet, by the same token, oh my God, somebody tried to kill Trump. And, with all this ambiguity around 8647, I mean, we certainly didn't file charges against Gretchen, what's her face, when she wore the little pin that included 86, was it 8645 or 8647? I mean, she did exactly the same thing.
So serendipity, can I give you context, maybe help you with this? Serendipity, I'm going to go back to like early days on Clubhouse, trying to listen to people. We actually have a standard. I mean, whatever happens to Comey, it's still going to go through the Brandenburg test. Thank you. Who said that?
Me,
Pepe gets, yes. Okay, so Brandenburg test, two-pronged test. The speech must be intended to cause immediate illegal activity, correct? And the speech must be likely to cause immediate illegal activity. Those are the prongs. It has to be intended, and it has to be imminent that it's going to happen, and intended for that to happen. That's our test.
Thank you, Peppy. God, why didn't you become a lawyer? You picked up on this. I know you know that.
But Abby, the same lesson would be said, because now if a Republican in the future says go fight like hell and something happens off of it, they could be held if we allow this to pass.
Well, let's talk about, but this test got tested over and over in the courts many times. It actually got loosened more than when Brandenburg happened. And Brandenburg was a Ku Klux Klansman who stood up in front of a bunch of Klansmen. And the question was, did he incite the violence? Did he have the intent to have them go take down the Black community? And was there a likelihood they would do it? And the court said no, that it wasn't incitement. So, and again, it became even more and more harder to prove incitement over the years. So in this scenario, it's interesting what you say, serendipity, because ultimately it's going to go back to if his intent was to dog whistle or to get people to react to it, knowing that there's a strong possibility that there would be the reaction, then it's going to be tested under that test. It's our law. I mean, and you guys can Google it. Where's my co-counsel Pepe? You go Google what happened in the case law post Brandenburg, that how we look at whether that dog whistle is going to bring imminent harm and the likelihood of it. All right, now.
No, Pepe, add that to your bio, bro. That's on the resume.
Yeah, he's good.
Also, Pepe.
It's my understanding that's why you can use vague threats. Like, for example, kill Whitey, total N-word death, gas the you-know-who's. Now, horrible language, the social consequences will be severe for saying that publicly. But, okay, let's just use the last example. Gas the Jews, all right?
Because that means you're doing something you don't need to be doing. If you're ashamed of who you are and what you're doing, stop doing it. Point blank. You worry about somebody going to tell your business. Sometimes y'all men, these ain't all the way there. And that's me. But
Universe, are you here?
Hello, my baby Maria, my darling. The
She has no background in DC. So what are you talking about?
Stop. What, Henry?
I was just going to say, I appreciate the explanation, Walter, because I was also worried that moving her out of her current position where she is being so successful, would that create a gap that couldn't be filled? It sounds like that's probably true. So I appreciate the clarity. Maybe some other time we could talk about Vivek. Man, that was the only other thing I wanted to talk about, but I'm taking up too much time.
Vivek, listen to me. I've been following his campaign. I don't know what he's doing.
He came through town. You know where I live. Don't mention it. But he came through town a week or so ago, and I went and saw him. I didn't get a chance to talk to him or get a picture or anything, but I was standing there with one of the local mayors, and we were having a good. It was a nice little time. He came to a local Italian restaurant that's like 80 years old, and it was nice. But we didn't have much time to like talk to him or anything like that. But yeah. I just was curious. I didn't know if you have a sense of the campaign.
The problem I have with Vivek's campaign is that Vivek's campaign is being run by consultants instead of him. And what he should be doing to win in Ohio is running the exact same race that he ran for president, and he would win. So
Yes,
I don't know
why
what
isn't he doing that?
I have no idea.
Oh, man. They got to hire you. They got to hire you and Chris and whoever the hell else.
Listen, I'm not allowed to be hired as a political consultant because, to be hired as a political consultant, you can only lose by a small margin. That's the only way that it works. Political consultants only get hired if you lose all the time. You can't have any good ideas. You can't have any real guerrilla marketing experience. You can't have any real opposition research experience. To be a Republican consultant these days, you have to figure out how to charge $350,000 a month and do almost nothing. And that's the only way to get there.
Walter, you're a charming person, so please don't go work for Vivek Holmes.
I just wish I came up in this era of Democrat operatives where you can get paternity leave for like 4 months and get paid. You can get, you know, you got the good life. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, we had to grind for that stuff, and oh man, I don't even understand today. But these cats are making major money off these NGOs and nonprofit.
I guess on the NGO, the left side, that is probably true. They have a lot of money from they get a ton of money from the NGO side. On the right side, it's whoever can send the most useless fucking mailers. We got to send 80 million mailers. They're all $17 each, and I get to keep $14 of that $17. And nobody looks at them. No one's seen them. No one cares about them. They show up in the mail. People throw them right in the fucking trash. I mean, these are the dumbest people in the world to me. I mean, the amount of money. I was sitting in this room years ago. This was I was in a private event at the Willard at a fundraising event with Club for Growth, and I was sitting there listening to these people, and they were about to raise, I think, $16 million for a candidate I was talking to. And I went around the room and I started getting to this last guy, and he said, "So, how much are you guys spending on mailers?" And suddenly the room went silent, and I said, "Which one of you owns the mailer company?" And the guy on the left side said, "Well, I mean, it's not my company, it's my brother." And I was like, "Oh, hold on there. Wait, what now? Your brother?" And he did this. They were not happy with me. I was not invited back. This is the reality of the scenario. Okay, these people, this is what they do. This is how they make their money. They raise a bunch of money, and then they all take their cut off the top. And it's a fat cat society, and it's really obnoxious, and I cannot stand it. If we wanted to win, you don't need to do that. You don't need to use freaking mailers anymore, okay? Mailers don't do anything. If you spent the amount of money on mailers that you did on YouTube banners and YouTube ads and X ads and everything else ads, you would do 10 times better. But these people, they don't have any concept of the new wave of how you actually advertise. I mean, the concept of a mailer is so stupid in the first place. Essentially, this is the way I think about a mailer. A mailer is like an impression. Like an impression on X, right? You see it for 2 seconds, and then you throw it in the garbage. What's the difference between a mailer and something you see on X? Something you see on X that advertises to you, you can pull it up, and you could see it 6, 10, 15, 20 times a day. If you're paying it right, if you're advertising and doing it properly and actually spending the money on it, that impression will be many, many times. But a mailer is once, okay? And then you see it, and you put it into the garbage can because you go, "Oh, look. Yay." It's like the stupid freaking the goddamn text messages, dude. These things are so annoying.
I would just want to be a Democrat organizer on the left to do community organizing.
I don't throw it away. I got so much mail from Winsome Earl Sears, right? And my husband used to be the personal trainer for her like 3 years back, and I kept all the mail. Okay, and when I saw her, I gave her assistant all the mail. I was like, "Please vote for Winsome Earl Sears." My mom, she got so much to her house, like so much to her rental property, and I was like, "Here's all the mail. I'm just gonna give all of it to you." Take your mail back.
You want to know why Winsome lost? They spent all their fucking money on mailers. That's
exactly.
Oh my lord, dude. Anybody, listen to me. If there's any politicians in this room or any hopeful politicians, if you ever meet a consultant that tells you, "Yes, we need to spend $800,000 on mailers this month and this quarter," fire them immediately, okay? Fire them the next day. Fire them the next hour. In fact, the moment it leaves their lips, fire them instantly. That should be the first thing you do. But of course, no one will hire me as a consultant for these types of things. I only like winning. So, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to win. You can't have good ideas as a consultant.
Oh, bro, you're out of business on the GOP, though, man. From what I've heard from you two, bro, these cats are dedicated to not winning. Like, they can't wait to not win.
They are absolutely hell-bent on fucking losing. That's right.
Well, and part of the reason why is not a majority, but many of these big consultants, they have these franking contracts with people in frank contracts and people in Congress where our taxpayer dollars pay for mailers and all these different things. You can talk about Axiom Strategies and some others out there, and so that's just part of what they do, and it's crazy. I don't know, man. If you're not doing IP targeting and other types of geo-targeting and micro-targeting down and getting in front of people, having those all kinds of other creative ways. In today's world, you're not doing right.
Guerrilla marketing is the only way to win now. And the reason for that is because the attention economy has gotten so competitive that why the hell would I pay any attention to you? Like, really? I mean, seriously, I mean, if you're trying to get someone's attention, if you're really trying to get somebody to actually pay attention to what you're doing, what you're saying, you have 7 seconds to get that person's attention. And if you don't get that 7 seconds, they will never care about you ever again. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. That's that much effort. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just got one more point I forgot to mention. I added the YouTube link to O'Keefe Media Group, which reveals hidden camera video with Glenn Prager from the DOJ, who handled the first round of Epstein victims on hidden camera video, saying that Jeffrey Epstein was an informant and an asset for the CIA. So that is confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, dude, listen to me. If people think this is just like some hunky-dory random thing that, it's just some random dude, guys, you just get out from underneath the rock, okay? It's obviously an intelligence operation. Otherwise, we would have found out a lot more about it. Okay, but I got to go, guys. This was a great show this evening. Thank you guys, everybody who came to the show tonight. This is the Political Theater on Walter Kerr. Make sure you guys follow all of my speakers up here on stage. Chris, Jared, AB was up here this evening. Henry, Zen, Sunlight, 10th Mountain. Make sure you guys follow all these people. These are good people. They got good content. Make sure you guys come back. We will be back on tomorrow night. Well, wait a minute here. I got to go to Michigan tomorrow. Maybe. If I get into the hotel early enough tomorrow, I will be on tomorrow night at 9. So we will be back as soon as we can. There's a press conference, by the way, Thursday morning. There was a press conference up in Michigan, and we're going to be going over the fraud. That is with the state senator Nesbitt. So that'll be at 9:15 on Thursday morning. So there's a press conference talking about the fraud and stuff. That's the most recent articles. If you guys have been following the work that I've been doing, that's what that's going to be covering. So we're going to be covering that on that. And I think we should be on for the rest of the week. I don't know. I got to double check some travel stuff because I might be going down to DC Friday. Someone invited me to an event. They want me to go, and I'm going to try and make it. So we'll see. But anyway, guys, we'll be back. Hopefully we'll be back on tomorrow night. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to be back on tomorrow night. So we'll see you guys tomorrow night for more of the Political Theater. 9 p.m. weeknights, guys. We will see you guys as soon as we can, and we will see you guys next time.
I didn't come. I mean, I had a little bit of experience, but I didn't have a whole lot. But throughout my years being in, I'm pretty well off for myself. Done well, and I'm trying to finish this contract and just, go to the next chapter. But we did kind of hijack this guy's room, though.
No, we didn't. Hey, Universe, is that you, John?
Yeah. Hello?
It looks like you, John.
Hello?
Hello?
That's my call sign. Hello?
Hi.
That's my security password. If you ever need to walk across the perimeter, you just say hello.
John, the guy in the top of the room, his name is Sir Seek, because he's a captain and he's active duty in the U.S. military.
Making this far too simplistically.
And, Sir Seek, the guy in Universe, he went to the Citadel to be an officer.
Oh, nice.
So, I mean, I've been on this app for 5 years-ish. But dude, I think you and John would actually be coming cohorts in crime.
Oh yeah.
Because like I said, he went to the Citadel.
Oh, I don't participate in crime anymore. I'm strictly involved in politics now.
Yeah, well, that's because you lost your fucking congressional fucking run.
So you need ROTC or you need OCS?
I did ROTC.
No, he went to the Citadel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do ROTC at the Citadel. Everybody does ROTC.
Yeah, military university, yeah.
Yeah, that's John. That's who you're talking to. I'm talking about a commission.
What do you think would happen if a black
It's
man ran
good
for
to
president?
see other veterans out here, man. I'm not there
The
yet.
results would be a landslide, and he would be under it. Slappy, what do you expect to do about unemployment? The same thing I've always done. Go down every Tuesday and sign up. Slappy White, do you think being vice president?
No, sir. Why the hell would I pay any attention to? Like, really? I mean,
What they call me?
Pepe I like to accuse other people of committing ad hominem projection, but then when I say that other people are committing ad hominem, is that me committing ad hominem projection against an ad hominem projector? Is it a breath?
That we have together, my pussy's damaged, my pussy's damaged, my pussy's damaged. So they all banded together to try to create one big pussy, and they thought it would be stronger. It wasn't. Criminal activity again. Don't go after this ridiculous 8647 shit. Is make it substantive, make it stick, make it matter.
Yeah, that's one of the problems I have too. I think this is shallow and superficial. I don't think it's good enough when we have evidence of him doing seditiony things. Propping up the Russian collusion delusion, making the Steele dossier seem vital and important instead of gossip and innuendo. It's very frustrating. Hey, Edie.
I think it was a crime when he opened the investigation against Michael Flynn.
Me too. It's very hard to swallow. Roger Stone, Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, all the people that supported Trump were targeted in lawful.
It was a political intended to tie them up and bankrupt them. So in this instance, while people can argue and he'll have to argue what he was meaning when he was using the term 86. What's wrong with him taking his own medicine? Like, I don't see it is politics. It's not like the Democrats are going to, they would have eased up on their lawfare until this indictment came out. They were literally promising to go after every Trump official when the House gets back in office and investigate, or when Democrats take majority in the House, and they're going to investigate every single Trump official. So, they're already promising lawfare against Trump. Shouldn't Trump fight fire with fire?
I'm going
to go after Pepe.
I 100% agree with you. I'm somebody who believes that when President Trump is in office, a lot of people need to go to jail. The way they went after Trump and those around him, they had to play dirty, and I don't know how else to do it. I personally do not really give a shit about Comey. I'm not the one who brought this up, but we kind of the conversation started before Comey. It was about radicalization of the shooter, but when it comes to the people that were going after Trump, I do think something drastic needs to happen to them, because they will just keep on doing it.
how else do you stop it?
Well, what you could have,
Hold on,
what we
I
could
said
have
I
done.
would go after Pepe, please. So 2 points. Abby, I back channeled you a PolitiFact that said that the odds of the Senate being retained by the Republicans has gone up. I think the Southern Poverty Law Center scandal is having an effect, and we should push that and amplify that. And that goes back to the propaganda message. We have evidence that people are being manipulated and told that white supremacy is the number one threat to our country, and we know better. So we should educate on that. And the second point is, Joe, we are tossing out odds about how likely is it that with this charge, Comey will be convicted and found guilty. The highest percentage the stage gave us was 5%. What's yours?
Talking to me? I'm sorry, I was.
Yes, sir. How you doing? Good to hear you.
I was getting accustomed. No, I don't think it's likely, given the state of clearly in this room right here, if Republicans are thinking it's a bad thing, Comey better get a bunch of clubhouse Republicans on this jury to not convict.
Well, the thing of it is
generally speaking, one of the big things I think is being missed here is, from one of the biggest complaints is Trump's first term was he promised in his 2016 election that he was going to lock Hillary up and spend a steady build up. And then after going through 2020,
after going through 2020, and then I'll go on mute
and in the years under Joe Biden, it's actually polling very, very strong with Republicans, according to big data polling. And I can look at where it is now, that many of Trump's MAGA supporters wanted indictments, and they want convictions as well. And maybe they don't have the goods, but there was a lot of rattling of the chains a year ago by supporters saying, where are the convictions? Where are the indictments? Why aren't they going after Trump? And I think it actually hurts Trump's chances more with his base, and it is red meat. This is to get the base up. This is to get the some enthusiasm that Trump's sorely lacking. Iran war.
Okay, and my concern is we should go after people which we have the evidence to indict, convict, and jail them. And if we're going to put up these charges that have little chance of convicting and jailing them, we're wasting our time and our credibility. And I get that MAGA's mad that more people aren't in jail. And also, I don't think this is it. And so I'm frustrated because I want justice too. But this is smacking of vengeance and revenge.
This is not on our priority list. Putting James Comey in jail is not our priority.
Our best shot at Comey would have been in 2018 and 2017. That would have been under the purview of Sessions, which he was a twit, and the DOJ was flustered. We had illegal wiretapping, misuse of a FISA court, omission and tampering of evidence to fit a narrative to go ahead and get those. That all occurred under Comey. Now, whether you could have pinned that to Comey, that would have been a different thing. But he still violated the Hatch Act. He also interfered with an election process in which that does carry criminal charges under it. So he could have we could have prosecuted him. They didn't do that with Comey. I don't know why. It's a short thing, but Comey could have done it. The Flynn debacle, as was mentioned, yes, it should have absolutely been reviewed and probably could have been over the party. And we could have probably found out that there was some mishandling of evidence and misalignment of that. The other is Woody and Henry. She survived Big Guys. Like, all the evidence that people have, you have to prove that she's criminally liable. I hate to tell you this, but I can't stand that woman, and she is the worst person on this planet in terms of our political system. but they get away with it. Like, they're clean. There's nothing that sticks to them. There's nothing you can really pin on the Clintons. I mean, shit, the guy lied under oath in front of the American people, and they reelected him. The power dynamics there are you have to sometimes say, hey, there's really not much I can go ahead. After the hearings, Hillary's stock went up, and every man knows it was her and that administration that left me and others to go ahead and die. But that's just a simple fact. Quell that shit. Her administration did it. Uma Abedi, Anthony Weiner. You can't tell me that was the first time that they had child pornography on their on their computers. The servers, the destruction of evidence. They had the crimes there, but they exonerated her. They couldn't make it stick. So, I mean, it's not just what you know, it's what you can prove. And you have to look at that lens. And if you're going to go down that pathway, we better go. And if we are going to do that, then we better find some fucking damn good prosecutors. We better find some Republican lawyers that can go on there and not just do CNN or Fox News sound bites and sound good on TV, but they have to be fucking dead on. And if we can't do that, then we don't have anybody to blame but ourselves. And Trump made a mistake. Sessions was the worst person to pick. That fucked him up from the beginning. He should have picked somebody a lot better. I don't know who it should have been, but I would have probably put Ted Cruz in. I would have gave it to him and said, here you go, unleash it. And Ted Cruz would have been a dog with a bone at that time, especially because he wanted blood and he wanted vengeance. And he would have went and got it. He would have found a law. But you know what? We didn't do that. Our side wasn't smart in that area. The Democrats threw everything they could at Trump. And he didn't get unscathed. But the man came back more powerful and destroyed the blue wall, destroyed every swing fucking district there we had. He took it over, and we have the power right now. This is just a distraction. We had the narrative for like 2 seconds, and now this is going to blanket it, and everybody's going to be cheering it, and it just gave leverage to the Democrats when we should say, hey, the political violence, your voice is being silenced. We could have rolled with that. We didn't have to do this. This shit was stupid. That AG just dropped the ball on us, and there was so many more fish we could have gone after, so many others, and we're letting them slip through our fingers over stupid shit.
Yeah, no one in this room, but we live in a world where we talk to people outside of this room on Clubhouse where they believe an impeachment of a president means it kicks them out of office. They're not even familiar with that the Senate has to convict them. I think we live in a world today in America where these headlines and these buzz lines play a factor and make effect. It's a momentum game. And I think it was hurting Trump more to not have anything. I don't think a trial on Comey will even be heard prior to the midterm election. I'd like to see a series of indictments come out over the next 6 months, regardless if they hold any water or not. These people in the DOJ work for us. This is one of the biggest complaints against Bondi, was why was nothing moving forward? Well, some of this stuff was working forward. I think now it's just starting to actually come to the news cycle, because I believe they were working on this grand jury for quite a while prior to this, even when Bondi was still in office. So I don't know. This is the machinations of what has occurred over the last year from some of the base demanding some of this stuff. The guy from Rasmussen Reports, he went right into Trump and told him back in the fall, Mark Mitchell's his name, and said, look, your base wants indictments. Your base wants convictions. And at least according to his account, it's like, oh, okay, they want indictments. They want convictions. So we'll see. We'll see. Was doing nothing better and putting us in a better position than doing something about it. And I'm on the side that says do something about it regardless of the outcome.
All right, if that was the case, so take a look at the impeachments against Trump, the prosecutions from New York City, the release of his tax returns, creating fucking new state laws, manipulating a law to turn a misdemeanor into a federal crime, and then charge him, 31 times with the same fucking crime. Then you go, all right, we've got this. Then you got the Georgia, what was her name? Stacey Abrams? Not Abrams. The girl that was, yeah, whatever her name is. Yeah, she's, Willis. Benny. She's in a hotbed of water right now, and she's like trying to survive the next day. They tried to do it in Florida, and the Democrats lost on it, which gave power to Trump. I'm not necessarily saying we shouldn't have done anything. I'm saying we didn't have the people that were really going to go after it. We put the wrong people in play, and I'm kind of grateful to Trump right now because he didn't necessarily go after Hillary, because that would have been front page and it would have been a failure. It would have been a failure, another failure, and who knows how this election cycle that just passed would have turned out if Trump, under 2016 with COVID shit that was happening, started prosecuting everybody and losing. That would have been an epic loss on our side, and it would have hurt us much more down ticket, and we wouldn't have had the powers to basically shift a lot of things. And I still don't like Mitch McConnell, but hats off to him for securing the courts and making sure a lot of provisions down ticket, down ballot actually worked in our favor to help propel up and to help us have that sweep of a victory. And played it right. He set us up. Now it's up to our team to hold on to that, and we're going to hold the Senate, and we have a chance. We're probably not going to win a major majority in the House, but it's still a coin flip. We can still take 3-4 seats over and still have power, and it would be an epic win for Trump to be able to finish out his term, being able to do a lot of the things he promised, and maybe somehow we get a better win and set up the next administration that could be a Republican, whether it's Vance, Rubio, or somebody else. We could have a shot, and if they do good, we've got 12 years at least. We've got 12, guys. We have a shot for it, a good shot, not just like some imagination, but an actual good shot. I just don't think throwing shitty fucking prosecutions that all the media is going to cover and not cover any of the other shit. We're just giving too much fodder to the other side to use against us.
It's a good point. It did. When the Democrats did it to Trump, they weren't effective. They never got any conviction on Trump other than the civil. They never got any conviction on Roger Stone or
I rise to wish a very special General Garland.
Steve Bannon.
They got conviction from Steve Bannon.
Oh, they did. That's right. They did get a conviction.
Yeah, but he kind of set himself up. You can't do that whole Sandy Hook thing.
Wait, that's Alex Jones.
No, Steve Bannon was the one.
Oh, yeah, it's Steve Bannon. I'm sorry. I was thinking Alex Jones.
Contempt of Congress, Bannon.
It was contempt of Congress. That's right.
Yeah, Bannon was contempt of Congress. But I mean, that's a nothing. Like, that's not a big win.
Did what? 5 months?
They were also going after him a while back for raising private funds to build the wall back in the first term.
That's
Do you remember that?
Yep.
Shit, I don't. Man, there's been so many of them. I can't. He's kind of this one.
I think he's got the worst.
But you're right. I mean, Brad, good point. It wasn't effective for the Democrats. So why do we think it would be effective this time around? I don't know. That's the quagmire the MAGA base is in. They're demanding revenge, and it didn't work for the Democrats, at least for winning the presidency. So, how effective is it really in the long run, other than costing a shit ton of money and time and effort and pulling people out of the game? Hopefully, maybe going after Comey satisfies the base and not going after a figure like Barack Obama. That will really rally the base of the left. Because I think going after Hillary or going after Barack would definitely bring the left some momentum. So I don't know.
But I mean, if we take that point, like again, if Trump succeeds, like let's say he gets destroyed, all the Iran thing falls our way, we start, boom, it starts working out great. Okay, done, settled, over with. And he follows through and he's managed to hit $21 trillion in investment. Now, we won't see that in this term, but we have a shot to see it in the next term. We definitely will start to feel it about the midterm after the next administration. That'll trickle down. And he puts that on there. I mean, can you imagine if it's all under conservatives, it's control, and we can actually fund and start doing things and start targeting issues that we have been complaining about for a long time, that we're going to have an economy that's booming. Under 12 years of stewardship under conservatives, it would take literally 50 years for the Democrats to break that shit. And not that they won't spend us into oblivion, but we really could hold something there, and Trump can walk away with something that will last, I don't know, another 250 years. He'll be able to support this country with those investments. And again, it's a big if he hits 21 trillion, because that's a hard goal. That economic boom for the U.S. will cement us for 150 years. That's a lot of power to give to a guy and then give it to the next administration, hand it off. And the American economy is steamrolling along. We're all doing a lot better. And he's conquered out, a bunch of bullshit. Venezuela's cured. Cuba looks like it'll be cured. Iran's going to be cured. Kim Jong-un I don't even know what's going on in North Korea. Nobody does, because he's been quiet. The only thing left is Russia and Ukraine. And quite frankly, no one gives a fuck about either of those two countries in reality. It's just a political oppo. We really do. And Europe is finally starting to pay up a little bit more. And he may take Greenland. Who knows? But I mean, fuck. If he does it, hats off to him. He'll be one of the greatest presidents, if not top 3 of all time.
Ready for Mount Rushmore?
Well, that 18 to 21 trillion dollar investment, like, what is it? It's AI. So part of that is going to be AI transition, because there's, obviously they're going to take over some of the workforce and everything else. So there's going to be, and I remember Elon was saying something about universal basic income, which they might have to put that into action. I mean, I don't like the idea of it, but it's one of those things where it might, I mean, it might very well, mean that we go to that, but so it's mainly going to be the AI transition.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save in need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of light I wear. Mine is the head of the land, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermarriage. thy car of glory, by my fingers I invoke thee. Under the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. I now adore through waves of music and the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother for me will labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a puppets and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611, and the voices. Every one of them. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh keep me, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar at the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the wonder and the power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, giant and conquering Lord, our Lord, Avenger, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is that sword of revenge, let it strike, as thy bidding, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abra, abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, said it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the since I bear the rose and cross of life and life, giving the sign and terror. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the air, of flowing air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of life and life. Remaining in the side, the invocation comes therefore I say unto thee, thou wilt dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or right of the and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one I make them. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends in 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Hearing the sign, teach an abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than now. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your cry.
We'll have all the channels. Just depends on how you.
Dana de quite kendil ben long. Quite cocked and bang the long the coasty walla bang.
Starbucks, and that's because it's from Seattle. Everywhere else you go, you can get jalapenos McDonald's down here. It's kind of wild.
Jalapenos aren't even that spicy. That's too bad.
No, that's right. That's entry level peppers, and you know, if you send one jar to New York or Pennsylvania, you got to send an SDS. You got to have people showing up in plastic suits surrounding the jar and say, "What the fuck is this stuff?" But it just comes out how you get started.
What's the hottest pepper? Is it the Asian peppers or the jalapeno?
Well, they have like so. You have to look this up because for the last like a decade or so, you have hybrids where they basically ended up like there's like Carolina Reaper. There's all of these weird ones where it is like if you were to look at like habanero, which is this more common pepper, which is much spicier than jalapeno. This is like you literally these peppers start getting hundreds of times hotter, and it literally people they get ulcers where they burn a hole in their stomach trying to digest this stuff. It's
Are they hotter than Szechuan? Than like the really hot Chinese?
That's not been my
experience. Yeah.
Really? You think that's the case? Because I've had my face burned off over in Asia eating those little shit.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in desperate, really like pain in Asia.
Yeah, they have it's like I don't know, kind of like marijuana, like how you have these really strong strands that people end up producing these hybrids, and you have much stronger peppers now. You can look it up. They have was it the Scoville scale? I forget what it's called, but it is you have peppers that are just like insanely spicy. And I haven't had those.
But Jimmy, I also have my first selfie with an alligator, and I tried to grab it. I missed him because he went into the brush. My first rattlesnake. I tried to pull him out, and haven't quite there. I've hiked Caprock.
You tried to grab a rattlesnake?
Oh yeah, rattlesnakes are overrated, man. I mean, it's the copperheads you got to worry about. Rattlesnakes are the big pussies of the reptiles, actually. I mean, if you step on one, you got a problem. But if they see you coming, they're going to run mostly.
No, that's true. Like, but like here in Arizona, where they're like pretty common. They're a lot faster. They're a lot faster than like for example the vipers in Asia.
Yeah.
And they are generally when you get bit, it's because you did not see it and you put your hand near it or your foot went near it. That's basically how it happens. It doesn't. Obviously, nobody wants to get bit by one.
I actually just saw one, and I was like, oh. I wanted to get him out of the brush so I could see it, so I tried to grab his tail, but there was like this pylon, and then there was this rock and some brush, and he slid in there, and I wasn't going to put my hand too far in and try to grab him. So I let him go, but I damn near close. I'm going to get one, and then I'm going to hold the selfie of me holding a rattlesnake. They're bigger than I thought.
You don't think those fuckers can leap, though. Like, that's the scary part. Like, rattlesnakes are not... I don't even know what the strongest rattlesnakes are in the United States. You have like I don't think it's here in the Sonoran Desert. I think actually in the Mojave Desert they have the strongest. And there's that
here. Like, well,
I'm talking about it.
in Mojave, and then you have the cottonmouth.
You said it right the right time. Like, I live in Georgia. But when I went, no, but we have a lot of shit ton of diamondbacks around here. Like, and we have water moccasins. Like, can I finish without you interrupting?
Jesus Christ, you fucking retard.
You're a retard that's interrupting me. But like when I was in like Fort Leonard in Missouri. You were talking about copperheads. I had to dig an over-under when I was like in the field, and I was in my sleeping bag, which we call a fart sack. And when I was in my fart sack, I woke up and there was a fucking copperhead.
Okay. Well, I believe again in Canada. I mean, you have convinced me that Canada would not. Would be like the movie Red Dawn, like y'all would fight, so.
Oh yeah, like make no mistake about it. People would definitely fight. I mean, would they like it? No, and I mean, especially, does anyone want to get, I remember when this whole thing started, when Trump threatened Canada, I wasn't the only person that was just like, what the fucking, excuse my language, are you fucking kidding me? Because the thought of fighting Americans, as much as we may have, a friendly rivalry, especially in hockey and certain stuff like that, whatever, it's like having fights with your cousins. In a way, we all share the same continent. We've been through wars together. We exchange and we trade a lot together. No one would feel good about fighting Americans.
That is not true.
Not because we lose when we're not. It's not. You just don't want to do that. It's like fighting with family. Why would you want to fight with your family and feel good about that? The thought of it is just. I don't even know if we'd want to. I don't know if anyone would have the stomach for it because it's just so weird. There's so many interactions that we have together. That we have. A lot of Canadians have properties in America and vice versa. And go to vacation all the time. It'd be super weird to be actual foes.
Hey Marlene, I have a question.
I was gonna say, for Donald Trump to say to take us out of NATO, that is just dumb. And if you have Republicans that back that idea, what in the hell? That's like a long standing coalition, I guess. So, it's embarrassing. We need to keep NATO together. And Donald Trump talks about so-and-so paying their fair share and all this kind of stuff. Look, at the end of the day, sure, people are paying their fair share now, I guess, the way he says it. But, my God, we shouldn't even be in any of this kind of stuff as far as wars and this, right now. This is just really embarrassing. And I think, 3 or 4 days, this war may be illegal. Lisa talked about that. So illegal things, Donald Trump doesn't care. So let's see if this holds, and when the time comes, let's see if the war ends under, an illegal, circumstance. I don't know what y'all think. Do you think that the war will end after, Congress, whoever declares this to be illegal, or will Donald Trump be able to continue doing this regardless of what is passed?
I wanted to ask my question still. I don't have an answer for that, but I did want to answer the question, Marlene. Do you have like an AMS or a microphone, like or something like for this one? Because I want to ask you, like, how does it feel to wake up with universal health care and like speak slowly, like, and sort of say it in like a sexy voice, if you would?
Well, I will try to speak in a sexy voice.
But what does it feel like to have universal health care, though? Like, I mean, really?
Honestly, the fact that you, as a country, as successful with the amount of millionaires, billionaires that you have, and leaders of the, quote-unquote, leaders of the free world, the fact that you don't have universal health care is barbaric to me. Frankly, it is absolutely barbaric. Because
barbarians!
A breakdown of a person that had medical services in America, and the fact that you guys charge down to the gloves that the doctor uses, and that's literally whether you have money or not could be the difference between you live or die, is crazy to me. Absolutely crazy to me. I mean, I understand. I understand. Sorry, go ahead, Craig.
The only thing I'm gonna say is it depends on the state.
Oh, I'm sure, but I say that it shouldn't depend on the state. That's my point either. I mean, I get that there's little differences between states, etc. And obviously, like, if you're like, I assume that if you get shot and it's an emergency, that you will be serviced. You'll just end up having the debt to, the point of, I don't want to imagine, out of your to your next generation to do that. So that's just crazy. And I wonder sometimes, what do you all pay your taxes for? If it's not to take care of yourselves, what in the world are you paying your taxes to do? Because no one, I mean, sure, let's just be very clear. Canada is not perfect, and especially since this, in the last decade or so, this adaptation of privatization, which unfortunately came from you all. We have greedy fucking politicians, mainly on the right. I'll say it straight goods because they're corrupt as fuck. They've taken that idea from privatization and stealing public funds to fund private care. That was an idea taken from America because, again, they're just all corrupt and they get money out of it. It's not because that is the fundamental way. And eventually there's going to be a huge pushback on it because the boomers are now getting old and they're needing care, and we're literally having a crisis right now in our healthcare. But outside of the recent issues, fundamentally, no one's going broke or poor from going to the hospital. It doesn't matter what you have, that is basically covered. And if you have a good job, you'll even have additional coverage that covers a lot of that, if not all of it. So the most that we pay for is prescriptions. And even some of that, depending on what your drug plan is, will be covered completely. So there's no one, the only time yes, there can be for certain special things, there could be a wait for a few months, But if you have the money, sure, you can privatize that and go and spend that right, and probably even get reimbursed. But the fact that you all do not have universal health care, and also you have maternity times of like 2 weeks, we go a year. Like maternity was a year, and there's paternity leave too. So it's like, that is crazy to me that you all live like that, and you must probably have to choose between, am I going to go to the hospital, the doctor, or going to just suss it out, which is crazy. Like, I mean, you shouldn't wonder whether or not you're able to go to a doctor to take care of your health, and whether the government that you pay and you vote to put there is going to cover that. Because what other function, other than taking care of the people, by the people, for the people, are they there for? Like, it's crazy. You guys should have already post-tested and like burnt the whole shit down at this point.
Let me jump in real quick on that too. So to the point about, because that's the reason why I asked you, so I really, and you got to it about like how it feels to just like be able to know you can go to the doctor and you don't have to like work. So for us and for a lot of people, like these people in these rooms, most everybody in here, if you can be on Clubhouse, you're probably working or you're doing okay or whatever, or you have insurance. There are a lot of people now that have lost their health insurance, these healthcare subsidies that they talk about, and all the companies in this country have something called Cobra, and Cobra is super expensive when you like have to go it on your own. Now, like we have this like sort of healthcare, the Obamacare essentially. You can go in and still, but you're still paying for this healthcare. People talking about their healthcare costs are going up. A lot of like Trump support, all these people talking about that. Saying that to say that Lindsey Graham, I literally watched him say out of his heterosexual ass face today that he the ballroom. They're asking, I think, for $380 million for the ballroom, and Lindsey Graham said, "Well, we're just gonna go ahead and just give him $400 million just because we know it's gonna take a little bit more to build." So meanwhile, if you're listening to that and you're in North Carolina, you're in Lindsey Graham, so you're getting stitched when it is, and you're out of work, and your kid or you got something going on with you that you want to get checked out, but you know can't afford to go to the doctor, and we're spending $400 million on a fucking ballroom that shouldn't be built, or you're sitting there watching this war, to what Lisa was talking about earlier, where these ships have been out for a year, and like the amount of money that it costs for us to run this war, I think it was like $1 billion or something fucking, I don't know. It's like this money, it gets to where like the numbers like fucking monopoly money. But saying that to say that people, so for y'all to have universal health care, we don't, and we're literally watching people just burning through our money, and people literally out here are like suffering behind it. So that's why I was just asking, just to wonder like how it feels to be able to just, if you have something wrong, you just go and just get it taken care of, and not have to worry like going into debt.
Hey, Michael, just go ahead and do it, brother. Let's move to Canada.
We'd be glad to have him. And honestly, I don't know how you do it. I have no idea how Americans have not burned shit down. In fact, I'd burn that damn ballroom downtown.
The question I think everybody unfortunately wants to
I'm sorry, but there's no freaking way. I think you guys, to me, America right now under Trump is having a let them eat cake moment. Which is just.
When is the Michael Marlene wedding?
Okay, Omar, I want to respond to Omar real quick. So Omar tries to minimize shit and feels like I'm doing too much. He's minimizing. So the shit I'm saying is real shit. So I'm not moving to Canada. So I've got family here. We bled and died on this motherfucking soil. So I'm just saying that we need to we need to get our fucking healthcare fixed. So what I want to happen is that there'll be somebody like a Maxwell Coast. There's gonna be younger or those people coming up like your kids or whatever, like my kids, like they're coming up, they're gonna go ahead and push for this shit to get us to where we need to be, because like to Marlene's point, all the taxes we pay in this country are watching our money being squandered for everything, and there are literally people that can't take care of themselves financially, they literally can't medically take care of themselves, and yet Lindsey Graham got on there, and like I said, he's gonna up it $20 million over like what the estimate was, because it's gonna take a little bit more to build.
All I'm saying, go ahead and get that AM radio host.
I think what I'm saying, Omar, is
that people really down with it. So if you want to like play around or whatever, that's cool. Just like you did the Trump video where you show like Trump has black friends. If you want to move the narrative like that, that's fine on mine. But I'm saying people literally are really suffering out of it.
All I'm saying, there's a
it's not
little
a joke.
brown
That's
sugar
not a
in
joke.
Canada, and it's not maple, it's brown.
It's not a joke, brother. It's like, but you know, but if you want to joke,
And that
that's
she
fine.
got free health care.
That's fine. That's fine. Hey, may your family never have to deal with this bullshit or whatever the rest of us have to deal with. So I guess you living outside the bubble, so that's good, man. You good. Your proximity to whiteness, I guess, saves you from that.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Your
California,
proximity to whiteness
we get free health
saves
care in
you.
California, so we don't have that issue. We like Canada.
So anyway,
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's just Omar, like I say, just like again, people in this country are dying, and I'm just saying, just Omar with this bullshit or whatever, it's just annoying as fuck. But again, I don't know. Like I said, trying to make a serious point, and Omar is just like being like a dickhead or whatever. But it's like it's all good.
I mean, I think if all the protests that you guys should have, I'm not trying to minimize the importance of the other ones that have been conducted so far. But I honestly think that if there's anything that you guys should be on the streets about nonstop, is the fact that you don't have universal health care. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, a country such as yours, the size of yours, and with the amount of the amount of rich people and the amount of resources should not be operating less than a third world country, because that's exactly what it is. I mean, you shouldn't be also worried about putting yourself into generational debt because you got sick. That's not something you did to yourself. Like, if you get cancer, you should not have to worry about whether you can pay for your cancer treatments or your child's treatments and what happens to a kid. That's barbaric, and I just don't understand why that hasn't been the number one. The fact that you guys got insurance was a big deal, which is again kind of crazy to me. It says you guys couldn't go quite to universal route.
Marlene, check this out. So California tried to do it, and you can look at it a few years ago. It was billions of dollars. It was so expensive. It wasn't even something that they could do.
Of course it's expensive, but you hold on. So, Michael, let me exactly. I was just about to say that because we say that, but you find out that you're spending $2 billion a day on war, and do someone else do the math? You guys have been over war for the last 30 days. Don't tell me you guys don't have the money, because when you guys need the money for bullshit like this, America finds it pretty damn quickly and pretty damn easily. I mean, millions of dollars should not be poured into missiles. And especially, it's not like you're, I say this respectfully, but most of the time you're not even defending yourselves. You're going out of your own borders to go to involve yourself in some sort of foreign conflict in order to steal some other shit or help some other person advance. It's so stupid. At least take care of your own first. I don't understand.
Let's call America first, baby.
And we're the greatest, and we love America. We're number one. But yet you have your brother or sister that can't afford their damn medication.
Huh?
That is crazy. And you guys recently gave tax breaks to some of the richest people.
You can't afford a vaccine. You're crazy.
Private jet. Yet a child who's under the poverty level can't get a fucking free lunch, and that is totally normal in America.
Oh my
God!
That
is crazy. The fact that
crazy.
Oh yeah, it's fine. That's crazy. I'm good.
Crazy.
I go to bed knowing just fine that people are unsure or can actually go and to the hospital, and they're not going to reject it. No one's asking them for a bill or shit. They're only asking hey,
hello.
That's it.
Hello.
I could not. I couldn't be. So as fine as you American brothers are, there's no way I could live in America at all for so many different reasons.
No fucking way. Not without universal health care, I could never do it. Could never do it. How could you do this to yourself?
Lifestyle is usually at the expense of other people, because that's exactly what it is. It's not like people are just making their money and they're doing their thing. No, it's literally at the expense of the general public. When the general public is poor. You guys are even poor. Wait till the bills come in on after this war, plus the tax breaks that are being given.
She ain't lying.
Big beautiful bill. My God.
My God.
I don't understand how that should be protested. That should be protested on a daily basis. If you guys really want change, that is the number one aim that I would, as a citizen, if I was new, because that's crazy. People are going to get older, people get sick, and people, especially if you don't have any regulations regards to your safety in the workplaces and the quality of food, all that stuff, that makes people sick. And if you cannot, if sick people cannot enjoy money, because you can have money, but if you don't have your health, you have nothing. And if your whole populace is getting sick, that affects your economy, that affects the workforce. So all of it's connected, and taking care of each other and making sure that your generations are taken care of for the future is for the betterment of the country. You can't talk about, oh, it's going to cost us this much. Actually, it's going to cost you way more in the long run. But that's just my opinion. I learned.
So to that point, also, they talked about the SNAP benefits. So people also, we don't have medical, but then we can't eat. So there's a story of this woman that literally talked about she was crying when she went for a physical. She lost 40 pounds in a year. She talked about being at $375 per month for her SNAP benefits for her food. And she talked about the cuts, where they cut it down to $75 after Trump did what he did with this bill. And then she said this shit went down to $25 per month for food. So this an elderly woman who's having issues. I can't remember if she was disabled, but her went from $375 down to $25. They're literally killing people. This whole thing we did with USAID, where we just out of these countries, we're killing people, but then because we're pulling money out of these programs like Russell Watt and all this shit they did with Doge and Elon Musk and all these cuts they did, but meanwhile, like to the point that we're all talking about, this war that Trump, he thought it was gonna be quick, whatever, but it's like we're burning off all this money. We're just shitting out money. And meanwhile, this woman is on $25 a month trying to eat. So the priorities are what they are. But when I was asking the question about Canada, I was generally being serious because I don't think I've ever asked a Canadian what it feels like just to be able to go to the doctor and worry about shit.
They have waiting lists, but their waiting lists sometimes not as long as England.
It depends on what, if we're talking about something special, like say like a rotary cuff or something that's rare. Yeah, anything non-emergent, like kind of like not especially like it's like cosmetic, like say like a breast reduction, and that's because only a few doctors do it. It's not because
breast reduction in 2026.
I am.
So let me
You getting titty reduction? You huge.
Let me say this to what Craig just said. So the waiting list here in America is that, and it's happened in my family. The waiting list is that my legs,
I agree with that comment.
Whatever, soaking Epsom salt, and then die of a fucking heart attack. Our waiting list is that we don't have the money to go take care of shit. So like black people,
that the people that I have blocked are the only people that I wouldn't want listening to me, right? Or they're the only people that I would not want listening. So you're welcome. I mean, like, you're welcome to be annoying. I'm not angry anymore. I don't know why I had to remember that, but it's a good, it's a relief, because if you block people that you don't want listening to you, they can't make it into your room if you're a mod, which is wonderful.
Oh my God.
And there are these 3 ladies that are demons, that are on this, and I really mean it. Listen, when I say that they're demons, I'm not exaggerating. One of them today, I swear to you, was, now I didn't hear it directly, I heard it secondarily, but it's credible source. They were praising and admiring the devil. And I thought to myself, oh, wow, that fits perfectly. Oh, and there's John Kitover. Yeah. I'm telling everybody, John, do you know Uma? John, I think you should know Uma. I think everybody should know Uma. I really want Uma to be my neighbor. Won't you be my neighbor?
Why? What's so special about Uma?
I think she's just fascinating, and she's fun,
and she's funny, and I feel like she's crazy like me. And I think
Oh, you're crazy?
I think we could probably even each other out really well.
Wait, why do you think you're crazy?
I think we just have such a fun time. What?
Why do you think you're crazy?
Yeah, I know. John, what are you doing?
What do you mean, what am I
What have you
doing?
been up to? I've been seeing some videos come through, some notifications. Oh, look, and then there's John smiling in the camera.
Yeah, here's me. Anything goes.
What? So, do you know what I'm sad about? I was just reading this article. Apparently, this woman, and it's frustrating, and it gives me a good reality check. There was this woman, this hero, this savior, that apparently there was this fight that was going on at this bar, and this woman had run into the bar and said, help me, somebody's beating me up. And then she had left, and one of the women that were in the bar, who has kids and everything, she went out to check on her, and her and her friend was getting beat up by this guy. She interfered. The guy ended up pulling a gun and killed her. And she died. And do you know how many times I've gotten involved in broken up fights? So many times. Like that's I mean, so many times.
So what you're saying is, in hindsight, you're thinking to yourself, you know what? I shouldn't have even have gotten involved. That's what you're thinking.
No, that's not. What I was thinking is that I need to do it much more. What is the word? Intelligently. Like I have to be really certain of what's happening, and if I'm not armed, I mean, like I need to keep a distance. I don't think I can get involved.
Mm-hmm.
As involved as
Well, today a couple walked past my house today, and she was screaming, "Why are you don't do this?" And he's like, "Just leave me alone. I'm gonna punch you in the face. Leave me alone." And I swear to God, last year, just about the same time, it was the same fucking drama. And I put it on YouTube. I'm like, this is the second time I've recorded this couple. It's so crazy because.
You recorded them?
Yeah, I put them on my YouTube account.
Oh my God.
It's the only weapon we have. I'm not going to call the police, but at least I got a little social justice.
Oh, for being disturbed?
Yeah, they do this all the time. It's like, take your drama, keep it inside your house. What, you think people want to hear you guys? Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you're pretty funny. Do you know what? You are funny, and do you know what else you're annoying?
Yes, do you...
And there's like a percentage of you that's also lovable, and there's also a credible influential, incredible influencer, I guess you could say.
Well, do you know...
Right, but that's a small percentage.
Do you know what a highly annoying person is versus an extremely annoying person?
What's that?
Basically, an extremely annoying person is highly argumentative, but a highly annoying person is just totally obnoxious without even being argumentative.
Oh, wait a second. So say that one more time.
I mean, I'm just kind of making it up on the spot.
So if you're do you think I'm highly argumentative people?
Oh, yeah.
Some people say I'm argumentative. Do you think?
Oh, you are very high on the index.
No, I disagree.
See, Uma is a highly annoying person and an extremely annoying person. She's both.
Yes, give it all to me, bitch.
You see what I mean, Viva? She gets it.
Woman, my neighbor. What is this, babe? Do you know this person for real? Speak to it before?
Yeah, Alistair. Yeah, his name's John. He's very popular on the app.
Oh, then I added him already.
I'm not popular on this app, Bima. FYI, you know, it's a big universe, and you can go into rooms with like hundreds of people.
Infinite universe does not only English.
I'm a nobody on this app. Are those begonias in your PTR, Uma?
Wait, what? I don't know. Don't know to me.
I gotta tell you something, Uma. So, a couple days ago, I had gone out. By the way, those flowers are absolutely gorgeous. I had gone out inside, and I was just laying on my grass, and it's so interesting because I couldn't see visibly standing up any purple at all on the grass, none. But then as I laid down in the grass and I put my head on my chin because I was laying on my stomach, I saw this little teeny purple flower, and it was so small. And then the most sweet thing happened. These ants came, and they were just like, they were so drawn to this little flower, and they were like touching the flower, like walking by and like touching it, like checking on it, you know, like going by. I don't know if they were using it as like a marker to like find their way to and fro or whatever, but it was the cutest little thing. And I thought, wow, look, they love the color purple. I was just telling everybody that I just bought a whole bunch of purple flowers because my property doesn't have enough purple. So I just got a bunch of lavender and other types of purple flowers. But Oma, tell me something. What type of neighbor are you? Would you be my neighbor?
The invisible one.
We know what type of neighbor John is. John is the type of neighbor that's going to record you and then put you on YouTube. John, you're the worst type of neighbor. I would effing hate you.
Well, I'm a good neighbor. I clean up the whole street for everybody. I do all kinds of work for people. I don't ask. I don't ask for any praise or thank. I just do. I don't expect any kind of compliment. I just do because it's the right thing to do. Hello?
Put your neighbors. Listen, John. Tell us what type of neighbor you are outside of recording your neighbor and exposing their weak low spots, so everybody.
Yeah, no problem. I'm a good neighbor. I keep the sewer caps clean. I shovel. I brush. I clean. I clean. I clean. I clean. I clean. I clean. Bullshit. I clean all the time. I go around with a bucket and a picker, and I pick up all the garbage all over the place that these fucking animals throw all around the street. I clean up. And my mom is so obsessively compulsive. One day she was like, "Come on, let's go clean." My mom walked us like 3 blocks to the main highway, and my mom for 2 hours was cleaning the fucking highway. I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
That's actually really sweet. Okay, but I don't know if you do that.
I'll send you the pictures. I'll send you the pictures, and you would be amazed at my garden.
Because I believe your mother does.
No, my work, my cleaning here in Chicago. You know, I have a big garden. You don't know this about me, but every day when everybody is around here talking all day long about everything, I go outside and I work in my garden, and you're going to be amazed at how beautiful it is. And you're not going to believe the flowers, the vegetables I'm growing. I'm becoming self-sustainable. I'll be able to save hundreds of dollars eating my own vegetables and my own... Hello? Listen, Necro is one of my top political campaign contributors. My mom called me the other day. She said, I'm worried about you, Johnny. You're on this stupid internet all the time talking and debating, but you're getting a gut and you're not going to the gym. And, you know, I'm worried about your mental health. I'm like, but Mom, have you heard the people that I talk to? Are you worried about any of them? I don't care about them. They're not my son. I care about my son. Hello?
I love your mom, but I mean, I don't know how. Tell us about your dad, because maybe you take a lot after your dad. What happened there?
Well, anything goes. You know what they say. My dad disowned me, and you know, I barely talk to him. And he lives down. Yeah, my dad goes to Mar-a-Lago. He's a member of the yacht club down there. He's a big Trumper, and you know, he. Hello.
Oh, I was here first. Be my one to talk to me first.
Yeah, I do want to talk to Uma. Uma, tell me some fun stuff because I just think that you're so interesting.
Oh, when John is not around, I would do that.
Oh, it's private. If you would like, I can just leave and come back. Would you like? I can give you 10 minutes of privacy. I'll just come right back. How does that sound, Uma?
Just go away forever.
Did you tell me to go away forever?
I'm not your mom. Go talk to your mom.
Yeah, Bima, did you get my question?
A new question?
No, it was one I just sent you when we were in Snatch.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'll have to go and check.
Basically, I was, for a while, I was the lone dissenter. For a while, as the only person who wasn't a Trump supporter in the room. But I don't know. It's like, I mean, it doesn't bother me if anyone supports Trump, but I mean, I wish they had better judgment. But in general, I mean, I never would think you support Trump at all, or do you?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think, because it's a good question and I'll definitely answer, could I ask you a question first before I answer?
Sure.
Or would you like, okay, thank you. Do you think that it's impractical to take someone that is supposed to be like the president of the United States and then judge them in totality, like a net negative or positive versus what the specific policies? Because I mean, and this is my thought, right? Every human being, we can find really shitty things that they do, and then we can find really cool things that they do. And then I don't know. I'm really not sure the answer to this question, but the reason I ask is because there's definitely things that I am happy about that he's done. And there's also things that I'm really unhappy about. And so when I'm asked something like, do you support Trump? It's like, I support people doing good things. And I support people who don't do good things. But I don't know of one human being that I could point to say that they do only good things or only bad things. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I have different standards. Like most people see presidents as the lesser of two evils. I think that that's a shitty way to look at the system because, I mean, I didn't vote in 2020. If I give an example, I didn't vote in 2020 because I didn't like how there was the cover-up of Joe Biden with all the rape allegations that were made against him. And I couldn't vote for Trump either specifically. So like, to me, it's like, I think specifically the idea is specifically like, it doesn't matter who this person is, the fact that they could have potentially have committed rape because they are still voting in line with what I want overall specifically. And it essentially allows our leaders to be deplorable characters specifically, which I think is disgusting.
So you think we should?
May I ask a question? Do you think that when you vote for your president in America, and like, do you want him to be your president or do you want him to be your pope?
None of the above.
Deal with it.
Yeah, I want them to be my leader.
It didn't even occur to me, and I'm not saying that this is analogous to Trump's experience, but this is what I can conjure up. It was shocking to him the kinds of things that I had to deal with to navigate that system. So that's all that I can kind of pull from as an example. Something that exemplifies perhaps at a much more scale what he's dealt with.
it's probably
It's good to see you, bro.
check him out. That's probably one of the things.
So yeah, I mean, overall, I can say that, like, I mean,
because why would he
like, I
share
can say,
that,
like,
right?
I agree with
Like how
some
ridiculous some
expositions,
of
but
the
I
things he
still
has to deal with, and how it
like,
presents
say
to
I don't
us
support them
as
at all. Like,
his entire
Joe Biden's a person who I
as
really
well,
like the
making
economy, but I
decisions
couldn't say that I
without
supported him
need of
as a person.
congressional
Again, it's not so much of an age or anything like that. It's just specifically.
what an
Overall, I wasn't really Joe Biden.
That's what I imagine goes through his head.
Just how it was being covered up.
Do I like
I
it?
don't
No,
believe
I
that
haven't changed necessarily. I don't
he was
love Donald
competent
Trump,
enough,
but
is what I
do
think.
try to empathize with his plight.
You know who you could have been a starting? Woodrow Wilson.
But then again, I don't think that Trump is competent enough to
Sorry,
back.
I was going to say Woodrow Wilson was much of the same way.
Yeah.
He took a lot of
I
pride
don't
in
think
his
he's
position.
competent.
And that was because he was an
when he talks
academic,
about
right?
how
And he
in
saw
his administration they had H2O or things like that, as is that significant?
Very differently, just like
I think on another podcast would probably be on record saying, "Oh man, oh my god, I have a question."
Well, I just want to know, like, so would you say, like, overall, as far as Trump, would you say that you support that?
I have a question for you.
Well, no, I just wanted to know from you.
Yeah, maybe she ran away once the reasonableness started.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know, like, when you say that
Like, how old are you? No, I think it was
I'm
because I
27.
came in.
But so Abby, let me ask you this: like, who?
Why is my age important? Why is my age important?
Who is your? No question.
I want you to. Oh my gosh, Uma, look up this flower.
No, it's Glen
It's called the Loveliness Dianthus. It is the funniest looking thing.
Like absolutely,
It's so like
everything about
I
him.
just have to buy seeds.
From on a purely statuesque, Lincoln-esque kind of style. His auditory skills, his policies are spot on. He was a popular governor. He managed his state well. I mean, he just hits on all cylinders.
I'm just thinking we need smart Republicans to have their voices heard more. Like I don't hear a lot from the GOP intelligence.
And he was a one-term governor, right? Because
they only allow one-term governors there.
I think it's so interesting.
Why he's not in the cabinet now or in some position? I mean, I'm surprised Trump hasn't found a place for him within the government unless he doesn't want it. And I don't know if he would throw his hat in the ring. But if you're asking me who would be the perfect candidate, or even in a VP spot, I mean, I hope he gets activated.
Do you think Rubio's brand is? I think Rubio is probably one of the best political animals in the Republican Party. But I think
It's Lil Marco. I think he'd be so much better than Vance or DeSantis. How do you all?
But I think this war is going to tarnish him. I think first off, well, Trump fatigue. And the fact that he was Secretary of State in an unpopular war, I think his brand is kind of. I mean, I think maybe 2032 he could reboot, but I think for 2028, I think Rubio is he's just damaged goods right now.
Scott, we had Vance campaigning for Orban, so it's like there's some egg on the.
Yeah, Vance belonged nowhere near that shit. I don't know why the president sent him. It was dumb.
I would love, if I saw Rubio in a debate with Gavin Newsom, he'd rip him a new one. Rubio would destroy in a debate Newsom. I mean, it couldn't even come close.
Well, I mean, well, Kamala taught us, right, was that I don't think it's nothing to win statewide office in California. I think it's an accomplishment. It does not make you a viable national candidate. And so I think people that think that anybody from California would be a formidable national candidate as a Democrat are clinically insane. because California is just so far different than the country. I like California. I love it out there. I think it's great.
But I just don't think. I mean, Harris showed us like what that statewide brand. As a Democrat, as a Republican, it's different. If you win statewide as a Republican in California, you've as a minority won the majority, right? And so I think like Reagan, Nixon. I mean, these people that can do that are singular impressive people. But I don't have any confidence or respect for a Democrat just because they won statewide in the most liberal state in the country. I don't think that's again, it's not an accomplishment, but it's not going to be.
Or if I ask you if you stop beating your wife.
Hey, stop talking. Let the woman talk.
Do you know what the coolest thing of this? This is my favorite site to buy seeds. It's called Gurney's, Gurney. And one of the coolest things about this site is, you know how you have your grow zones, right? Once you put your grow zone in the website, and you could look at whatever you're looking at, it'll tell you, oh, look, this grows in your zone, or nope, your SOL, you know what I mean? So you have an idea of what is perfect for your zone, and you don't have to like go and check, blah, 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 blah. And it's just so wonderful.
Hey, is that like clone my Willie?
Hello?
The trans man. And
Uma stays forever.
Is this a grow zone? Anything goes here. Anything. Uma's part of the grow zone. Oh, anything goes here. Anything. It's a grow zone. It's a grow zone. Hello?
Yeah, you do.
Oh my gosh, it's
He's back. He's back and better than before.
He's back.
He's unstoppable, this one.
Uma, there's hope for you. Necro love fucking tranny.
Ooh.
Necro does like fucking tranny.
Listen,
Ooh, juicy.
First of all,
Anything goes.
This is Rich.
Anything goes.
The worst part about Rich is that he has thousands of accounts, or at least hundreds.
Unstoppable.
Wonderful.
Unlimited power.
www.tip-number.com.
bro, you got 100,000 trainings on your fucking website?
Unlimited power.
I would just like to say that Pro is like the worst human being I've ever met in my entire life.
Pro is wonderful. I
No,
love
he's
Pro.
a horrific person.
Why? Why would you say such a horrible thing? Why?
He's a mass serial killer.
Yeah, that's horrible to say, Rich.
He is.
Rich, you make
He wants to kill all the Jews.
Rich.
Go.
I don't believe he ever said that.
Kill all the Jews, you said?
Yeah.
Well, Bima said that she would join Hezbollah. Bima said that she would join Hezbollah. Bima said she would join Hezbollah and fight to the death with the terrorist Muslims if they were trying to destroy her house.
Thank you, Rich. At least Rich
If I lived in Lebanon, I would probably fight for Hezbollah. And if I had my family killed, blah, blah, blah.
At my property taken. And stolen.
Gross, another Catholic Zionist.
Bro, ew.
No,
Why would you want to be associated with A-Check, Pro?
A-Check? What's wrong with A-Check?
Horrible.
Dude, I love A-Check.
Wait.
Yes, that's what A-Check does. He's adorable. He's a great character.
And Bima, thank you for saying
Steiny's like the second worst person I've ever met on here.
Uma's my favorite. Uma is my favorite. I want Uma to be my neighbor.
You want tranny next door?
Me and Uma would have so much fun.
Dima, do you remember when I roasted a Chuck?
Oh, yeah, I don't remember that.
When I gave the quote from the show House.
Oh, man, that was epic, bro.
Who is Hella? Hella, do I know you? Hi, Hella. Do I know you? You're new.
Oh, no, Black, she wants to fuck you, Helen.
What is wrong with this one?
She wants the black dick. Look at her.
What's wrong with this man?
Hey, Rich, the people making jokes about gay people are. Oh, he's like Somali or Ethiopian, so I don't think that counts.
No, I was just trying to throw you off the top of
I think he's Ethiopian or Eritrean. He has the Ethiopian look, though. Yeah, he's Ethiopian.
Yeah, man, that's on point.
No. How do you say it? No.
I want to talk about what Uma wants to talk about.
It sounds like animal. It sounds like the Muppets when they say how are you in Amharic. They're like banana.
Not like that.
I was gonna say banana.
Yeah, banana. It's something like that. It's like nananin or something.
Chevy, look at my PDR.
I can't remember how. Or you said it.
Yeah, whatever.
That's training it.
I mean, I'm black, but you're racist.
No, it's not racist to clearly look at you and tell phenotypically that you're Ethiopian. You're either Ethiopian or Eritrean.
Just a little bit.
I'm not. It's not racist to say he's Ethiopian or Eritrean. Look at it.
You either, whatever you either.
Or Somali. He might be Somali. But he might be like northern Somali.
Shut up.
Chevy is unbridled. He's a.
I just told you I could run that shit over and over.
Hold on, let's look through his
nothing
houses.
we can do.
Let's look through his houses and see if he's
beyond help.
Ethiopian.
Yeah, do that.
Who's beyond help?
Chevy. We just have to do all
Oh, he's part of Talking Apes, so he's functionally just retarded.
If I had my hands ready, they're ready, but you know, hey,
I don't like anyone on Talking Ape anymore.
they fucked up people.
Yeah, they are.
So was I right? Eritrean or Ethiopia?
You just fucked up. You know,
I know I'm right. It's one of the three. It may be. Hold on. It may be Somalia. But I'm leaning towards. If he's Muslim, it's Eritrean. If he's Ethiopian, he's obviously Muslim. But if he's or Somalian, if he's Christian Orthodox, then he's Ethiopian. Which I'm guessing he's Orthodox. He's Ethiopian.
Well, you can't deny there are some Orthodox in the country as well.
Right?
Very small.
Go get a room.
Yeah, you guys fought over Islam and Christianity and gold. That's why you guys separated.
We're not fighting.
Oh yeah.
What are you two doing?
I'm just checking you. You know your the stuff.
No. I mean, you guys fought over gold and Muslims and Christians. You guys are like the Sudanese and the South Sudanese.
Yeah, I mean, who are you then? Like,
what do you mean? Oh my.
Who are you? Like that's where an anonymous picture. So.
Oh, and he's drunk. So clearly, he's probably not a Muslim. He's probably Ethiopian Orthodox.
Chevy, where you come from?
What?
Where are you?
Not from tranny land. That's where I don't come from.
And who's tranny in here?
Oh, Thai girls like yourself.
I'm not a tranny.
I mean, you're Thai and you're tranny.
Oh, then I don't like this guy anymore.
I don't like the guy.
Let's get rid of him.
Yeah, get rid of him.
He'll just come back. He'll ruin the room.
Chevy, Uma says you have to pull it back a little bit.
So we found out that Hella is Ethiopian.
This is amazing. Rich.
Translate my name and get my original.
Rich is a very powerful Clubhouse user.
Can you tell us a little bit about Ethiopia? Can you tell us anything that maybe us dumb Americans don't know?
First church.
Not you. I'm not talking to you, Chevy. Chevy, I'm talking to Hella.
Jews that now currently reside in Israel.
But it's just not the way. It's not our selection process.
Jason.
Gandhi is not going to get elected in our system.
We did, Jason. We did have Washington and Adams. I mean, those were probably, and maybe Jefferson. I mean, those were a different school. Yeah.
They were a different school. They were a different breed. I mean, but really, you're just talking about a different concept of how we get a president. It's not a bad concept, okay, but it's a different concept.
But what Austin just said about being a good governor, I think it's interesting, and you have to really unpack that, because really the best presidents come from gubernatorial backgrounds where they managed, and they, the majority came from that, and they were in a management role. And some governors have more obligations and more that they're responsible for than other governors, like just how their state laws are. And I've made this argument before that probably the hardest job of all 50 states is the governor of New Jersey. And the Jersey governor oversees so much more than other governors do. And it's a much more encompassing job. And you just look at, where did a lot of our presidents that came from New York governors, California governors, right? Texas. Just think about what was the breeding ground.
Oh, these big states were big or complex.
Or complex. The Jersey governor has to appoint all the judges. They're not elected. It's just he oversees more under his control. And again, it's a good prep. I'm not saying that Chris Christie would have been a great president. I think he would have been a great attorney general. It's kind of sad that they had a falling out. I think he would have done a good job, but the people that I don't know all the different states and their laws and how much are under what's under his control or her control.
Yep, the governor of California, Texas, and New York, they're managing the sizable global economy that's larger than the economy of those nations. And they have a very important job. And another interesting and weird thing I just remember from Dan's placement in U.S. history, Ohio is really important to presidential history. For some reason, Ohio has been interested in
producing candidates.
Yeah, because we had Garfield and Taft and a lot of people.
I wonder why.
Well, it's one of the most popular. I don't even know how many electoral. It's very popular. And it has been kind of it was almost a frontier state in many regards.
It's because it's high in the middle and round on both ends. So that's what. We're talking about some interesting stuff here. I love this theme of well, how do we even get a good president? Because I think about, people talk about Trump supporters, but I spent a lot of time with a lot of people who support Trump, and people are like, oh, they're unpersuadable or whatever. Many of us are very dissatisfied with things that Trump does. We just don't have a better alternative. That's what it is. Well, he's like the least bad option. I think about just look at the Democrats in Virginia. They took over Virginia, and what they do, they immediately start taking everyone's guns. Okay? This matters to Republicans. I wouldn't hate Democrats so much if I didn't see stuff like that. But, that state is being ruined, okay, in real time. And so many of my fellow Americans are going to have to flee that state, which is not America anymore, and go live somewhere else. And it's just shameful.
That she's destroying the Klan and the Jews will not replace us, folks. I'm sure that's going to lead that kind of parents destroying this.
Well, but isn't that the Southern Poverty Law Center anyway?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It was Southern Poverty Law Center on this thing to the tune of $2 million.
Yeah. I hate to break it to you, Austin, but nobody's going to have guns there when the Democrats are through. It's not the bad people that take the guns from. It's good people.
What if we
Well, you don't understand what it means to be an American then.
You don't understand the founder's vision. You don't understand. You don't understand the founder's vision for security and balance of power in this country. It's not that people you disagree with. It's not that people you disagree with don't have power. It's that you do have it. But the Democrats' vision is that nobody has power.
You know, one of the challenges is that we have four-term and two-term limits. Imagine you extend it to a six-year term. The maturation that you see in a president is pretty impressive. Sometimes it's astonishing, sometimes it's terrifying. I almost think that just the mere two-term, four-year term cycle in itself lends itself to a certain type of personality growth or persona growth within the space of the presidency. And that in itself is challenging. I mean, imagine if you were an employer, you were taking a position, you knew you only had so much time to get a certain amount of things done. I'm not likening it further to the presidency, but there's something about that makes it challenging in its own right that dictates how you behave yourself. If you knew you had 15 years, maybe you would be a threat. Maybe you would feel insecure. Maybe you would feel more. I don't know what it is, but I think that is something to consider.
Yeah, I think there is something to that, and I wonder if you could lengthen the terms but introduce an executive council so that there still is some change over some time scale. You know? So like if we had 7 presidents like in Switzerland, you know, and I don't know, 3 of them come up for election every year. And you know, or every 2 years or something, every 4. But they can stay in indefinitely, or they can stay in for 5 terms or something like that. Then you get a lot of changeover, but at the same time, people could build experience, and that could be more balanced. Could lower the stakes as well.
I mean, I've been so insecure in jobs where I have like a 3-month probation period or something like that. I mean, that in itself is enough to make the insecure employee act in certain ways, right? I mean, I just, again, I'm not going to empathize with a particular individual, but the office itself, to be under the scrutiny of government, of public office in this day and age of social media and TV, I mean, and broadcasting, I mean, it was just like, I wouldn't be able to leave the house because it's way too much for me. So, but some people can handle it. I'm quite frankly amazed that any of the presidents can handle it. Even the Nepo babies who managed, you know, who had some exposure.
Stefani, what do you think?
Nothing about Trump?
Yeah. You can respond to the title or what we've been talking about, either or. Or both.
I won't blaspheme him. Trump is a crazy man, but he's my president. As American trust Trump for 50 years. He's my president at this stage. I can imagine Kamala being president at this stage. I think look at what he's doing to. He has the right message for DC, bringing beauty back into the country because for public service, it seems like politicians don't care. Almost people everywhere. It's the nation's capital, but it should have bringing back culture, bringing back values. It's something that's very important. Bringing back beauty is something that's very important, and we should all look forward to. And he's doing a lot of things, you know. The economy is doing a lot of deregulation. That's good generally. But of course, there's a lot of pushback. That's to be expected. But he's the right president at this time, and the system is working. I mean, if he got everything he wanted, maybe he would be the right president. But I think he's challenging the system, and the system's responding as it should. It gives me confidence in the American experiment, for sure. And he's stress testing the system properly. He doesn't like it, but maybe he's doing a good job.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah, that's what you guys are talking about. I came in until then.
Yeah, largely. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm kind of curious. Honestly, I can't picture what's gonna happen after him. I don't know. For some reason, I can't think that far. I can't think beyond Trump. We'll see. It'll be interesting.
We'll get another president and it'll all be in Trump.
Yeah, but it's so because after Trump ends, it's like the end of an era because it's been Trump or Trump-esque since Obama left. Right? It always has to, even though Biden came in, Trump has just always been just in this nervousness. Obama triggered him to become president, and until I got bad, I wonder how the seats snap back. And I wonder how the country's going to move forward. And the next president. I mean, we can't even imagine who the next president is. Is it going to be Gavin? I can't imagine it being Gavin. I can't stand when that guy talks. I can't stand it. He's patronizing. When he's talking,
the hardest thing.
We'll see.
The best. If it's easy, leave it to somebody else. Do you know?
Yeah, I agree with you. We'll see. Abby, you researched that thing on John Roberts?
I saw it, and as I was, and then I tried to find other stuff on it, and it's a citizen's complaint. Like it just doesn't seem like it's pulling any weight.
So we don't need to be worried about it.
No, I first it popped up with a sensational headline, and I'm like, whoa, okay, this is huge. And then the more I read it,
only one of these things that aren't like the others.
Those four have never made a salient point in their entire life.
Rich is so boring.
Yeah.
Anything goes.
There's John. There's John Kitover and his green wife.
Anything goes.
Cowboy hat.
What's going on, Samoa?
Chilling, man. How are y'all doing?
Look at that. We're hanging out.
Samoa, what's it like spending 80 hours a week in chillism?
The demon Samoa took over chillism. Wait, who's doing that?
Samoa, what's it like spending your whole life in chillism?
I'm not in chillism right now.
You're always
80 hours a week arguing, debating. Oh, what's it like being a part of Nathan's art experience?
Yeah, when somebody says your whole life.
What's it like being a part of Nathan's art experience?
Yeah, but what does that mean to you?
I'm asking you a question.
Well, your question was a little bit off. Right, your question was a little bit off.
Samoa is a great debater on this app.
Mm-hmm.
He is. He totally, absolutely is.
Yeah.
He does it for the sport. He could take either side, pro or con, anytime, any place. He might switch argument. It doesn't matter. That's how talented he is.
Mm-hmm.
He's quite talented. And he's educated. So he's, well, why would you pay a debt if you want him?
Yeah, right.
And,
Hey, the crazy part, Bima, is that he's the only one that still thinks that when everybody else has already understood it. No, if you go into chillism right now and ask if you owe anybody money, everybody will say, of course you fucking do. Not everybody.
Yeah, no, you're wrong. Samoa, you're absolutely wrong. I'm a reason you're $50 short, right?
Oh, yes, you are, bro. You are, bro. We were gonna make a bet with Joe, and
Samoa
Necro jumped in. Oh, go ahead.
You still haven't told me, like, damn, Necro.
Yeah, bro. I was like, stop. What are you doing? I would have put the bag with you.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for you to say, damn it, Necro.
Damn it, Necro.
Thank you. You're helping catch on now.
There you go, man.
So what is this? This whole what did you hear about Fauci aide being charged with covering up or concealing COVID records? Did you hear about this?
This is old news.
Oh no.
Oh, is it?
No, he got pardoned for 10 years back.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
So he's not going to be executed?
That is old news. Thank you, Uma.
No?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, fuck America.
Uma, not all of us.
Uma, take it easy. Uma, please. There's a lot of Americans in here that don't appreciate your potty mouth, Uma. Uma, you are an extremely annoying person. A highly annoying person.
Oh my gosh, John.
It's true.
My pussy hurts. My pussy hurts.
Oh, anything goes.
You don't ever go to Lisa's 420, like you don't ever go to those spots, John?
Yeah, I record all those rooms. What are you talking about?
You're an asshole, Kim.
Well, you don't ever hear me in there?
Yeah, you seem to have nothing going on for you in the real world because no one could possibly spend this much time talking, debating, ChatGPTing, all communication. Hello?
What do you think you're doing? You sound like you're
He's got a good point, John.
every room.
Where's my Uma? Uma, where do you live, Uma?
I live in the...
No, I'm not saying that all communication isn't projection. I'm just saying if my analysis of what you're doing is accurate, but it's still a projection, doesn't mean that it's not accurate. Hello?
That's exactly what that means.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard what I said, but even if I'm projecting, it could still be accurate for both of us. I am complete.
Absolutely. Projecting. It has nothing to do with me.
Yes, because all the asshole want to fuck asshole, and mommy is like, mommy is here, mommy is like, asshole, go away.
That was horrible, John. What the fuck? Crazy. Bima.
Shame on Abraham Rothschild.
Yes, tell me.
You see your peoples?
Who's my peoples?
You kind of rolled through with a little drive-by earlier.
Who?
You.
You did an honorable act.
What, in Chilism?
You kind of just rolled through.
Okay, bye.
I don't like to go in demon time. It's demon time.
So, Dima, if me and Rich were in a fight together, who do you think would win the fight over who stands up for human rights?
Depends on who's going to
Stands up for human rights, or
Definitely Necro.
fight?
110%.
Exactly.
Bima, who's your people?
Oh, fight! I'd fucking mop the floor.
The people that I don't like, just demons.
No, because you want to have. Huh?
Yeah, I'm 6'4" and 260. I
don't. Well, and it's not that I don't like. Okay, so I try to stay away from demons, but I know that they need to be loved. So it's a push and pull relationship, you want to be able to,
demon hunters.
Yeah. Do you think you can catch me, Rich?
I am all strong, and look at this new.
Oh, but once I catch you, that's the problem.
This is a new
Well, I'd love to see you try to catch me.
Yeah. Necro, keeping score, USA winning or Iran winning?
Who's winning? I think that the world would win if both of them lost. I think if the war happens, the world's gonna lose.
But you don't think that there's a lot of people that are quiet right now, cheering in their minds, like, about time somebody's taking Iran out the way?
Like, China is really winning right now, is what I think.
I don't think they're winning at all.
You don't think?
China?
Yeah.
How the hell do you win when 70% of what you're using is not coming through?
Look,
70% of what you're using.
How the hell?
Yeah.
But how the hell
So China has until June 8th until they run out of oil and natural gas.
Yeah, they're gonna run out of oil. Why would you?
It's so crazy. It's actually 73% of all their oil production comes out of the Strait of Hormuz. 55% comes out of the Gulf nations, and 18% out of Iran.
And for what? Only? I'm just trying to say, like, you
from Iran, but their biggest supplier is Russia.
Does that mean
see how men can
They are after the war.
They can't, Uma. They just can't. They can't handle themselves.
Does that mean, Rich, that you're admitting that the Iraq War is about oil? Or is the Iran War?
nobody cares about
That's not
No, it's about leveraging, right?
It's like we're fucking each other.
But you can't deny that.
Necro, I would never say that because I don't think so simplistically. I'm not a fucking moron. I would say that the Iraq War was specifically over the U.S. petrodollar. It was initially appointed by George Bush Sr. And it was taken out, and then the second we took back gas, we switched back over to the U.S. petrodollar. I'm not simple like that.
Let's hear from A-Check first.
Okay, be a man.
Oh, let's not hear any salient points ever.
Chevy.
Wait a second.
You don't have to make
You have so many accounts and it's so correct your man. It's ridiculous. You know,
bro, John's a monitor.
Yesterday, Rich, we were talking about Islam for like 1 hour. I actually thought you actually smart.
You only like because I was talking about Muslims how dirty they are.
1 hour, I actually thought you're smart. Now you just speak and you're retarded.
Bro, I kept telling you during the time. Hold on.
A-Check.
The entire time that you said you were agreeing with me and you were on my side, I kept telling you during that conversation to shut the fuck up, A-Check, and then you never make any points. It was funny. You were sucking my dick while I was fucking telling you to fuck off. I was saying, shut the fuck up, A-Check.
Chevy, are you going to be able to control yourself?
Is A-Check going to be able to control himself?
Yes. A-Check will control himself. Right, A-Check? A-Check does control himself.
Yeah, so I got to restate that, Pete. Yeah, I'm going to restate it because it's been sitting for like 20 years.
Make sure you take before and after photos.
Yeah, I have this is what it would look like if it's finished resaved.
How about this show?
Hold on, A-Check. I'm going to show Viva the before. What it looks like currently.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. All right, PTR.
Okay, but show us,
Yeah, that's PTR. It needs sanded down, resand. And it's missing the middle pedal, the brass pedal. But it was built in 1910.
That's gonna look beautiful.
I know.
Gonna look so beautiful.
I just know my son. I know my son. He's the way he is. Once he starts learning shit, he's like very fucking OCD.
Why don't you go talk to your wife?
Well, A-Check's gone. Chevy, you ran everybody off. You ran A-Check off. You ran Samoa off.
John's still here. Necro's here. Almost here. I didn't say Bree because I don't want Bree to.
John's not even on. He's walked.
Oh, I'm here.
No.
I'm here. I'm listening.
He's in a green and white golf shirt wearing a cowboy hat, leaning back in his chair, looking at his phone.
John?
Yes, that's accurate.
Is that him?
It's in his YouTube. Go to YouTube.
Hello? I'm here. I'm here. Hello?
And that's really John? Is John?
I'm going to put some rosemary.
I just tried. Uma, FY.
It almost looks like lavender.
Uma, FYI, I just tried kicking you from the room, but apparently my green bean mod powers aren't strong enough.
If you let rosemary get like extra big and shit like that, I can't remember what the fuck it does. It turns into like a tree or something. It turns into like an actual plant tree. Yeah.
John, you can't kick a mod.
I know, it's unfortunate.
But it's no longer useful.
Cannot kick Uma. Uma stays.
I know, I can't, I have no power. And I mean, I could boom the room, but I don't want to do that. I'm having fun.
John, an old SL Mercedes hardtop 70s.
John, you wouldn't do that, right? You wouldn't do that? You wouldn't boom the room?
Of course he would. No, he would kick all of us to the audience and then start playing This Is All Hypnosis fucking psychology fucking videos.
No, it's Beamer room. If she asks you anything, you have to do it.
No, he'll kick everybody in the audience and then he'll start playing fucking like audio.
No, it's too late to play those games. I'm getting ready to go to bed pretty soon. Those are more things you do in the morning, you know. Try to break up people's patterns and habits here on this app. Because you know how they say in those rooms where they're like, I'm an expert at pattern recognition. I'm good at finding patterns and such. Like those types. What was that, Uma?
All the patterns.
Why do you make them sound black?
All I'm trying to say is that it's true. We are actually more of a pattern and an action pattern than anything else. Like being I unfortunately, after 5 going on 6 years of observational studies, it turns out that people haven't learned anything in over 5 years. They're just as stupid as when they started. Hello?
John, is that Joe Biden in your fucking John Kitover Instagram showcase?
I'm not sure, but go to mayorkitover.com and join the fight to liberate Chicago from the Democrats. Hello?
You know what it looks like? Go look at it real quick. Look at the lake. It looks like Biden's staring at the flag, looking away, looking when he's supposed to be like looking at the audience, and he's like just staring at the flag off in the nowhere.
Melissa, I asked both of you, why Clone War happened?
It does look like Biden.
No, I asked you both, all gentlemen of America, why is Clone War happen?
How about gentlemen of Thailand? Uma, you go.
A gentleman of Thailand down there being in an ass is stalking me already in my name. You know what he said on his name? Uma, you're dead.
What I don't understand is how can Stinny even tolerate this app? Like part of this app is to actually be annoying and to talk. But how could you spend so much time just listening to these horrible people on this app? That's what I don't understand. What kind of a sick person who likes to inflict harm on themselves actually listens to the people on this app? Because people on this app are horribly annoying. Highly annoying people. Like Uma here. Uma, if it was up to me, I would kick you off the stage. I'd kick you to the goo and never let you up. Hello? Uma, you're like part of the immigration crisis in this country. Hello?
I got my old sword and I will shove it in your ass.
Oh, Uma's getting triggered. Oh, poor Uma's getting a little triggered. That's okay. You're a highly annoying person.
This is what I don't understand is why there are some types of lavender that are more like expensive.
Hear that fat girl laugh?
Types of lavender.
You hear that fat girl laugh?
Like, isn't lavender?
Hello?
Like,
hello?
What's the difference between lavender and sensational lavender? Like, this is really two different.
It's all lavender, Bima.
Lavender. Yeah, this is phenomenal lavender, and apparently this is $16.99.
Yeah, BB, please. Please open a room.
BB, take him. Where is BB?
Just left. Dan's gonna go tell BB to open a room.
Bima, I want to know though, will you be my
You could go, Chevy, you could go.
Bima, I got a question for you, Bima.
No, I don't do that.
Oh my gosh, that's your boyfriend? Oh my god. Bima, I got a question for you. Bima, I got a question for you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Bisexual, and that's too
much. Oh, you're dating a bisexual?
For a man, for me,
I actually got my nipples
that's
pierced.
way too much threat for my mind.
Oh yeah.
I can only take threat from one gender.
I pierced my nipples when I was in my 20s, and I took him out.
That's pretty. I think that
Getting hooked on the fucking. Anytime you get out of the fucking car, the seatbelt fucking hook him.
Oh my gosh.
Motherfucker.
Damn. That's crazy.
Chevy, go ahead and hang out. Okay, Chevy, bye-bye. You're going to go hang out with BB, okay?
I'll come right back.
Come back, Chevy.
All right, go ahead.
Bima, I got a question for you. Bima.
I want to kick you, but you want to.
Bima!
Open up the room.
Father, open room. The room's going fine, Bima. I don't know why you're crashing.
No, go, because I want you to go and hang out with BB.
No, BB's not open the room yet.
BB, open the room.
When BB opens the room, I'll
Oh my god. I have no choice. 3, 2, 1! Lift off!
There's a lot of these kids are living a lot, and they don't get credit for that. Maybe because they can't name it. They can't say, "Oh, I'm living this element," but they're boarding.
Okay, who boomed the room? That's the name of the room.
Did you do that?
That was me.
Why would you do that? I trusted you.
Oh, I just couldn't take it anymore. The room was pointless, and that girl, what's her Uma, is beyond, R-worded out, and it's just a waste of time.
I trusted you.
Yeah, I know. Well, I wanted to ask you a question.
Listen, I get. Why would you do that?
What do you think? Things in life are permanent? Everything is entropy and temporary. Welcome to reality. It's a philosophy. It's a philosophy.
Because I trusted you, but I trusted you with that. Why would you do that to me?
It's not. This is a game, Bima. This is just a game. This is like playing a game. I hit the reset button, and look, we're still here doing the same thing. What's the difference?
Because I trusted you. This is about principle.
Well, do you want me to moderate you so we can, do a room together again right now?
I can't. I'm not. How can I moderate with you now and I can't trust you? You said that you wouldn't do it, and you did it, and you betrayed my trust.
Well, we needed to have some decorum there. I couldn't let Uma just continue to rattle around my brain, for free.
You could have let me know. You could have let me
I couldn't get a word in. It's just an obnoxious fucking bang room.
Let me know. Well, no, but you betrayed my trust. Out of all the options that you had.
Well, just go get kidnapped again and go do some drug deals to build up your low-level trust factor again. I don't know what to tell you, Bima. This room is called Who Boomed the Room? Who boomed the room? Who boomed the room? Who boomed the room?
And Rich, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Chevy's right, and I'm so
always
disappointed.
fucking right.
I am so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. I'm sad and I'm hurt, and I'm leaving.
Oh no! She's sad, disappointed, hurt, and she's leaving. She still didn't answer the question. Who boomed the room?
Like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off.
You knew.
Yeah, I do.
It was coming. I wasn't gonna sit there and listen to Uma all night long. That's fucking retarded.
Oh my Chinese.
Oh. Who boomed the room?
That shit. Now they.
Olumi, can you go ahead and give the defense of your position?
Yeah, no problem. We have it here because I actually don't want to waste my time with these subjective conversations. So we're going to do...
These people are insufferable.
We're going to do a quick L. So, calling it raping. pasted onto a 7th century wartime legal system. Islam didn't invent slavery or war captives. It restricted, regulated, and humanized a universal practice and explicitly forbade harming captive women. Learn the law before moralizing the past. Slightly expanded, wartime Sabaya, a universal reality in all pre-modern civilizations. Islam did not introduce it. It regulated it. Rights, protections, no coercion outside of lawful framework. Push towards manumission, which is a big deal. Usually people in America don't know what manumission means. Core text critics ignore. Quran 24:33, do not compel your slave girls to prostitution. That alone destroys the idea of open coercion culture. Context, every major civilization at the time, Byzantines, Romans, Persians, Europeans, Africans, all had slavery, war captives, sexual rights over captives. Islam restricted it legally, freeing slaves constantly. Closed most avenues into slavery except war.
What's he doing?
Real framing. This isn't Islam versus modern morality. It's 7th century regulated system versus everyone else's unregulated brutality. Cold close.
What do you mean what he's doing? You haven't heard of ChatGPT psychosis? This is ChatGPT psychosis!
Not comparing, it's called research. That's what it is. You're not comparing Islam to its historical peers. You're comparing it to 2024. That's not analysis. That's moral cosplay.
I want Deepak to respond. I just want to inform everybody the definition of manumission. It's when you put a dwarf in the end of a cannon. Go ahead, Deepak.
I see.
I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to respond to. There was some gibberish he read up from somewhere that had nothing to do with it.
I was pretty sure that was high-level English.
I mean, high level, well, barely any kind of sentence structure there, but like, sure.
That was literally an AI. Are you saying you can articulate better than an AI? I highly doubt it.
Like, which AI was it? Can you actually link to it? Because like
ChatGPT Pro, $200 a month, that gives me everything.
I need your money back then.
I don't need my money back. You make your argument. Let's just stop talking shit. Let's stop talking shit, you Punjabi loser. Let's freaking get to the point of it. You got a point? You got something to action? You got something to action?
Lumi, can you put a link to the AI thing to where we can all hop in the room? I want you to show Deepak how this real world immersion thing. You tried to take him. No, listen, Deepak.
You give me an atheism. Let me pack one.
The structure thing is only like, a passing for some.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, no, I'm an atheist Punjabi loser, but
it's not an atheist.
This has nothing to do with anything, right? Like the whole sort of field rape, wartime rape thing was a comment about how Illumi, what was he before? Cynic Mikhail, right? Was like.
We're talking about the past, your memory, I highly doubt is that well. Are we talking about a specific topic and you want to present the truth about it?
Yeah, the topic is you, and the truth about you is that in the past,
you're saying you're saying I had a different perspective from the Orthodox Islamic framework in the past?
No idea what perspective you have.
If you have no idea, why do you want to continue to articulate something in the past?
Because I want to make fun of you. That's the whole purpose.
Okay, so you want to make fun of me, so this isn't in good faith. So if I fucking pull my dick out and put it in your mouth right now, that's valid, because this is like Texas rules, PvP. You decided to go into PvP with me.
I mean,
I really like that. Some of these PvP.
I just want to make sure people. I mean, they're already seeing it, given how much.
Just manifesting. Look at this guy manifesting because he's literally telling me I want to talk shit to you, and I'm supposed to let this.
Deepak, why
everybody
shit stain?
Deepak, hold on. Deepak, why didn't you want to go good faith conversation with him?
Austin would shoot you, right? Because he'd probably think you're Mexican.
Yeah, I wonder why I wouldn't want to have a good faith conversation with someone who calls me a Punjabi loser. I'm sure there was a reason.
What? Get over it. You wish you were a Punjabi. Come on, let's be honest. You wish you were a Punjabi. We all know you ain't no Punjabi.
Did you call him that?
I say Punjabi loser. Dude, a Punjabi for an Indian is a compliment.
That's what that was. Okay. Well, look. I mean,
which group is better than the Punjabis? They're the white people of India.
More sure that it's something horrible, right? I mean, there was the funny thing about you. The funny thing about you is that, you are pro-Palestine. Palestine, like in the conflict, which we like.
What are we doing? What are we doing, Andrew? Come on now.
Also the case that, like, I mean, and he was
talking about Palestine now. Be careful, bro. You're on the right line now.
I mean, look, it'll just look at some point.
Don't violate the perimeter of the Ummah, Deepak.
You just want to move me.
You're just a non-believer, Deepak.
He's already threatening to move me down, bro. We haven't even started.
I'm going to ask him not to intervene. How about that? Because I'm just not allowed to say.
Yeah, bro. I'll do it myself, Deepak. I'll do it myself.
No. Illumi, just don't. Okay, well, whatever. Go ahead.
Right. Well, there were two things about him. One was that, like, you know, this was what, like, amused Timothy greatly was when it turned out that despite being super pro-Palestine, whatever, which is good. It turns out he was actually like a member of the U.S. military for a while, and he was like doing like air support. He was in some sort of support role in the Air Force, right? Or like bombing missions.
Sucks.
Thank you, Pima. So that was one thing that was funny about him. The other thing is that we were discussing like wartime. No, I mean, the thing I was referring to earlier was like how, like,
his family. Didn't he say he had family in it though too? And Timothy called him out for that because he called him like saying, "Wait, if you had family, why were you bombing your own family or something?"
Wait, so you guys, Mikhail is an Ifitata survivor.
I've been trying to get out is like this is how it all started. Right? When we were discussing just like war, like I don't know the ethics of wartime stuff, right? Like turns out, and he was making this case that like that rape during wartime is justified by
This is his song. My wonderful.
I love the new title. Thank you. You honor me. Is it a projection?
Oh, that is you again.
He boomed the room, Uma. We trusted him and he boomed the room.
Are you making him on?
Can you stand it? Can you stand he boomed the room? So disappointing. So this is a song. This is a quick song. I hope you could make out the lyrics. Okay, here we go.
It's so fun. It's funny how the goals seem to change, but the hustle remains the same, you know what I mean?
Listen to the lyrics.
Like that shit that Kobe.
Can you hear them?
Are you a different animal?
Yes.
And the same thing.
Are you a different animal and the same beast?
Just to be in a hard work, focus and games. We all got 24 hours. How you live in your day? Are you working off a plan or just flowing in space? If you could watch your life over, what would you say? Did you really go and get it like no one whoever did it? Or did you half-ass it with excuses for your absence? How many heartbeats you got left before casket? If tomorrow was the end, is today is good last one? That's just a few honorary questions you should ask yourself. I pray that give you motivation to go craft yourself. Make improvement from physical and spiritual health. I pray you smile through it all and come through it like God. Miracles every minute with heroes and when you get it. I did you to zero winning. Be careful with every minute while living life with no limits. No fear into rating it. We cheers cause we be winning shit tears for happy endings. It's a gift, it's a journey. Singing naked on the dirty. You must have fallen like a blade. And when you started to play, you then you check out that hustle and go hard till you go home. This that mama mentality. We gon' make every day legacy, and I dare you to go and get it.
Isn't it so good? I love him. That is Cess the Fifth. That is Cess the Fifth. Mamba mentality. He is incredible, and I'm just so proud of him. I just love it.
Yeah, it's interesting though. It's like I don't have a lot of poetry that I've made in a while because a lot of it I did, I got like all my energy out during like the Obama years. So
wasn't it just so good? Oh,
yes. Yeah, why do you like it so much though?
Because it really captures the what is it called? I don't want to use the same word. Oh my goodness. One of my favorites is Mr. Edward. Hello, Mr. Edward. And Raya. Hi, Raya. Hi, everybody else. Mr. Edwards, what an incredible, encouraging, uplifting, positive man. The best that I've ever found on Clubhouse. If I could choose one person to listen to every single day, it would be him. Nobody else. Nobody else. Mr. Edwards right down there. Yeah, Mr. Edwards down here. Edward Lynn. Mr. Edward.
Love to come up, Mr. Edward.
Oh, I would listen to him every day. He's so encouraging.
What does he talk about?
He gives out very just encouraging, positive, uplifting reverberations of go get it. You craft your own legacy. You could do whatever your mind. It's so wonderful to be refreshed because we get in these cycles of depression, and then we think that we're helpless and we don't have options. And it's just so good to be reminded of our incredible power. And so yeah, hi, Mr. Edward.
You know, I gotta say, Mr. Edward, I kind of find you a little annoying because you're like a broken record, Dr. Edward. When I look in the mirror, all I do is I say, Edward is the problem. Edward is responsible for this. And, you know, I'm just saying, Edward, try to get something new material, something inspirational to help the young people instead of just telling them about personal responsibility. Maybe just read from the Bible, Dr. Edward. Just read from the book of Proverbs.
Well, you know what the Bible says, right? Personal responsibility. You got to do it. So I'm going to keep doing the same thing because at the end of the day, we are responsible for ourselves. So we got to make it happen. So.
And because I'm the mind, Mr. Crowley, you have to behave.
No, who's behaving?
That's right.
Makes it my honor to hear your voice and this picture of you and your wife. Is that true?
Yeah, that's my wife.
It's so beautiful.
The woman who said yes to me, so I'm very happy.
How did you ask her to get married?
Well, we've been in the same fellowship for 47 years.
You not getting sick of her?
No. Why would I get sick of her?
Okay.
No, we've been in the same fellowship since she was 16 years old.
So, and she now?
Wow.
We have the same foundation, the same understanding about what we both agree to, what we believe in. Our children have the same philosophy, ideology, because like Ms. Dallas just said, our foundation is the Word of God, which never changes. So that's what we do.
What a sweet love story.
Well, you know, Bima, I always tell people, if you really want to have a good relationship, you have to meet people in your community. Unfortunately, so many people are meeting people outside of community, outside their zip code. They meet them online, swipe left, swipe right, all this other stuff. And then they wonder why they have problems because they don't know the background of people. They haven't been around them long enough.
Then your life is small then.
Huh?
Then your life is just a small radius of people.
Well, not necessarily. I think your life is large when you have community. Like if you just take the zip code you currently live in, just Google it. How many people live in your zip code that you've never met?
But I don't care anymore about people.
No, I know. But you do care about people. You shouldn't say that.
No, because I can hear when people care or not. And no. If you think about God, I was like, can you explain to me about just that word? And why is your wife is not a goddess in their God, stupid fuckery of programmer?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Bima, can you translate?
That one's a mom. Sorry, I can't translate that one.
I mean, like, if I look at you and your soulmate meet at 15, so some of the people here are still lost soul and being an asshole, like the one who copied my name, follow my ass around this app and thinking he is doing the right thing, cursing my dad, my parents, and all he does is just following my ass around and thinking he's doing the right thing as a lost soul in his own ass.
Oh, see down in the audience. Okay.
And listening from a website and thinking he has power anything over me, and he's Could we
looks angry.
No, you cannot block him. So this
She
why
looks angry.
don't know how to
Crazy.
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, not steps, and I can hear your soul.
Okay. So there's a couple things that you're doing right now that you may not be aware of.
No, I am aware of all of my words.
Okay. So what
do not speak for me. I'm
not speaking for you. I said you may not be aware of it.
Oh, you get rid of them. How did you do that?
Okay, the number one thing how you do is stop focusing on them.
No, all right. No. You don't know the whole story. I mean, I'm using this app to be a tool to learn how to read listening to soul and voice. And I let them bully me. I give them unconditional love for a certain period of time.
I'm sorry, but I don't even know what you're talking about anymore.
You're talking about Aleister Crowley. Because that's your name. And Freemasonry, fuckery, of cult, of whatever Americans.
Oh, you don't like books? You don't like reading things and then talking about them or trying to incorporate it into your personal psychology or your own artwork? I know, but English isn't your first language. What do you speak? Tagalog? No. Vietnamese?
No, I don't want to speak to Aleister Crowley.
Okay. Uh-oh, go to hell. Ladies and gentlemen, is that personal responsibility? Edward, if somebody was personally responsible, would they ad hominem project like that? Hello?
I'm surprised she hasn't kicked you, Mr. John Kitover. You boomed our room and we trusted you, and we're not happy with it.
Yes, we are not happy with it.
Well, you guys are in the same room doing the same thing. It's just nothing new under the sun. No one can boom a room. That's just an expression.
That doesn't. No, you know what you did, and this is. I would say.
This is retaliation.
Disorder.
Oh, NPD. Now I got NPD. It's just one of my problems is narcissistic personality disorder.
You were entrusted with green beans and you did it anyway.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Uma is a highly annoying person.
It has nothing to do
I couldn't take that. I wasn't gonna leave.
It has to do with betraying my trust. You understand that? It has nothing
I never believed that I had your trust. You're putting out false beliefs. Oh, good, Dennis is here. Hey, Dennis. Dennis is one of my top students as a coach. Dennis has been a huge success story. Dennis, maybe you could share with everybody about your bull riding journey in Spain, how you flew above the bulls.
Up here. Mr. Edward, I think I would advise you to close your ears. It's bad now. It's bad. The room has turned. It's turned downward, and it's only down from here, Mr. Edward. I would not want to expose my incredible, influential. I do not want to expose my Mr. Edward to this.
Go ahead, Edward. Talk down to us. So one of the things I've learned in life is to be motivated. So my motivation is really simple. I'm very careful how I hear. It just makes the world bigger.
Edward, do you still use an AOL email address? Try to get ahead with the times, Edward.
Me
Maybe you should listen, Edward, when everybody tells you that you're very fucking condescending.
Listen, Edward.
Be like, everybody says I'm condescending and I talk to other people.
Please allow Mr. Edward to respond.
No, it's okay.
Because he's black.
Okay, so do you think
Holy
that's
shit.
appropriate because you say I'm condescending, right? Do you think that because you say that I'm condescending, that means I'm condescending?
No, everyone on this app says condescending except for Mud Shark.
No, I do not say. I don't think, Edward, I don't think you're condescending, so he's making an all or nothing statement here, Edward.
Liar. You gave me a laughing emoji when I said it.
Well, you're teasing him, but it's not totally accurate.
Hey, bro, how you doing today, bro?
Make John great again.
What's up, bro?
You know, one of my favorite Tony Soprano... Pro, you know what my favorite Tony Soprano quote is?
What are they doing, Oklahoma? They're adding me. Like, they just come in and they add me.
What do you mean? Those are my burner accounts. I add everybody on stage with my burner.
I'm not sure.
She's referring to me.
Edward, can we try to keep this topical and stick to the room title here?
Mr. Edward, I've given you authority.
Oh, no, I just want to talk to Pro today, find out what was the most motivating thing that happened to him today. What's going on, Pro?
Hearing him speak was the most motivational thing he's done all day.
What's up, buddy? How you doing, boss?
Best day of my life, Pro. What's good with you?
Nothing. I just got home here. Well, my mother's apartment, watching some UFC. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I'm heading to the airport. Get ready to go to Fort Worth. I'm flying to Dallas. We have a cemetery funeral convention for the next 3 days.
Something positive, or I'm hoping.
Yeah. Well, it's convention. You know, convention season comes. You see all the new stuff that they have, all the new software, and how to grow our businesses. So it's going to be very positive.
Edward, do you think...
What's the name of the convention?
Edward...
ICCFA, the Experience International Cemetery Cremation and Funeral Association Convention in Fort Worth, Texas.
Edward, don't you think there should be federal funding to preserve our national treasures of, burial sites, and then maybe even money to like support families so they can, get a proper burial? Don't you think the government should help pay for some of that? Hello?
No, I do not think the government should be involved in responsible for their citizens. I think the citizens, remember what JFK said? Do not ask what your country can do for you. You should ask what you can do for your country.
I get it, but
Oh, wow.
you know what the socialist said?
Tax system is for slavery system.
You know what Bima the socialist said? She said from birth to death, from the baby ward to the crematorium, Bima believes the government should help you at all steps of life, and that universal health care is a human fucking right.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, it should be free. Everything on this planet should be free.
Yeah, everything should be free. I mean, I should be able to just...
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Okay, how do you come to the conclusion that something should be free?
Because we just say it. We don't think about it, Edward. We just fucking say it. That's what a good communist socialist does.
That question was presented to Bima. Please answer.
Every fucking thing. Everything I answer.
Bima's the one who made the plan.
Okay.
Not
so,
Tom.
I'm just going to ask the question. Dima, why do you believe that things should be free?
Because the ass free to breathe.
Wait, wow. Bima sounds so fucking different.
I think things should be free? I don't think things should be free.
Okay. So what do you think should happen?
I think that each individual and human being in the world is their own sovereign, wonderful creation. And I want to make sure that they have the full freedom scope as much as possible. Excuse me. You're interrupting my flow. And
I can kick him out if you do that again.
Shut the fuck up, Uma.
And so, you're gonna call. And so I believe that he left. Great, thank you.
No, I keep
so good. And so I believe that each human being should have full authority to the maximum capacity of freedom, as long as they're not interfering with the next person's personal property, which would be starting with their person and the extension of which would be their personal property. So ultimately, I want maximum amount of freedom, least amount of harm, ultimate sovereignty over one's life.
Tap the screen now. Okay. Send them straight to you. So, do you know the breakdown of the word freedom? Free delivery.
Well, the way that I understand it is how I would explain it is the ability to move and make choices without negative consequences.
Okay. So if you look at the word freedom, it's made up of two words, free and don't. Free means dominant. Okay? Free dominant, meaning I should be free to dominate over Edward. That I should be able to control.
No.
Okay, Yuma, please, 1 second.
Yes, no.
All right, go ahead, Yuma. You can speak.
This is the priority problem. Because in seeing, what is the most important for you, Mr. Edward? Your soul or your wife's soul? Can you answer? Which one is more important for you, mister?
We're equally responsible for life. Every human being.
We are soul. We are sentient or we are celestial. Or what are you doing, sir?
Okay, so
you're acting like you're a god over other, and where are all the goddess?
Okay, so I try to figure out where you're heading. So could you please explain to me?
There's no goal or objective here, Edward. There's no goal or objective, Edward.
Okay, all right. So this is what I will share with you, Ms. Thema. We have sovereignty. We have agency. Every problem I've ever had in my life is the one that I made a choice, and I suffer consequences of the choice I made. So in life, I'm going to continue to live that way. So I am personally responsible 100% for the outcome of my life.
What about that Cameroonian kid that put the copper in your phone? That put the copper in your phone. Did he have the same ability to do whatever you're doing?
Before that, he was just not listening for what Beamer was.
What about like all the people that had to sacrifice their lives?
Yeah.
For you to just be able to,
for the woman.
Edward, I recently bought a.
From a grocery store. What about those people?
Edward, I recently bought a new iPhone.
You don't. People don't think about those people, do they?
They don't.
You can go after wife and ask her the same questions.
Edward.
And I would say, all women would just take the pain and the blame for him.
Edward, I recently bought a new iPhone, and unfortunately, there was actually a Chinaman's finger in the box. Was it my personal responsibility, or was it the Chinaman's responsibility who manufactured the phone for me, or was it me, the buyer? Edward, do tell. How do we, what's the silver lining in personal responsibility
should we tell those
in exchange?
Like, hey, if you just pull yourself up by the bootstrap, you'll just
exactly.
You can really do it too. Everybody can do it.
That's what I wrote back to Apple. I said, unfortunately, I found a Chinese finger in my Apple iPhone 19 box, but I'm writing back a letter to say, accidents happen, and this young man can pull himself up by the bootstrap. And if he does,
should we tell him the truth? At your expense, I'm blessed. Could you say that? Could you tell him the truth? At your expense,
I get to do all these fun.
Yeah, I get to sit on Clubhouse all day and just conference call while he has to assemble, phones all day. And there's also security jump nets outside the window if he can't take it anymore. That's how charitable we are.
Sweatshops.
Yeah, slavery is actually just, called something else now to try to keep it polite. But the truth is, many people's lives, they will be slaves for their entire lives. How does that make you feel, Bima? Hello?
I'm still reeling from the violation of personal trust that I afforded you and you broke.
This isn't a consensual contractual agreement. That was a non-consensual implicit contractual agreement. And unfortunately, you arranged it. You set it up.
I asked you.
You Solomon tested yourself.
I trusted you and you said I asked you.
Yeah, you lied. So just for that alone, I'm gonna punish you.
Ooh, you're gonna spank me, Uma? Ooh.
Yes.
She kicked me.
Generally,
is that RNA vaccines were new, right? Except for like maybe experimental treatments at the time when the COVID vaccine was developed and widely deployed.
This is all pedantic, nitpicking on the part of Bob. He obviously knows what I'm talking about.
It's not nitpicking. You're like presenting it like there were only 2 kinds of vaccines, and I'm saying there were like 5 or 6. I'm not disputing that mRNA vaccines were new.
Yes, it is nitpicking because you're focusing on technicalities and missing the point.
I'm not focusing on technicalities. I'm just correcting the wrong thing you said.
Shut up.
I'm not trying to argue against.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is there anybody here that took the COVID-19 vaccine that has sour grapes and buyer's remorse? Hello?
So, if I can just finish.
Go ahead.
Right. So the idea is like we have all these proven ways of making vaccines that have been used for decades. And yet, now, along comes COVID and people have to use a completely novel technology that has never been tested in humans. Not only that, it has to be administered universally to people who never come into contact with anybody else, who have very low chance. I don't know, like truck drivers in Canada or blah, 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 or people who have COVID in the past 6 months. It suddenly doesn't matter if you had COVID and you're likely immune for, I don't know, like how many months or years. You have to get the vaccine universally.
Universal vaccination.
Not only that, we were told you're stupid to think this vaccine is not safe. Not only
trust the science. Trust the science.
Exactly, trust the science. It was all like complete.
You guys are all potatoes. None of you went to school. Just them. They went to school.
Right. Why does it have to be completely novel technology never previously tested? Why do you have to lie to people and say you can test the vaccine in 6 months or like a year? And traditionally, FDA tests require like 10 to 15 years prior to being approved, a medication being approved.
It's because it was a national emergency and Operation Warp Speed was a $2 trillion federal funding package. They had to rush it through. Don't you know that Pfizer, Moderna, J&J have your best interest at heart and they would never, ever lie to you? And they got to make their billions in profits at your mistake. It's called propaganda, and it was long in the making. It's called Operation Warp Speed. It's a federally funded program underneath the George Bush administration. Look it up. And they just recently arrested Dr. Fauci's assistant, and the whole criminal network is coming down, but it probably won't because no one actually cares. Hello?
Let's wrap up the memeing soon. Like, Bob, you're the medical professional. Do you want to answer any of this?
I mean, I agree that maybe some places, I think some of the policies were taken overboard. Like, I'm not sure to which extent it needed to be. I don't think it was, like, it wasn't forced here on anyone. So Maybe it was in the U.S. Maybe some groups said that. As far as I know, there wasn't any vaccine mandate. Like you weren't forced to take it unless you were like in the military or worked for healthcare or something like that.
Right. We're not discussing Sweden. Like Sweden had a completely different policy. We're discussing most of the West. In the most of the West, you were forced to take the vaccine. You can't travel. You can't go to school. You're gonna lose your job.
I'll travel, but
yeah, I mean,
that's different. Like in the U.S., like the. Workplaces had.
Sorry. What I would be concerned there is like state enforced mandates, not like your private company.
Yes, state enforced mandates
I don't care about
at scale in almost every state.
State enforced mandates.
Yes, there were, Bob. Yes, there were, Bob.
I don't think so. Like not in the sense that I think Bob means. Like you could argue like to what degree there was compulsion based on like say, like, I don't know. When you travel, did you have to like did you have to show like the tier?
Yes, you can't even come into the United States unless you're vaxxed. It was Thomas Massey that got rid of that.
Say you're vaccinated or something.
If you travel to a different country, you have to show your vaccine card.
No, look, we're talking about the U.S. now, right? Just for simplicity of case, I mean, we could talk about every single country, I suppose.
Yes, we're talking about the U.S. You had to get vaxxed, otherwise your ass couldn't come into the country.
Well, that is different, right?
That is different? How is that not forced compulsion? Do what we tell you to do and take an experimental cocktail in your bloodstream, otherwise you can't come into our country.
I'm saying it's different in the sense that, like, you know, all countries have like far more stringent requirements for crossing the border. Like, if you're going to go from like fucking, I don't know, well, here's an example. Like,
except for the illegal aliens, the millions that poured in over the border, those didn't count. They didn't have to vaccinate.
If you're just going to overtalk, right, then just don't participate.
Okay, just kick me because I already said what I want to say. You vax miserable people can live with it. I can cuss at this point.
Take care of this.
Yeah, take care of the anti-vaxxer because you guys all got, buyer's remorse. Hello?
Go ahead, brother. No, I'm just saying, look, obviously, like,
bye-bye.
The regulations.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
We're not talking about that. Those are just going to be far more stringent. Yeah, like for example, if you have the HIV virus, you're just not allowed in the US.
Oh my God, you're not? You have HIV virus?
Vaccine was compelled. So, for instance, you can go to school.
I don't know why we all know that. It depends on what we mean by compulsion. Right?
What is compulsion? What does this mean? What is compulsion and what does it mean?
Compulsion.
What is compulsion and what does it mean?
My company has.
Don't tell me what your opinion is. I know the facts.
I started talking and you interrupted.
You are interrupting me. Do not talk over me, mother chort.
Right, and make largely the same point you were going to make. There was a degree of compulsion.
You mother.
Workplace mandates.
You mother chort. You.
So yeah, look,
I'm not saying that. We need to determine what the word compulsion means.
For judgments, and even the information we had at the time might have been like
hello,
the wrong judgment to make, right?
Right.
We were just the anti-vaxxers just horribly exaggerate what happened.
It's poor judgment. It's difficult to take seriously. Poor judgment, because you use an unproven vaccine technology to globally vaccinate everybody, right? The potential negative consequences from this could be catastrophic. There are plausible medical reasons to think that the side effects could have been catastrophic. Like, specifically, it contains a substance that, that crosses cell membranes. The mRNA was enclosed in a type of fatty acid that can cross cell membranes into any tissue, and it delivers a foreign substance that your immune system can recognize as foreign, and it affects all your tissues. So plausibly, it can increase autoimmune disorders. So there's that plausible medical reason. That plausible biomedical plausible side effects. So why do you have to use this unproven technology and globally vaccinate everybody?
I'm not sure, like, you you're saying it's unproven, right? But like this medicine did go through, like this thing did go through like stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3 trials. They were accelerated in the sense of like being parallelized, right? Which trials like the FDA trials usually aren't, right? You go through stage 1, then stage 2, then stage 3. But like the kind of trials we kind of require for any such like vaccine, any such category of drug, right? It went through. Right.
I don't believe that.
So I don't know what you mean by like
explain
it's
to me.
unproven. Every new thing is unproven, right? Like Ozempic is unproven. Why are we like letting people take Ozempic?
Okay, explain to me, because it went through the usual FDA approval process. Explain to me if the typical FDA approval process for any medication, let alone a medication you're gonna force everybody to take, takes about 10 to 15 years. Is it reasonable for you to say that this vaccine is exception and it could have undergone those processes in like 6 months?
I don't know actually. One thing I do know is that like stage 2 and stage 3 were done in parallel, right? Which is supposed to like shorten the time. Now you're saying that like a typical thing takes like 10 years, right? So it's reasonable, I suppose, to ask like, wow, how could it possibly have been shortened to like 2 years? I mean, I'd have to look up what an answer to that is, but I imagine
it takes 10 years to debug.
Because you're looking for like longitudinal studies of like the long-term effect.
Yeah, right. Stage 1 and stage 2 are not the problem. Stage 1 is just like looking at cells in a petri dish, or giving it to like animals, and then stage 2 is like giving it to a couple of people. But then stage 3 and 4 is you give it to like 10,000 people, and you observe for long-term side effects. How could you possibly determine if this thing has long-term side effects, specifically autoimmune side effects, just from like looking at studying it for 6 months?
Off the top of my head, I don't know what the answer to that is, right? Like, Bob, do you know?
Well, obviously you couldn't.
No. I haven't checked deep into that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of question that
I assume there were screenings, but they probably weren't as rigorous as one would want.
They did have, just so you guys know, they did have multiple states that were vax or fire. The more stricter states, they'd have a vax or fire. It wasn't even alternate. You couldn't do testing. You had to do a vaccine. If you did not do it, you would be fired. It was straight up.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's like workplace managers. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. And sorry. I mean state mandated. No, I'm not talking about just private, corporations. That's fine, or private companies. That's not a problem. Obviously, I agree.
State mandated that you couldn't work anywhere unless like you were.
No. Sorry. You couldn't work at a state-funded job.
Yeah, and the level of
and a lot of states allowed for testing. A lot of states allowed for testing as an alternative, but there were some like New York, vax or fire, Washington, Oregon. There were several states that were very strict, and they would basically say if you didn't get the vaccine, you would be fired. That was it. And so it was immediate vaccination or immediately subject to being fired.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the most astounding thing about this is that the level of mind control was I've never seen anything like that from the beginning to end. So I was working in I'm not going to tell you where, but I came in a mask, and they told me to take the mask. This was at the beginning of the COVID epidemic, maybe 2 weeks in or a month in. And I came into my workplace in a mask, and our facility had a policy that you couldn't wear a mask because Fauci declared that masks are not effective. And if, in fact, he wrote an article.
What the fuck you have to do with Hungary? Why is it? Look, are you just like living in like this bubble of U.S. right-wing media that like?
These people. Masks are going to decrease transmission, but my facility, boss told me I have to take off the mask. I can't wear a mask because, like, there was this policy that, just like a random policy that you can't wear a mask because I think Fauci wrote an article in New York Times. I don't know where he wrote it. That masks are not effective. That it's like magic. It's like akin to magical thinking. Blah blah blah. Suddenly,
that like, distancing needs to be maintained. Distancing is the priority, not the map.
Yeah. Anyway, suddenly a month later, everybody has to wear a mask. Doesn't matter where you go. Blah blah blah. And you have to be stupid for thinking that you don't wear a mask. You have to be crazy for not wearing a mask. Then suddenly, you have to, it obviously came from a lab, and then they told you, no, you're just stupid, you're crazy. You think it came from a lab? You're obviously crazy conspiracy theorists. And it turns out that the U.S. government, at least, like I think the CIA, thought all along that it actually came from a lab. And then suddenly with the vaccines, oh, well, you have to be crazy for thinking it's not a safe vaccine. Like, blah, blah, blah. It just goes on and on and on and on. So, like, it's pure gaslighting.
It's like impossible to have these conversations when all Agamemnon wants to do is its polemics. Like, these are just like widely exaggerated points.
Yeah.
I can't take it seriously. So
what is exaggerated about it?
I mean, like the masks.
Nobody. First of all, nobody was vindicated about lab leak thing. Maybe some part of the CIA thought it was a lab leak, but the vast majority of the scientific consensus didn't lean that way, and still don't. So I don't know what that's about. No, all the exaggerations about like, everyone has to wear a mask from 1 month to another. When was that? Like you're saying from 1 month nobody should wear a mask, and then who said that? Which government official or said that? Oh, you're a fucking idiot if you don't wear a mask in a matter of like a month. Who said that?
Oh my god!
A lot of the problems with COVID, and I encountered, and nice and stuff. A lot of the time, now you're just filibustering.
Like everybody.
You just hate to do when someone does it to you. You're not a serious person.
Okay.
A lot of the time, what's wrong with the conversation? I love you. A lot of the time, what's wrong with the conversation about COVID? Thank you. A lot of time, what's wrong with the conversations about COVID is that everyone takes all of the stuff that happened in a time span of like 2 years and compresses it into the meat grinder. It's like, this happened, then that happened, and it was like, but those were like 10 months apart, bro. And there were good reasons for saying one thing at one point, another thing at another point. But people just go, they said this, and then they said that.
No, we understand that we're trying to figure it out.
Are you done with your epic monologue, Bob, and can other people...
Epic monologue? That was like way shorter than any of the monologues you just had.
The lack of preparation, even though they knew. We have correspondent Epstein was talking about this. Epstein, and that these stages that we didn't have a mock, we weren't prepared. That is where I believe someone can contest. And someone
which healthcare official said from 1 month to the next?
Official said that, but you're not letting people speak.
No, but which government body, which scientists, which doctors even remotely hinted at that?
Well, like
I'm sure it wasn't Fauci.
He's exaggerated, right? But what did happen in the U.S.?
You overtalk everybody now. Your sidekick Deepak, he just wants to overtalk.
No, I just want to try to bring some clarity to this.
This is what Aga does when he's nervous. Like when he thinks he has a point, and when he thinks he has like the argument locked, he'll just patiently wait, and then he'll give his rebuttal, then patiently wait. When he knows he's completely out of his depth, he just flounders, filibusters, complains, bitches, cries.
This is exactly what.
Come on, we both know it's true. Come on.
The kettle black. This is exactly.
Come on. No, it's not exactly what I do. I actually behave quite consistently.
Look, if you had a point, you would just let me respond.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so you're not gonna let me.
I have points, but I frequently call you out for your like dumb rhetorical shenanigans.
So you're not gonna let me respond.
No, of course I am. Well, you were in a dispute with Deepak just now. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Look, on the mask thing specifically, like there is a version of this that's like greatly exaggerated, but it is true that in the U.S.,
like in the month, like immediately after, like the disease spread, right? There was this general guidance from the FDA that like masks are ineffective, unless like maybe there's an N95 or something.
Right.
A month later, I think like the science just improved, right? Our understanding of the transmission improved, and they were like,
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
and it did turn out, and what we found out later is that like, there was a great deal of uncertainty, right? It's not like the FDA knew that masks worked, right? They just had like they did kind of over-report their confidence, right, in their belief that like masks would be ineffective. Because there were studies that showed that masks could have been effective.
They wanted to highlight that they were ahead of this and they knew what they were talking about, and that's what they wanted to highlight.
Look,
I agree. The government gaslit us.
Yeah, it's completely false. It's not that there was data that masks are not effective, and then suddenly the data came in that masks are effective. You can know from the beginning, from the first SARS epidemic. In fact, this is what I did. Like when COVID started, I looked up like data on masks and SARS transmission from this first SARS epidemic. And there's data that it reduced transmission by, like 80% or something like that. And in fact, this is the data I took to my facility administrator when they told me not to wear any masks because they're not effective. So this is the way I know this stuff, that the data didn't change. What happened is that they were trying to conserve masks for healthcare professionals. And that's why they lied to people that, hey, masks are stupid. They're like it's akin to magical thinking that a mask is going to decrease transmission. And then suddenly when more masks were available, like, a month or 2 months later, suddenly, oh yeah, the science just changed. It's a complete lie.
We should have all been listening to Agamemnon, you guys.
Well, you should have been using your common sense and your God-given rational faculties instead of being led by Fauci.
Again, what is with you and Fauci? I don't get it. Like, have you always been like living
they're all very men. Well,
either the fact that
this poor man trying to do the best he could. Fauci's right.
You just want to latch on to this general right wing, huh? No, I don't get what Agamemnon has against Fauci, who lives like a continent away from him, right? Like,
it's just the same right-wing spiel. Like, it's not very deep.
Look,
shouldn't he be like talking the
tribalistic polemics? Just like, what was the talking point I was supposed to say?
There's no.
And honestly, it is an easily defeated talking point when you look at the whole international
Just do a poll and ask
If you
the
think the United States or the United States government is conspiring against the science, then what about Turkey? What about all of the Muslim world? What about India? What about China? What about all these guys? Are these guys all sitting in the White House and conspiring around the same satanic globe as what you believe Fauci or Trump or anything? No, I don't.
No, they were doing exactly the same.
I completely agree.
Massive action are extremely defensive, angry, and super uninformed, brainwashed,
Was like
propagandist fools.
which involved lying to people, not giving them complete information.
I'm sorry, I trust Erdogan. Like, if Erdogan is saying there need to be, and we got their scientists over there and they're like coming up to the same conclusions, that's fine. And Pfizer was a Turkic guy too, like the guy was in China. So if there's Muslims, I understand. I do believe everything to be skeptic of everything. I agree. I'm skeptic of governments. I think that's just an American thing. But nevertheless, you got other people who don't align with the United States. You got Israel, for God's sakes. These guys, if Fauci and the whole him being Jewish, you got Israel. What are you going to do about that?
Yeah, I'm merely talking about the quickly changing recommendations in the United States and most of the Western world. I don't know what happened in Turkey. I'm telling you that the recommendation changed quickly and radically in such a way that it was obvious that the science didn't change because science was there all along. It was more like a pragmatic recommendation designed to maximize masks for healthcare workers, but ultimately, it involved lying to people.
that's not how I remember it. It was. I remember it being far more complicated than that. But there was an element of deception. Maybe that's too strong a word. But yeah, there was certainly like at best it was like a sort of paternalistic response.
There were some bad messaging for sure. We could have done better.
Deception about coercion too.
I mean, that's a different matter, though. Like that, there might have been more coercion. Like even Bob said, right? Like in many cases, there might have been more coercion than
meets the eye.
Again, we'd be like comfortable with. Right?
No, but the problem with this type of coercion and deception is that it had long negative health consequences.
The medicine itself, the medical science itself, right? That's the point that I was starting with. Anyway, I don't know. Like, I feel like we've been trying, at least I've been trying to honestly reevaluate, right? Like in what we got right and what we got wrong. I'm not sure. Anyway, whatever. Like I have to go see.
I think you're doing overall maybe a good job, but you're underestimating the negative consequences, the pernicious negative consequences of deception and coercion. Specifically, when you lie to people, then first of all, their trust in the medical community obviously is going to go down. Second, these policies had such negative long-term health consequences that a lot of people with cancer or heart attacks simply didn't come to the hospital. They failed to get cancer screenings. And so it wasn't simply that people died during the COVID epidemic, rather the negative health consequences are long-term.
People were neglected.
Yeah, people were neglected and died. So, for instance, there were dying patients in the facility that I worked in, where the staff didn't allow family to go in, and they just inflated plastic gloves for the dying patient to hold. Just horrible stuff. And by the way, that patient didn't have COVID. They just didn't allow any family members to go into the hospital.
Did we learn from the lessons of COVID? Is there funding meant for these emergency epidemics? Nope. Were we prepared as hospitals in major metropolitan areas to prepare for the same numbers that we were receiving during COVID? Nope. Are nurses being backed up and medical professionals are being backed up, and their opinion is put front and center on how things should take about change? Is there a committee of nurses or doctors that we got together just to analyze and assess and provide recommendations, and we went by their recommendations? No, we didn't do this. See, we got Trump and we got into the political debacle, and we let all the people whose opinions, all those soldiers, all those medical staff that literally were on the front lines, and no one took their consideration, and we still don't take their consideration into regard. And so when we repeat this problem again, and I believe this will happen again, we'll see where the American people are at. But unfortunately, after COVID, we didn't hit the streets, we didn't force accountability, and not only that, but we re-elected Trump. It just seems like people don't really care about
What does Trump have to do with any of this?
Holy base.
Seriously. Trump is the source of misinformation. He was a strong source of misinformation, contradicting the expert. Listen, Trump, you're not an expert. If you can provide me an expert that holds to your views, I'm down to listen. But you don't got no experts. You're leading to confusing masses. And then we got people running around, and you're dismantling the whole system that we have to prevent this disease from spread, regardless of whether you hold to the legitimacy of these strategies or these implementations. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
When did you become so base?
Well, it's been base, but you gotta just always ignore it because I'm a Muslim.
I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that. Extremely base takes, though.
This is my country. I'm an American, and I believe that in the prosperity of this nation. And obviously we have problems, and we need to really address those problems instead of gaslighting each other into ignoring the crux of the matter.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Agamemnon to defend the RFK pick.
The RFK pick. I think picking RFK has certain positive, like from the perspective that there's not enough public health, and so for instance, there's a massive obesity epidemic in the U.S. And there's a massive, and like the roots of the obesity epidemic is like never directly, right? At least RFK is gonna have positive effects on that.
Right. Yeah, we started blaming fat people.
Let's ignore all the negative effects.
Yeah, we started blaming fat people. We're saying the death toll has to do with people who vape, who do weed, who are fat, who are lazy millennials that are sitting at home. That's what we started blaming.
Germ theory. Oh, he doesn't believe it. Where are you getting that from?
It was an interview he did. I don't remember if it was Joe Rogan. A while back, a few years ago. I'm sure you can find it if you Google it. Yeah, I typically just lie. You're right.
So you think he doesn't believe?
Yeah, typically what happens is I make a claim and then someone easily finds and debunks it, right? That happens.
Bob is Trump, and we just believe anything he said.
So you think he doesn't believe it for himself?
I believe he believes in disease.
If you believe something,
like, have you missed that he's like an enormous vaccine skeptic or conspiracy theorist?
So when you are right,
has this somehow eluded you?
Sure, theory is that he's a vaccine.
No.
Okay, what is the?
Just saying that's one part of the puzzle. It seems like you don't know much about him, so maybe you go read up. Maybe you go read up and I do your homework.
Oh my God. Okay.
Like they do every time.
Typical
Bob. It's not like if you just Google right now RFK and then you go into his Wikipedia page, there's like an extensive, really long list of stuff you could read. No, I have to sit and do it for you.
Yeah, make an extravagant claim and get like.
Yeah, let's go. Okay.
Honestly, Agamemnon
Junior, Wikipedia.
That's the only thing that Agamemnon.
I'll do this for you, Agamemnon. I'm feeling particularly RFK Jr. Here he is.
Remember, the claim you're trying to support is he doesn't believe in germ theory. Okay.
Right. Here says epidemiologist Tara Smith suggests that Kennedy's book even flirts outright with germ theory denial, quoting from a portion in which Kennedy contrasted germ theory of disease with terrain theory, and another one in which he writes that Louis Pasteur is said to have recanted germ theory on his deathbed. There's lots of unproven claims among which is a common trope among germ theory denialists.
Wait.
And then I do remember he was on Joe Rogan one time and spoke. He has this. He believes, or that's what he heavily implied in that interview, of some particular version of miasma theory.
Okay.
Oh, it even is in this article. Kennedy praises what he calls miasma theory, in which he says he emphasizes preventing disease by fortifying the immune system through blah, blah, blah. Historians say this is an inaccurate understanding of miasma theory, which has been done.
What are you talking about? Just slow down, man.
Well, maybe you should just educate yourself instead of me having points
you brought up is this person who claims he doesn't believe in germ theory without some explicit statement he made.
Okay, we're playing that game, all right.
Okay, so what is the statement he made which entails he doesn't believe in germ theory?
For example, he doesn't believe in HIV/AIDS. Just like he's a huge conspiracy nut. The fact that he would deny germ theory, or at least, again, let me just flirt with germ theory denial. It is completely expected given all the batshit insane things he also believes. But you are just trolling in this conversation, so I don't care to have it anymore.
Oh my God. Because I asked you to provide the sources for an extravagant claim, which is the director of the NIH doesn't believe in germ theory. You're saying
no, but that's completely expected given all the other batshit insane things he believes.
Yes.
As if Trump is somehow understands or sniffs out or is a good bloodhound.
Talking about science.
As if Trump is a keen bloodhound of competence and it would like be completely beyond the pale for him to have appointed some complete whack job.
Yes,
such a stupid idiot.
Way I'm gonna support my
I love
country.
you, though.
Say it's completely expected in the universe where the sky is pink.
No, but I'm just speaking about your incredulity. You're like, oh, could have did something? Yes. One reason to think that could have happened, that the secretary of the HHS could have been a germ theory denial. One piece of big evidence is that he believes in a lot of kooky shit. A second one is Trump is a horrible, horrible, horrible judge of character, and he doesn't care that the people he surrounds himself are competent in their fields. He just cares about the fact that they're loyalists. So those two in conjunction makes it, really, really plausible. Like, we're past the era of cabinet members being competent at their jobs. Like, the person he picked to be Secretary of Defense is some guy who holds the rank of Major in the National Guard and has since been a drunk. And has since been a drunk in a Fox News host.
Yeah.
Like, who expects Trump to appoint actually competent people?
And an extremist who has a tattoo on his arm that literally says idolater.
That's right.
Your monologues are longer.
Now you're just doing the rhetoric.
Look,
I'll take the concession.
Just fact check what you said. Okay, you said
okay.
Denies AIDS or
he's gonna very, very autistically. Yeah, I never claimed he explicitly had said I'm a germ theory denial.
He's being reported to question whether HIV causes AIDS.
So to fact check your extravagant claims.
The claims about the Secretary of the Board. The claims about the Secretary of Board. That's where you're factoring.
No, I think he's fact checking the first thing.
Checking whether
because he's gonna if I said that he's a germ theory denial, that means that unless he himself explicitly said I deny germ theory, then
no such thing as implying. They don't imply all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Never
brought up. First of all, it's a huge leap to go from HIV denial to germ theory denial, because a lot of people deny that AIDS is caused by HIV, but they're not.
Yeah, a lot of complete nutbags. A lot of absolute grifting quacks. But the point to bringing that up is just to establish plausibility that that's the sort of quack he is. So once you have that, it becomes much easier to accept the fact that he rejects germ theory.
God, you're such a toddler. Okay, so
right?
That's the evidence you brought up.
Right, Aga? We agree, right?
Fact check it.
Right?
So he doesn't deny that AIDS is caused by HIV.
There it is.
He said that AIDS isn't.
Why are you defending Trump, man?
Because he's a polemic. He just cares about the tribalism. That's all. Like he doesn't actually care about atheism or theism. He just wants to play.
Throw another temper tantrum, Bob.
It's not a temper tantrum. What do you mean? I'm just calling you up. What?
Yeah, you're ranting. I'm not allowed to fact check your claims. You're ranting monologues.
You are allowed to fact check my claims.
Okay, so let's fact check it then.
Let's fact check it. With you and me fact check right here. I'll have my fact check goggles on.
That sounds kind of creepy, but you said that the evidence he's a germ theory denialist is that he denies that HIV causes AIDS. So that's a huge jump. Okay, you I didn't say that. First evidence you brought up, which is obviously demonstrably false. He doesn't deny that AIDS is caused by HIV. He said AIDS is partly caused by HIV virus. There are also other factors, like he says amyl nitrate, also called poppers, is another cause of AIDS. Okay, that's not as ludicrous as saying AIDS isn't caused by HIV, and it's completely.
Yeah, but I didn't say any of that in the beginning.
Right, but you said he denies that AIDS. He said he denies AIDS is caused by a virus.
Oh, it wasn't me who said it. I don't think. Oh no, I might have mentioned it at some point, but it was way after the other evidence.
Like lying or like have memory loss.
No, I'm just saying that's not what I started off with. That wasn't the first, second, or third piece of evidence I gave you.
Give the strongest piece of evidence he's a germ theory denialist.
Well, for example, he's talked a lot about terrain theory, if you know what that is, which is like a germ theory denialist alternative. He talks a lot about that. He thinks that's more important than pathogens.
Okay, what's the other?
He's like skeptical about viruses being the cause of certain illnesses. Another huge piece of evidence that he's a germ theory denialist. It just says like a lot of rhetoric downplaying the roles of bacteria and other similar pathogens. He's never actually explicitly said, I don't believe in germ theory, but I don't think you have to go there. Also, he's a complete nut job in basically almost every field. So it's not, there's like you can create a very, very plausible story about him just believing in wacko shit stuff. And so germ theory, like this incredulity about him not like rejecting germ theory, just, I don't know where it comes from. We already have high priors about him believing this sort of nutty stuff. Then you have these various pieces of evidence that heavily imply that he denies germ theory.
Okay, just like so you said the strongest piece of evidence.
That's where I'm placing my bets.
Okay, so you said the strongest piece of evidence is that he advocated for terrain theory. I think I have never heard of terrain theory, but I just looked it up. It says terrain theory posits that the body's internal environment or terrain determines health, suggesting that a balanced, healthy body resists disease, while an imbalanced one allows microbes to cause illness. Okay, like, is there something really wrong with this? Like,
oh my god, yeah, you're gonna do the hyper charitable route of this thing. Well, actually, if you look at it in some way, doesn't it just kind of make some sense? Kind of. I don't know. I'm not interested in this. Like terrain theory is a very well-established trope of germ theory denialism.
But this is not.
You just want to make. Well, if we look at it from this angle and squint, does it kind of make sense though? I am not interested in that. This is all like this office anyway. It's not like you think Trump is a moron. You think RFK is a quack. Like I don't know why we're having this conversation.
It's not incompatible with germ theory. From what I read here, it's not incompatible.
Okay.
Like look, it just says if you have a balance like this.
Talk to Cynic Mikhail. I like when you troll other people.
Hey, Bob, I got to tell you, Bob, you are a horrible person to talk to. You don't even know how to have a conversation. You say nothing intelligent. You're highly brainwashed, completely programmed. You're just a fucking highly annoying person, an extremely annoying person.
For the Swedish government.
Bitch, Bob! I hope he kicks me.
There you have it, ladies and
Base. You they brainwashed you, you'd rather.
I just found a book, very interesting book. Robert F. K. wrote. It's the book. In the book, Kennedy promotes HIV and AIDS denialism and misinformation about Fauci's role during the HIV epidemic and COVID-19 pandemic in the United States. The book's called The Real Anthony Fauci. It's him denying HIV AIDS and shit. Jesus Christ.
Why does say Cynic? I didn't remove Ag, he just left. But it's like if you call out his trolling, he just becomes impatient and leaves sometimes. He'll be back.
I don't know why he does that,
You guys would fuck.
Dude, I love when he trolls other people. I just get like, dude, like we know each other, right? It's like I know who you are, you know who I am. Why are you and I doing this thing? Why are we doing it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Nostalgia.
Well, a little bit. Like, I do think it's like widely entertaining sometimes. I like Agamemnon. Like, I don't have anything against. I think he's a good person to have in these spaces. He's a good op. He brings a lot of technical arguments. But like when he does this like polemic trolling.
Polemic trolling. What is you mean? Like when he talks to you and asks you questions, tries to have conversation, it is polemic trolling. Polemics is